Hello, Van. Welcome back. Yay, you are first. Wait, on Tuesday, maintenance is 4 hours. They announced maintenance 4 hours. Did you see that? Good morning. So, Naduki, we can do like 1 or 2 before MDI, I think. What key do you have? Okay. Yeah. Maybe we start with Seat 10 or Nexus 10. Seat 10 so that I can save Nexus for potatoes. Oh my god. My druids, their transport is awful. 4 hours? Yeah, there will be 4 hours maintenance. One, are you playing? Do you want to DPS quick?
I have many wares.
Hello, Leo. Let's go. I'm eating right now or I would. Okay, one. Later if you can. I have healer spot, DPS spot. Yo, morning. Uh, because I want to do keys before Warcraft, before MDI, Olgan. Are you going to DPS, Olgan? Do you want to DPS? Plus 10 seat. I have my coffee. Oh, you are in rain. Keong. Ah, not Kuma. Oh my god, we can sell this Ascendant Void Core. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. Um, this guy is Frost Decay. Oh yeah, okay. I invited you. If you can accept before you go. Guys, do we have more DPS from chat? This is crazy. We can sell this. Hey, Domadus. Happy Sunday. Do you want to DPS? I have one DPS spot. Oh, oh, that's you. Okay, okay. I want upgrade, but I don't have any myth gear that I want to upgrade. Preservation Evoker. Interesting. Let's go. This is a bit not in favor of him because the composition is two ranges.
Looking for someplace new to explore?
But I also hear from my friend
Don't forget to
now
repair
Evoker
your
is
gear.
okay if there is casters.
Hope you find lots of
As long as
treasure out
it's not
there.
3 casters or 3 ranges.
I can't wait to hear about your adventures. Tell me another story sometime.
Guys, people that usually still stream a lot around this time not streaming anymore. Weird. Waiting
I have many
with
licenses
transmog,
if you
guys.
like.
Oh my god, there is something fell down from the roof. Oh my god, Troy is so hard to transmog.
What would you ask of old
Yeah,
mother?
transmog like this. Better than
Your feet find good trails.
last time. Olgan, we have watch party though later. But yeah, when it's our morning, then
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
are you back also?
It is too far away.
Guys, my hip a little bit hurt. Especially the back. Welcome back. Come in. I can hear your breathing.
I am out of
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And I thought you said something. Yeah, let's
Five.
hear please.
the
Four,
void beckons
3,
us on.
2, 1.
Embrace it. Leave your sanity. My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Hello, Val. How are you doing? Is it almost time for sleep for you?
Void slash. Decimate.
What is that? What is that? Nothing, Peanut.
Losing slam.
Nothing happened. Disaster. Not just. It is Acidk.
Is transcendent.
Not just Peanut.
Share in it.
Void slash. Crashing void.
Did you get good sleep, Peanut? Because I didn't. So annoying.
Void slash.
Somebody yelled and then I woke up. And then I was like, is this person gonna yell again? So I couldn't sleep.
Null palm.
And finally,
Using slam.
Finally, that person didn't.
Champions, over
No,
here,
I think
follow
it's
me.
different neighbor.
The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be
Good, we were able to get AOTC on Quel'Dana Strait earlier. Oh, great, well. Any good gear? Was storming all night. Storming? Are you storming too? Oh, storming for real? Oh my god. I thought you were storming somewhere. Oh my god. Hope everything okay. Acidk cannot sleep because her neighbor is. That's music from our country. Not even one good drop on boss, all for DH. Oh, DH happy.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
A gift of power.
Do you have best man for safety, Peanut? Oh, I hate this. I always think it's cool if I can have basement, but I probably gonna be afraid. Basement is solely dark. Oh wait. Oh no. Oh no. What's the first time for you?
Is transcendent.
Got toast? Yeah, was that first time? Ever? Sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, you cannot get too close. I didn't see though. So we don't have to clip, don't worry. Yeah. It's funny. Have what? Basement. Basement. BASE. Watch out, don't pull boss yet.
Of power.
bomb. Void bomb.
I moved, but got hit by void bomb.
Shadow pounce. Overload.
What time MDI watch party? In 40 minutes. More or less, but we can do one more key after this. Hey, Thunderfist! How are you doing?
Shadow pounce. Void bomb.
My power
Shadow
is
pounce.
transcendent. Share in it.
Overload. Shadow pounce. Void bomb. Shadow pounce.
Yeah, maybe we can. Oh god.
Void bomb. Shadow pounce.
Around 5 or 6 hour time.
Shadow
Overload.
pounce.
Thank you for
Watch
removing the
out.
obstacles between me and this staff, heroes.
Yeah, I didn't
This
pull.
will do nicely. You'll find
I-
their vice
did I pull
near the
extra?
entrance to the temple. Feeble.
A gift of power.
I did. I pulled extra.
Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves. I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Let's see if this is enough. Over here. Guys. And then we can use gateway after this. Oh, we can also use MDI strat
Is
with Evoker.
transcendent. Share in
Good morning, soft prep. Gateway to up here, please. Watch out! This is a lot of casters. Try to interrupt as many as you can. Watch out orbs. Watch out orbs. How are you today, soft prep? Are you excited to watch final group BMDI? I'm excited. I want to watch.
Share in it.
The first game actually pretty important because it's upper bracket, but it's okay. We might skip one or two game because of key.
I shall bring you to your twilight.
Mind blast.
I'm good. I'm good. I will be watching it
Mind
after
blast.
because I'm going to sleep. Oh, yeah.
Acid infusion.
I remember. Didn't you like work at night?
Mind blast.
My damage
Mind
is getting
blast.
so good.
Gates of the
You
abyss.
are. I mean,
Umbral tentacles.
you always play good, Leo. But did you get good gear
Mind
recently?
Mind blast. Repulse.
Oh, night shift on the west coast of the USA. I see.
My power.
I feel like a lot of WoW players
Share
have
in
night shift, or it's just me.
Mind blast. Gates of the abyss. Mind blast.
But maybe because my Akumas
Mass
and
infusion.
mine schedule, we stream morning US, right?
Mind blast. Mind blast. Gates of the abyss. Umbral tentacles.
My friend one time asking me why I don't stream morning Indonesian,
from within.
like morning when it's morning in Indonesia. And
Yes, the Naru.
I don't know, it
The
feels
muscle
like
inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned
it's better for me, and I'm more active at night.
Such chaos.
I'm almost
The way
full
is
beast.
open.
Nice.
Hurry, heroes.
It's nice.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications. Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
If Walker is good, I'm gonna ask if he wants to heal more.
Disintegrate.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Grim chorus. Disintegrate. Symphony of the Eternal Night.
Last, please. Oh yeah, it's the revolver. We cannot talk to him. Oh,
Backlash.
less than. Please use that frog helm on the rack behind you. Hey, that's part of the goal, Olgan. If we hit the sub goal, I'll use frog head. I actually prepared something else. I also prepared this one.
Disintegrate.
Oh. That would be nice. all gone. One. Sleepy Bro.
The light become a creature of shadow.
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever shifting.
I feel the fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices.
Oh,
to
it's
make,
Nexus Point.
and
It's gonna be
consequences to
fast.
face.
Let's go. Give me a minute. Do we have DPS that interested to join? If not, I'll go with this. Leo is so geared. Oh, Nexus. Thank you, Doma. Enjoy your breakfast. Also, thank you for the 3 months in advance. Oh my god, thank you so much. Nexus point, and we got plus point. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Do you want night shift also? Do you work night shift? I see. Thank you for the lure, crazy dude. Oh my god. My hand over here is itchy. Oh my god, so annoying. Somebody whispered me triple lock. Crazy dude, where are you going? I have spot for DPS. You don't want to join? Oh, there is Augment. Even though Augment is overkill, I was about to pick him. We pick this guy. Ratri. Oh, I see. I got like offer to promote
Found any good treasure?
like charity for retired veteran. Yes,
Try not to slay
but
too
I'm
many
not
dragons, okay?
familiar. I don't have experience getting
Lots of treasure out there.
sponsored like that. So yeah, I'm not sure. We need to be careful of scam too, right?
Nelly deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like
Oh yes, Jesse HFX. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah. I remember I ran with Jesse, and
5,
then
4,
um
3, 2,
I still had my
1.
hunter, right? Right now I don't play my hunter. Not yet. And then
5,
the tank
4, 3,
he
2,
wasn't tanking when I played with him. The tank was new. Oh my god.
We have already won.
I was like I thought this is gonna be chill.
Danger. This isn't
Let's
what
12 and then well I don't mind.
pieces missing. We have to find them before it
I wasn't angry or anything. But oh my god, that was a funny run. I think the tank was new and he was learning. Yes, see. I was like, I wish he told me that the tank was new. At least I could prepare, you know. But yeah, he's a good guy. He's like that. He brings people even though they don't have experience or something.
Hurry up those repairs. If we aren't careful, that will be all of us.
This guy is repairing.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Itu. Tetris. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you last. Yep. Easy. Hopefully this invoker lasts. Because I'm pulling 2 circuits here. I whispered you instead of staying in party. Oh no, there's battery that just... Yeah. The Pally unfortunately didn't survive. You have health stone? Oh, that hurts.
My power is
Battery! Kill it!
transcendent. Share in it.
I usually go right. But because of MDI, I went left.
A gift of power.
Oh, yeah, that. Oh, nice.
More of you mindless intruders! Stay away from my work!
Reflux charge.
Is but another prototype!
You're the only person that
Reflux charge.
goes right. No, some MDI teams also went right. Leo. The thing is, the team that went left won. It probably doesn't have something to do with that, but maybe.
A gift.
Reflux charge.
Alright, always has his tools!
I think it's a matter of the last utilization. The bloodlust utilization. I think it's more value when you go right at the beginning and last. Sorry, go left.
My power output is peaking!
Oh no, oh my god. There is a space at the end here. Watch out, knockback.
Reflux charge.
But another prototype!
Don't forget to send the conduits.
You will realize I was right, Illyria. Your judgment has been clouded by the void, as it always does.
My vision has never been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
It's because of the last on damage amplifier phase. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, the damage amp on this next boss.
Power. A gift of power.
Epic. I'll get it. I'll pull it back after this. Did the smudge get in? That's weird. I think he died.
Miserable display. You have all failed in your purpose.
My power.
Oh my god, it's mosquitoes.
Do us all a favor and die before I have to kill you myself. Prove your worth. Pathetic blackness.
A gift of power.
Minions, do not disappoint me again.
Ibitwi, thank you for the follow. Your name is like how frog sounds. Ibit, ibit.
Yet another battle. I am still wounded from
Umbral
the
How are you this Sunday?
Eclipsing step.
Are you Ibit or QI bit?
will be no end to your suffering.
Ibit.
No vanguard.
Do not disappoint me again.
Umbral lash. Eclipsing step.
There will be no end to your suffering.
Umbral lash. Light star flare.
Hit it, hit it. Wow, this is so nice.
Umbral lash. Eclipsing step.
Only one face. Like MDI.
No vanguard.
Huge damage.
You got the last conduit. Make sure to send them over. Lothraxian.
We check
this isn't what the
Warcraft
light
channel.
demands of us. Think of the lives that will be lost. Just trust us.
You of them all I thought would understand, Arathon. Shame that the void has corrupted you too.
The console is working. Starting the bridge now.
My power is transcendent.
I fixed at the back. Can somebody get it? Sorry. I went ahead already. Oh no. Watch out the frontal. I got frontal. Oh my god. My bad, guys. I saw the frontal and I moved, but I still get hit. Yeah, me too. I usually don't pull this much, but I'm thinking we have enough DPS. We would be fine if I didn't get disoriented. And if the pally didn't die, I think
A gift
it would better.
of power.
It would be better. Oh. Oh my god. I'm gonna pull boss with apps. Just be careful and stun and interrupt deaths, please.
A gift.
After affix.
Searing Red. Brilliant Dispersion. Flicker. Searing Red. Flicker. Brilliant Dispersion.
Morning, Caledron. Are you excited to watch MDI?
Flicker. Divine God.
Watch the knockback. This one.
Stop what the light demands.
Searing Rend.
Kinda, just so I can see what to expect in my PoV.
My power is true.
Brilliant Dispersion.
That's funny. I think you can expect a lot of warlocks because the warlock in MDI, they are so important.
Searing Rend.
I'm enjoying watching Skip in my Sarah Cavern. It's crazy.
Flicker. Divine Guile.
Oh, Dreadnoughts came out early.
You will not stop what the light demands.
A gift of
Searing Rend.
power.
Brilliant Dispersion. Flicker.
I haven't been following it much. Had friends out yesterday for a fire and a few beverages. So never log in at all. Ah, I see. You can always watch the summary. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Oxo. Thank you, Leo. I'll watch Dranos recaps. Yeah, he's so good and the recaps. Yes, Leo. Which one give you usually weapon, actually? Yeah, but I don't know if your trinket better value. True. We're going to watch MDI, guys. Watch MDI. Okay. Joy. Wait. Wrong one. Let's go. Uh, MDI, guys. I love this boat. That's Maximus. Oh, by the way, did I? Oh my god, no sound. Let me lower the sound.
Had a constant
I
ability
don't
to be
know
able to
why the
target him,
caster
and he
sounds so
walked them
loud
all
today.
the way over here. I would not be shocked if we're seeing the Bloodlust getting deployed here in just a couple of moments for Auntie's Angels. And for Triple Threat on the left side, they got Veximus pulled a full 40% faster, but I feel like for Auntie's Angels, the strat is so flashy, it looks so cool.
Yeah, so this is going to activate the RP of the Overgrown Ancient, which means that whenever they walk into the Overgrown Ancient room, they're not going to have this awkward period after killing this trash where they're like, what do we do now? Do we go fight the Guardian Sentry? Do we come back later? You know, what do we do with that? Auntie's Angels could instead, they could just U-turn and go straight to Overgrown Ancient, or they could go to Croth, and then just when they get to Overgrown Ancient, it will be there waiting for them after they come back from Croth. So a huge amount of options unfolding before Auntie's Angels with this strategy. Triple Threat, on the other hand, you know, when they get back to the Overgrown Ancient room, they're going to need to go there and then either wait if they come back after Croth, which feels pretty bad, or that means they have to go there right now after Veximus, and then go Guardian Sentry Croth, and then come back to the Overgrown Ancient after that trash has finished spawning the boss.
This should be really, really fast for Auntie's Angels. I think that they are basically able to save somewhere in the order of like 25 to 30 seconds, because now, instead of needing to run into that Overgrown Ancient room...
Is that an AA plus 2? No, you can see the level on the left
and I think
button.
that this
All
skips
gone. This
the
is 17.
walking, time loss. While Triple Threat, they were able to get the pull started faster, and there is some time that is gained from that. I think that Auntie's Angels should get the upper hand in terms of just the way that they've been routing through this dungeon so far.
Yeah, exactly. The question is,
What
was
is Triple
this
Threat
fancy
doing?
play worth it? And Triple Threat are skipping past the side there, jumping off the edge, and then getting into that slipstream to actually manage to skip the entirety of the trash that lives on that little rocky outcrop here. So they're going to kill off this Guardian Sentry, but then they are going to be faced with this this pickle of, do you go to Overgrown Ancient trash and then come over back to Croth? That's a lot of doubling back. Or do you go Croth and then Overgrown Ancient, but then you're going to have to AFK while you wait for Overgrown Ancient's RP to finish?
Look at this. For Auntie's Angels, though, the strategy is very, very straightforward for them. They are holding W straight to Croth from here. The Overgrown Ancient RP is already over. It makes sense to run straight to Croth. You are minimizing the amount of travel time as a whole. For Triple Threat, a big question kind of looming for me, where they're getting their count. That is kind of what I'm a little bit worried about. They skipped a bunch of the mobs. I mean, you see Auntie's Angels on the right side of the screen grabbing all of these Foragers and Ravagers together. That's Triple Threat just ended up skipping. So where is that count going to be coming from?
I mean, it has to be either it's maybe the end of the dungeon. Is that allowed? We usually think of the end of the dungeon in Algathar Academy as being sort of illegal mobs to fight a lot of at once, but maybe Triple Threat have revisited that assumption and will be doing something there. Because otherwise I don't see where they're going to get their count unless they backtrack for some of these Ravagers, in which case why bother going through all that effort to skip them in the first place?
Yeah, backtracking I'm completely out on. If they do end up pulling all that trash at the very end,
I mean, it has to be that then. There's nothing else it could be.
Backtrack gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, so it'll be a bunch of like Echo Knights and Invokers. That's a pretty scary set of enemies. As Auntie's Angels also doing the skip past that final Ravager pack, getting in combat with this Guardian Sentry. And Auntie's Angels, the path in front of them is incredibly straightforward. It's just Croth trash, Croth, Overgrown Ancient, Dorgosa with some trash, right? Bang.
Yep.
Dungeon finished. Whereas for Triple Threat, it's much more of a question mark, but they are a little bit ahead in terms of dungeon progression. So
oh my
is
God.
that advantage going to be enough for them? Is this fancy play that Auntie's Angels did
I don't know what
or going to prove to be inefficient?
I feel like... So Triple Threat killed Veximus
I got my
1
coffee,
minute ahead of
guys.
Auntie's Angels, which 1 minute in the MDI in a speedrunning format is a lot of time. I still feel like Auntie's Angels got the better at that exchange. That it was really flashy, so maybe I evaluate that a little bit high, but I do feel like the time that was committed to be able to get the Lashers onto Veximus
One
with
clip,
that Bloodlust
because we
was
got
worth
one
the minute
sub.
that is quote-unquote lost.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was both fancy and good. Sometimes it's possible to have a strategy that is fancy and that does something nice on paper, and then you just kind of run it a couple times and you're like, hang on a second, we're spending 45 seconds running around. We're losing so much damage trying to do this pull without a healer, right? And like everybody
we are
casting a living
having
flame on
watch
ourselves,
party
right?
MDI.
Casting these anti-magic zones and running away from the pack, and that is costing us more time than it's worth. But I don't think this is one of those cases. I think this is one of those cases where it's like, yeah, we spent like 20 seconds to gain 2 minutes, right? And that the math on that works out favorably.
So Triple Threat here.
I guess it's afternoon.
How far they are into Croth by the time
where
Auntie's
are you,
Angels is even
Muslim
able to get Croth
gamer?
because they have this pack of trash on the right-hand side of the screen, and then they have
This
one more,
is
the one with the double alpha.
midnight
evil.
for me.
I would not be
I
shocked
mean,
if for
not
Triple
midnight.
Threat, Croth is already dead by the time Auntie's Angels even gets the boss pulled.
Yeah, I think it is possible that they will be able to. So, I mean, that is quite a bit of time, right?
Stormy?
Even if they have to get some more trash.
With Stormy.
I feel like that time might still be enough to be in
This is
favor of the Triple Threat. This is going to be such a close
It's
finish.
Stormy
I mean,
right
these two teams
there.
are just on such different strategies
hope you
that it
are
is so
okay.
hard to know who's even ahead here.
Yeah, so they're pre-dunking some of
I
these
never
balls here.
changed my
I really like what
tag.
Zotzi's doing
Oh.
there. We ended up throwing one in that fire goal, and now it looks like they sent the third into
Sorry,
that wind
I-
goal. It's going to be canceling this Ruinous Winds cast, and now all the players
I
are
don't
going to be able to pick
remember
up
the-
these wind orbs on the ground, giving them a bunch of haste, but
I
also
mean,
preventing some of the pushback.
I remember
now,
there was
Croft,
somebody
once it
named
gets pushed to
Stormy.
45%, we are going to see it start to do its second cast, where you throw 3 orbs into that fire gauntlet, and whenever the third orb
Yeah,
contacts
sorry,
that
but I
fire
don't
gauntlet,
remember that much.
it'll stun the boss, making it take bonus damage. And ideally for Triple Threat, that's where all of their offensive cooldowns line up: the Breath of Eons, the Army, I guess it's like Avatar for the Warrior, but the Warbreaker as well.
Oh, okay.
And if they're able to burn the boss from 45 to 0 at that point in time, that is a huge deal for Triple Threat. We didn't really talk about compositions all too much, aside from the skip that at the very beginning, but Triple Threat running this Arms Warrior.
I
feel like
have
this Arms Warrior is
Pen
really interesting
by
in
my
this dungeon,
side.
Dratnos. I like it in a couple of dungeons.
But
Mysara's
that's
Caverns is normally
for
the one where you think of the Arms Warrior as being
chewing
super OP,
mosquitoes.
but for high mob
The
density, what do you
mosquitoes
kinda
are
think about the Arms
annoying.
Warrior and the sweeping strikes?
Yeah, so on paper, it shouldn't be great at the pure single target encounters, right? Croth, impossible to pull trash on, but it does feature a haste buff and a damage amp, both of which I think are favorable for the Arms Warriors, so that does somewhat even out. And then I think it's pretty good on Veximus. On Veximus, you're able to pull trash in with Veximus.
Did you
You're
watch
very happy to
MDI
be cleaving on that.
yesterday and on
Overgrown Nation,
Friday?
Potentially, you can be fighting some insects with it at the start, and then, of course, the boss spawns a bunch of trash during it, so I think very favorable for Arms there.
Boss?
And then
Boss is
Echo
kinda dead.
Zaragoza, you're also pulling trash on
And
too. So
Antis
I think Arms looks
Angels.
pretty good in this dungeon. As you can see, Triple Threat, are going to be finishing this
Their
off.
Druid
While
is
Auntie's Angels
nice in
have it at
AA.
about 73% in that first Ruinous Winds cast. So their damage will be accelerating, but Triple Threat have already finished off the boss. You can see their boss
Nice.
one split was about a minute ahead.
What are
Let's
your
compare that
friendly
boss
day
two split and
geckos?
see how that looks for them as well, because Auntie's Angels
The
should have gotten a little bit more trash
geckos.
there
I
in the
know,
boss two
right?
section.
Where are all
So they pulled the
geckos?
boss
Look at
2
this.
minutes earlier than Auntie's Angels. They ended up, I think Triple Threat,
My
I saw on the
hand
timer, I think it
red
was like
because of
2:35 was their kill
mosquitoes.
time of Croth. Is Auntie's Angels going to be able to get the
Oh
boss
my
cut off a little faster? Is
God.
another question that I have.
This
Yeah,
is
because their
terrible.
composition is a lot more kind of cookie cutter, right? This is the
Yes.
main meta specs for Auntie's Angels. Now, we talked about how the rest of this series has some maps where you're pretty happy playing some off meta stuff, but it is still a cost to be using all of these in this map, right? Triple Threat can play Bear in both the next two if they wanted, and Auntie's Angels won't have that option, and that is definitely something. Same with Devourer, right?
Yeah, look at for Triple Threat here. Now they have to deal with these Lashers, and something that they're going to have to pay a penalty on is they're going to have to pay the RP penalty on the Overgrown Ancient
Exactly.
spawning. It is only
Thank
about
you,
15
thank
to 20
you.
seconds,
Casual is
which
good.
isn't that big of a deal. At the
Sometimes
same time,
you
it is time
need
that Auntie's
balance
Angels, that's going to
between
accelerate for
jamming
them.
and
They
your
aren't going to be
real
having to
life.
pay. First off, they're not going to have to kill his trash back, and they aren't going to have to wait for RP. The boss, Overgrown Ancient, is just
Thank
going to be
you,
standing
thank
spawn. I
you.
also would not be shocked if Triple Threat is going to need to go repull some of the
In a
battle
few
axe
months,
packs
it's gonna
that they
be
ended up
1
skipping
year.
at the
I
very
cannot
beginning, and
wait.
potentially pulling those into the boss. We did also see off
okay.
to the side.
I
that they
mean,
left
I
some
don't
of the
want it
skitterflies
to
flying around in the room.
pass,
That is likely to be
pass,
for the
but
augmentation
yeah.
of duplicate uptime.
I
to
cannot
continue to
wait
give them
for
a
the
target to hit.
1 year
So what's going to be
anniversary.
happening here? Okay, Zotzi is running off, and he's pulling that battle axe pack, and he's going to probably be warnstoning back into the boss room, bringing that
Oh,
trash
wow.
with him, and the at
That's
the exact same
actually a
time, the
long way
other side of
to
Triple Threat,
walk.
they've already pulled the boss.
Yeah, so Zotzi will be grabbing that trash from the bridge, making his way back to the group, able to get them healed before too much is a problem. There is a wall in the way, but luckily monks have a lot of ways to ignore that. You've got Transcendence and, of course, Wernstone, both available.
Oh, he got snapped back!
Zotzi
He
got
got
yanked
snapped
back!
Oh, no.
This is catastrophic for Triple Threat,
Oh
and he is
my
going to go
God.
down as a result of this. And this can happen if you get too far away
They
from
lost.
mobs. Sometimes they will yoink you right back to them. So Zotzi going
If
down for
they
Triple Threat, certainly not how
tried
that was
that-
supposed to look for them. And they can't B-res him. They have a B-res available,
Oh,
but his corpse
God.
is way over on that bridge. So the question is, will Triple Threat be able to survive this boss with this trash without a healer?
I
No.
think that they were going to win too, but at the same time, he got snapped back, and now it's going to be a full wipe for Triple Threat. Yeah, it was interesting because we were seeing such different strategies from both of these teams, and you
Wait,
have
they
to be
don't
wondering
de-res?
what if Zotzi didn't get snapped back. But for Auntie's Angels, on the right-hand side, 70% on this Overgrown Ancient. Actually, Triple Threat's still alive. They're living an awful long time for not having a healer, but Teef does inevitably go down to those poisons, to the melee swings, to those battle axes, and it's going to be a full
No,
wipe
maybe
for
the
Triple
corpse
Threat.
wasn't there.
The revenge of the snap. Algathar Academy spent all of Dragonflight watching its mobs getting teleported all over the place by these MDI teams, and now they're getting their revenge, yoinking Zatsi back onto that bridge and taking him down.
This is what I was saying earlier about Divine needing
MDI,
to walk
but
the lashers over. If you get
there
too
was
far away
disaster
from mobs
for
and
one
out
of
now,
the
they
team.
just snap you back, right? So that's why Divine, you saw him going really slow,
Did
making
they
sure all the
practice
lashers were kind
that?
of near him the entire time, and not actually electing to press that Wordstone. Where if Zatsi, you kind of have to wonder
But
what
the
if, right?
Cure
What if
got
he let the
snapped
pack
back.
actually walk a little bit further towards him before he ended up pressing that Wordstone? Would he have been snapped back?
Yeah, exactly. That is the thing that you really need to have the exact understanding of how these mobs will behave when you're going to try and execute a strategy like this. But Triple Threat going to be trying it again, getting into boss combat, but now it is Auntie's Angels certainly well in the lead here as Overgrown Ancient nearly going to die for them as Triple Threat have just got it started. So 6 deaths are a minute and 30 seconds in addition to this. All of that advantage that Triple Threat built up in the start of the dungeon on those timers was already going to get shrank by the way that Auntie's Angels pulled the map, but now it has been certainly reversed.
I think the count is actually even here, so I think that Triple Threat was just going to be ahead in the route.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been starting the bot. It would have been about the same time, right? Like maybe 10 to 15 seconds in favor of one team over the other, right? And
it would have been mostly even, right? Like I think it's not like Auntie's Angels, while a very flashy strategy, it wasn't going to be minutes faster or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had a similar core idea, right? Of like, let's send our monk to go and grab some extra trash so that we can mitigate this RP time, right? And it shows up in different spots in the map. But of course, if one team successfully executes a strategy like that and the other does not, that is going to make the difference in the series, unless Auntie's Angels have something fall apart for them here at the end of the map.
Oh, they're playing safe. Dude, I think that they see that Triple Threat wiped. I suspect that the Echo Knights being played by themselves, while it is something that you do in a high key, probably not something that the Auntie's Angels were designing to do in a 17.
They were probably ready to take those into boss, with Lust, but and this is really intelligent, right? They've identified that Triple Threat have wiped. You know that that's a minute and a half plus however much dungeon time they lost, and the boss is at half health as well, so they know they have a huge lead, and you want to minimize the chance of wiping, but you also want to make sure that you don't go too slow, that you end up giving that lead back without wiping, which is very important.
It's kind of a question of like, what's the fail case? Okay, the fail case is taking 4 Echo Knights onto the Echo Dorgosa and just having that turn into an absolute calamity. And for the Triple Threat here, they're doing a little bit of a skip, a very common skip, where they are jumping over, skipping some of the Echo Knights. They are going to be parrying and probably getting in combat with one of those invokers, pulling the other invoker immediately into the boss, and they are going to be engaging the Echo Dorgosa, kind of similar to what we assumed that Auntie's Angels was electing to do a little bit slower. The Bloodlust has been engaged for Auntie's Angels, and they are going to start accelerating a little bit now on the Echo Dorgosa. The Triple Threat, they've pressed their Bloodlust as well, and they are, I think, in an okay position to be able to get the boss killed off in a similar time to Auntie's Angels, but they have to be able to kill the boss 1 minute 30 seconds faster, which I do not believe is in the cards.
Yeah, this is going to be a very impressive start to the series for Auntie's Angels if they can hold on here.
Nice.
Triple Threat are definitely catching up on boss HP, but then you look at the minute 30 of death timer and you see, okay, Auntie's Angels, they could have a player go AFK here.
Wow,
they
isn't that crazy? That's one of the best university there.
Across this dungeon. And again, Triple Threat are coming in here as quite substantial favorites.
Yeah, that's the best, right?
But Auntie's Angels, definitely a team that is performing in this series, right? The strategy that they've pulled out at the start of this map was just very, very high level.
She learned
very excited to see this out of them, and I think we are going to be in for a thrilling series. And the good news is, both of these teams as well, whichever team wins, whichever team loses, we will see them both further in the weekend, right? Later today as well. There are more matches ahead of both teams, and with the way they've been playing this Algathar Academy, I can't wait to see what they have in some of the other maps as well.
Yeah, and I mean, just for a, like, who are these teams perspective, whenever you're looking at the Triple Threat, the names that you probably recognize the most from, like, long-term MDI, Zatsi, and Swag. All of those players have competed many a times in the MDI circuits. For Auntie's Angels, Yaunt and Divine, I think Yaunt was actually rank 1 live.
But they were in
pusher
English.
in Season 1 of the War Within as well. Both of those two players also have insane, just long-term historic value. This series also maybe a little bit of a matchup of like Swag versus Divine.
This is
the
actually
ultra
very
flex
close,
matchup.
considering
yeah, of course,
triple
a
threat.
very storied MDI team,
Will
but
wipe.
it is Auntie's Angels that are going to be striking first in this series. They take a 1-0 lead in the Algathar Academy.
Wow.
Auntie's Angels, they capitalized on triple threats, misstep, and took the first point here of our opening series on our Group B finals day. I mean, we said it before that if triple threat couldn't keep up their near perfect runs, it could give Auntie's Angels a chance to steal a map for them, which is exactly what happened. I mean, Auntie's Angels strats in this one were flashy, and it seemed like ultimately, though, it would have been slower if triple threat hadn't had to wipe. Still, Tettles, they showed us something new, so do you think that Auntie's is bringing a level of play that might allow them to take this series?
I mean, I feel like if you gave me a chance to re-pick the series, I would probably go 2-1 Auntie's Angels at this point in time.
What a game, guys.
Yes. Yes.
Like-
At the same time, I feel like the triple threat, up until obviously they wiped and it went catastrophic, I think
This
that they were gonna
Angel
be about
only
15
has
seconds faster than Auntie's.
19% prediction.
It's, you know, it's interesting. It looked
Triple
like it very
threat
much, at least from that
81%.
opening, right, where we got to see that gap kind of widening between them. But I feel like
But,
this was kind of
yeah, the
a
triple
newer,
threat
fresher
was
approach from Auntie's than we've seen at least
getting
in the couple
snapped,
days that they've been here, kind of
and
living
then
up to
their
a little bit
healer
more of that
died.
potential that Divine has on the team, as well as some of these, like not some of these experienced players. So makes from your
I mean,
analyst
being
side,
an
what were you kind of
Indonesian,
seeing play out for these two teams
I'm
over the course of the
kinda believing
It's really
of
cool because of the
superstition.
routing, right? We saw
Oh yeah,
that
that's just
whole
unlucky for
pull
them.
where we just saw Divine kind of going on an adventure, and he takes all the lashers and he
Very
brings them
unlucky
to
for
Maximus, and you
triple
look at
threat.
this, and to the eye test, you think this has to be the fastest Algathar Academy route. I'll say it makes sense. Auntie's Angels, Algathar Academy, both of those, you know, alliterations on the A. It is a very, very cool pull that they are doing here. But then, yeah, well, you gotta be corny every now and then. After they do this, it doesn't look like they're actually faster, right? The route passes the eye test, but the execution does not. Triple threat, despite this
Yeah.
entire pull,
Yeah.
still a little bit faster up until this point.
But
so,
that's so
we then
scary, pull.
see Divine actually trying to add the, or well, later on, we see Zatsi trying to add the bridge pack onto the lashers for them, and that just turns it around. But up until that point, triple threat were for sure faster. And there was another thing that I really didn't like that Auntie's Angels were
I skipped
doing here, and that's their
that.
end of dungeon
I didn't
procedure.
see that,
Now,
pull.
I don't know, obviously, if the team was already
That was
aware
what
that something
Leo
had
said he
happened, or
likes
triple
it, I
threat. You
think.
never know for sure. But if that is their actual Algathar Academy routing for the end there, right into Echo of Daragosa, I am incredibly worried for Auntie's Angels, because we've seen teams of lower seeding be able to
That's
actually
not
pull
how
off
I
a
usually pull
triple
that
Echo
first
Knight into Echo of Daragosa, and
first
I think
ads
Auntie's
on
Angels should
3.
be up for that as well.
So
There's a chance they do it
run
to
with
be
mount.
safe. Here's the snapback.
Yeah,
one
at that
more
time
So what happened
the
is, I thought it was
ads
too far from the
following
box.
me,
We
but
weren't
I
snapping.
haven't hit them. So if there is
unfortunately,
DPS
he had
that
to die there
hit,
for a second,
they died.
as he got pulled back. Team then was unable to res him, unable to recover, as they couldn't reach him to res him. Playing this boss without a healer, not a good time. And that ended up being the 6 deaths that you saw at the end there. And this is, I would love to hear your opinion, Tettles. Dratnos, I was obviously not listening, but do you think that's actually their route, or do you think they're playing safe here?
We didn't think so. Like, we thought that was the safety.
Yeah, I
the
thought this
safety
was a
pull.
play safe, big IO.
Yeah.
You know? It's like when you're doing a key and you look at the timer and you're like, oh, we actually have 10 minutes because we've been playing so well. Except in the MDI, it comes from, oh, the other team wiped.
It's hard to say because it was a really short turnaround time, right? Like, the moment they saw the death on the other team, they were basically nearly finished with the Ancient. So there
Yeah.
wasn't a whole lot of
All
time to
that
actually make
research.
that choice, but
It just seems so odd.
And
to have
trial
a
and
strategy that's
error,
so
everything.
ambitious in the rest of the dungeon, and then just gives back a minute with something that would be much easier, and that you've seen other teams practice of just pulling some more trash onto the end boss.
Could be a little bit metagamey. There's been teams historically that have had a 6-man in comms with them that have been like, okay, they wiped, just do not wipe and you
No,
win.
triple threat,
I mean,
0.
honestly, it is smart though, because while we've talked about the fact that
Anti-Angel
when
one.
teams run these routes, a lot of times they'll just stick to the route that they know, even if it has big pulls or dangerous pulls, because they've practiced the timing so
M3?
specifically that
Oh.
doing anything else will mess it up. But if you know that you have some perilous pulls ahead, and you know that this team has had this big wipe, I feel like there are those moments where if you can make that call and it's not going to throw things for you, and
There
it
is
makes you more
still
safe, it is a good way to
Group
play it.
C.
And obviously, Auntie's Angels, they made it through the dungeon and they took this first map. Now, of course, we're looking ahead to Seat of the Triumvirate, which will be the second map here. If Aunties can take this one as well, then they'll be able to go ahead and just move on in the upper bracket, which would be a huge shock for our predictions. But, you know, Dratnos, this was kind of alluded to while you were casting. Given that
Crafted
Auntie's
gear is
Angels went from meta
295.
picks this time, we're seeing down below the bands. Does this put them at a disadvantage for the second map?
Yeah, especially for the third
Yeah.
map, missing the Augavoker and Nexus Point Zenith is something that I'm a little bit worried about for Auntie's Angels. Missing the Mystery for the Unholy DK.
So
those
there
are great
is
specs.
Liquid
There's a lot of
on
great
Group
specs in the game
C.
right now. There's a lot of things they can play
And
that will fill those roles. You can even just have your
Discount.
DK, swap over to Frost, head over to Acarus, change your rune
And the
form,
last time,
get back into the dungeon,
ducks can
all
fly
good.
also.
But yeah, I think the side of Triple Threat do get a
Wasn't
slightly
bad.
better ban going into the rest of the series. I would definitely rather have the map win than the slightly better ban, though.
Okay, well,
quick point in
yes,
case.
yes.
We did see them on the Prot Warrior, Resto Sham, Ret, Pali, Demo, Warlock, and Devour Demon Hunter when they banged out their really fast Seat of the Triumvirate route. That was basically on Mandatory's time, so we might see that here again.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
I
we
saw.
are getting into it. Yes, indeed. Triple threat versus
second
Auntie's Angels.
match.
This is our
Second
second
match.
map. If Auntie's Angels can take it, they will move on. Triple threat has to bring it back, Dratnos.
Indeed they do, and as Make said, Auntie's Angels have that exact composition
Yeah,
deployed
it's
once more
weird.
in the Seat of the Triumvirate. No surprise here, they were so fast with this one last time, and this will be so good for setting themselves up for a map 3, but they're hoping to not even need a map 3 as it is Triple Threat.
Muslim Gamer
the
said
favorites
I
of the
stopped
series
watching a lot
that are
of competitive
facing,
WoW because
the
it's mostly
1-0
same teams
deficit, as both
competing.
teams are going to be finishing off this
Whether
first
it's
massive
Empress
trash
or
pull with
Arenas.
Lust, one of the scariest pulls in the
Um,
dungeon with all of those chains
some team
going out
same
and doing huge
name,
damage.
but their
Satsi, though,
roster
going to be grabbing even more trash,
kinda
taking it onto the
different
boss,
now.
as, in a little bit of a
Muslim
tough spot
Gamer.
there, but the Wardenstone
I
does
think
get
there
him out of it.
is.
Nicely handled, and a bunch of Broken
Nice.
will be joining the party.
Dude, I immediately noticed, the first thing I noticed from the Triple Threat is the fact that Wildlife is actually not playing Devourer. Instead, he's playing that Havoc.
Yeah.
So it looks like Triple Threat is actually trying... I feel like the way that they're navigating the spec variety rule is really, really smart in terms of setting themselves up for just the potential bans and what they want to run inside the Nexus Point Zenith.
from
At the same
Echo.
time, if you're the Triple Threat, you have to
Right,
be able to win
from
this first
Echo.
map. I think that is something that is... Or the second map, rather. That is something that's going to be crucially important. And for Auntie's Angels, I feel like they're on a slightly worse composition than what I'm seeing from the Triple Threat, but I don't think it's that much worse. And like Mick said earlier, they ran a really quick run with this exact composition earlier this weekend.
Yeah, Triple Threat are deploying a couple of those off-meta specs of the meta classes, right? We have the Frost Death Knight in here as well, which has been showing up in a lot of different dungeons actually across this weekend. A lot of teams have found that spec, in a lot of cases,
Yeah,
can
that's
do
true.
as much or even sometimes more than the Unholy does. So Swag busting out that Frost Death Knight, as you can see, the Frostworm's Fury. They're Apex talent this expansion. If you haven't played Frost this expansion, you got to try it out because the Apex talent is so fun. You get to press your Frostworm's Fury, your big dragon button, again, and it returns from whence it came to hit you again on the way back. It's very fun.
Okay, so look at this. The Triple Threat here. They have the first boss killed off in a 2-minute, 4-second split. And for Auntie's Angels, it looks like they're going to be somewhere closer to like the 2:45 marker for basically the exact same amount of enemy forces.
Yeah, this is a good opening for the Triple Threat for sure. They were faster to deal with that first pull, faster to spawn that boss, faster to pull it, and then definitely faster to kill it, as they are going to be hanging an immediate right turn here, running across the wall here so they can jump down nice and easily, nice and safely, and get in combat
Nice.
with the first Rift Warden over on the right. Meanwhile, for Auntie's Angels, the boss does go down. You can see 30 whole seconds slower than Triple Threat. So Triple Threat certainly accelerating here. Spatial Paradox being used for Zatsi, letting him just hang out in this Moonkin form, cast with that infinite range
Look
while
at his
moving a little
damage.
bit on pull. And yeah, look at that Starfire damage on the opener.
Yeah, I mean, the Call of the Elder Druid, the homage to JB, I mean, it really just allows that Restoration Druid to be able to do insane amounts of damage. Mark of the Wild is also probably the best raid buff for Mythic Plus, but Resto Druid, if they're able to get a bunch of casts off, I think that they can do a decent amount more damage than, say, a Restoration Shaman in this key.
Yeah, certainly the personal damage will be higher. Mark of the Wild is very strong. Sky Fury might be the only buff that has an argument for being even better, though, especially if you're playing with Rep Pally. I think it's not even close as well. But Auntie's Angels have that Rep Pally, that Resto Shaman combo that is so synergistic with each other.
I think that the Sky Fury buff with Rep Paladin, I think it's like 10% damage.
It is
something like ridiculous.
An incredible amount of damage,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the way that it
It's
works,
always
Sky
nice
Fury
to
gives you some extra
see
auto attacks,
there
but
is
Rep
team
Pallies, their
that's
auto
Dark
attacks are just replaced with
Horse.
Crusader Strikes, so more of those is
Where did
way
this-
more damage than most specs are getting.
Yeah.
For the triple threat here, I didn't
And,
see where did they end up
like,
getting this extra
threatening
trash pack.
the
You saw Swag having
top-
to grip some of the mobs,
the
and I think
top
there was like
teams.
a bound void collar that was even in that pack. Where did they grab those?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Although Teeth is going to go down to that
Triple
Umbral
threat
Twin,
thing
taking
died.
out the tank for triple threat. Now the res actually is
AoE
just
taunt?
a release and run back. He does have AoE taunt on Prop Warrior, so it looks like he's going to be able to press that to secure this if it was off cooldown, and indeed it was. So it looks like the pack at least is not killing anybody else in the group. This has cost them Goober's Defy Fate, Defy Time, whatever. Alter
Defy
Fate,
Fate, yeah.
Alter
That's right.
Time.
Yeah.
Alter Time's a mage one. Yeah, the Defy Fate, letting him cheat death there, but somehow Triple Threat have avoided a tank death turning into anything worse. And Teef going to be charging forward, grabbing more, wasting no time. But now they're down 15 seconds of that death timer. I think they're more than 15 seconds ahead in terms of dungeon progression, though. They did that first boss so quickly. I mean, 2 minutes is unreal in a plus 16 to kill that first boss and the first trash pull.
I still feel, I feel like they're a lot a bit ahead. It's weird. They're just continuing to just push the envelope in terms of speed. And while that, I actually would not be shocked if that additional pack that we saw trickle in really late was the ultimate downfall of Teef. Like, the amount of damage that was going out from those Umbral Fins being able to melee him, whenever you play like a protection, whenever you play a Brewmaster Monk in here, you just dodge a bunch of the auto attacks from the Umbral Fins. They don't really do too much to you. But whenever you were playing a Protection Warrior, you're especially more vulnerable to some of the mob types in this dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. It's something you have to get a little bit used to. Now, you do have an Evoker on your team that can help you out if there are, like, bleeds that are threatening you. You can remove them with that cauterizing flame. But yeah,
Teef might die. Teef might die.
And this
he's got
angel.
the charge on him. He's got the shield wall rolling. He's got the bark skin as well.
Hey,
and it
Chuck.
looks like just barely Teef is going to be able to recover. But yeah, those charges are really nasty.
He got charged. Okay, whenever he got charged twice, I was scared for him, and then he got charged by 4, and I was like, oh my god, he's dead. I am astonished that Iron Market Wall, but even Iron Market Wall is enough. That is so much damage from those champions.
My suspicion is Battlescar Veteran was involved in that one as well. I don't know. I think we don't track that on our frames, but that would be my guess. I think that's the only way that you live there. Oh my goodness, we have a patrol being pulled. Now, Tettles, I saw how that pulled. Did you see how that pulled that they didn't want to grab here? It looked like a duplicate Evoker was just hanging out over there, and it pulled it. They pinged it, and they rescued it out of the way, but it was a little bit too late. And so they ended up pulling it with just one of those duplicate Evoker images.
Okay, so if this was a planned pull, they just didn't want it then, it's fine.
Yeah.
If it's an unplanned bonus count,
I think
it's
they
less
did
fun.
want this, just they wanted it on pull with the boss, and it was like, oh, we want that in 5 or 10 seconds, but they figured it out, so it looks like Triple Threat so far are so good here. And meanwhile, Auntie's Angels pulled this boss as well. Auntie's Angels are a little bit slower, but 15 seconds of death timer, I think, make these two teams basically tied.
Yeah, and I mean, you could look at it. So look at the, on our damage meter, you can see that they've been in combat for 30 seconds on the side of Auntie's Angels, and for Triple Threat, they've been in combat for 47
scary
seconds
for
at the
Triple
exact same
Threat.
point in time. So the Triple
Anytime.
Threat, whenever you're accounting for that death timer, should only be 2 seconds ahead.
So there is one other advantage in favor of Triple Threat, which is the
timer.
enemy forces count. They have 75%, whereas Auntie's Angels only sitting at 69%. So
Nice.
a 6% count differential in favor of the Triple Threat. What will that mean for the rest of the dungeon? Is that going to give them an opportunity to fight something more quickly or more safely in the remainder of the dungeon?
I mean, it is really an interesting question because I feel like a lot of
Like
the
I
teams that we've
said
seen
yesterday,
in
it
the
feels
Triumvirate, the
like
ending
Antis
sequence of this
Angels
dungeon has been fairly
getting
standard.
more
You skip a lot of the
practice.
Voidbound Destroyers, you end up
I
skipping
think
a
they
decent amount of the
practice
trash,
more
you
or
pull all of
something.
the trash in the Nazar boss room,
feels
and then
like
whenever
they-
you're waiting for the Lura RP, you just back pull some trash
They
while that
do
RP is going off. What
so
is Triple
good.
Threat going to be able to skip in comparison to Auntie's Angels is kind of the question. I wonder if it's going to be one of those trash packs that's in the boss room. There is like a 4-pack that's in the boss room that's like double bound Void Caller. That pack can be really annoying. At the same time, if Auntie's Angels are able to do that pull and one humongous pull inside of the Nazar boss room, that could be a really big time equalizer.
Yeah, exactly. There's a huge opportunity to come back here for Auntie's Angels. And actually, you know, calling it comeback is not even... I don't even think it's fair. Again, I still think these teams are tied roughly here as Triple Threat do get the boss down.
I'll call it an upset.
Starting charging forward. Yeah, I mean, it would be an upset. It would certainly be an upset in the series.
Yeah, so Triple Threat here and Auntie's Angels, they're likely to be doing something similar where there's going to be a tank pulling off to the side, then he's going to either Warnstone or leap and then meld the Void Destroyer off. Somehow the Triple Threat and Auntie's Angels are going to be able to get through this 5-pack. This tends to be the 5-pack that's fought during the Lura RP because it's not that deadly and you can kind of fight it without a healer. And so, yeah, look at that. Auntie's Angels electing to gateway, the Triple Threat. They rescue a 2-seater up. And what are the Auntie's Angels and the Triple Threat going to be looking to do here mob count-wise? You see, on the right side, Yount is grabbing the Shadow Weavers. And it looks like for Auntie's Angels, they are going to be grabbing the entire room. What did the Triple Threat gather, Dratnos?
Yeah, let's see exactly how they are going to be attacking
has
this.
6% more.
Shadow Weavers times 3 here, so pretty scary. A lot of projectiles for Triple Threat to be dodging. But yeah, Auntie's Angels fighting this basically right on top of where the boss spawns as well. So this is going to be really nice for them if they're able to succeed in this pull. Very deadly pull, though, because you have so many projectiles to dodge.
Triple Threat is faster a little bit.
You can see an Abyssal Enchantment is going to be caught by the Shadow Fury even from the Warlock from Auntie's Angels. So nicely handled, followed up by a Shockwave as well.
It's so
got an
scary.
Axe Toss coming in to finalize things, and oh no! Divine going down to a number of waves. Okay, there is an Arc available, but that is 15 seconds now of Death Timer back equalized. So the two teams are equal in Death Timer, but Auntie's Angels are pulling the boss first. But Triple Threat have way more count, so Auntie's Angels will have to go and backtrack for more trash after this boss, whereas Triple Threat won't need as much.
The healer died.
Whose comp is also better at
You didn't see
Laura?
he died. He anked so fast.
Yeah, so, I mean, based on what we saw in the first boss, my suspicion is that Frost Death Knight burst and Havoc DH, you know, the Havoc DH in general, if you're playing like Aldrachi, is probably fine at it. Fellscarred is what they're playing, though, and those Demon Surges during the damage amp should be crazy damage. So yeah, I think the Triple Threat will be able to absolutely melt Lura in that burn. Zotzi dropping super low there.
Maybe
that Mind Flame
there will be
on him
game.
from one of those tentacles, and I think maybe a projectile as well colliding with him. Looks like he's going to be able to stabilize here.
I think there will be game
I'm
3.
terrified here for Triple Threat. They have 2 of the Umbral Tentacles off to the side, still casting onto players. Actually, never mind. We have a DK. He ended up hitting that with the Syndragosa. And now Viceroy Nazar casting that Collapsing Void. We have finally killed off the last trash mob on the side of Triple Threat, so things should stabilize. And Triple Threat, they've actually accelerated damage on this boss.
Yeah, somehow they've just been doing more damage, more single target, more consistently than Auntie's Angels. It's not just a burst thing, it's an all-the-time thing. Their Havoc DH and Frost Death Knight are just doing absurd amounts of DPS here, really showing that these specs, you know, we think about the Unholy, we think about the Devourer.
Yeah, sometimes it all comes down to who does more damage.
I would not be shocked if the Frost DK and the Havoc Demon Hunter and this Augmentation Evoker do an insane amount of damage to Lura inside of that Bloodlust and are able to kind of bring that home really, really quickly. So the Triple Threat here, they are going to be downing Viceroy Nazar. Something that you pointed out a little bit earlier as well. Look at this. 6% is all, actually 5.3% is all the Triple Threat needs to be able to finish and have 100% enemy forces. It looks like it's just going to be 2 Void-Infused Destroyers and I can't tell what that third mob is. For Auntie's Angels, I think they're going to have to play a 5-pack.
Yeah, they definitely will, which means Triple Threat might even be able to take this onto Lura, potentially. They're inching in that direction, is all I'll say here.
Who is that good for? The Evoker, probably.
Yeah, and just also just getting the... Like, Lura, if you think about Lura... Starting the boss really starts the timer on getting to that damage amp, right? It does look like they are going to wait. They're going to finish off these destroyers. They were just pulling it forward for movement efficiency here, but not interested in actually starting the boss combat with these destroyers active.
Yes, I think that moving the mobs actually closer to the boss here is a really easy to understand time save. At the same time, it's something that these MDI teams do automatically, but it is... They probably saved 10 seconds as opposed
Yeah,
to
they
having to
pulled
find
exactly
it where the
100%.
pack stood. And right as those two Void
And
Destroyers
Angel.
die, the boss became attackable, and the triple threat are already
Oh yeah, and
immediately
also
into
triple
combat.
threat.
Since is that? Oh, it's probably not the real meta. They did
Where
end
is
up sending
the
Breath of
one
Beyond Special
at?
Global though.
Yeah, that does potentially come
Wait,
back
is the
in
Void Destroyer
time.
still alive? Oh my god, it's still
Oh
alive!
no! Oh
Zazi
my
getting
god.
lasered by the Disintegrate because of the knock up there, and Goober also in tremendous danger here. Tries
Oh
to
my
live,
god.
Eruption takes him down. Now they have one more battle res here, so they're going to be able to get him back up. But now if they have any further deaths here, they will be in huge trouble. Have they hit enough? They still have 4 of these notes active as well. The entire room
Oh my god, they've
is
lost.
covered. They are going to be using their defenses
Yeah.
here.
They did
Yeah,
lose.
you can still hit 4. You can still hit 4 in one though, because you can take it on top of one and hit the other 3, right?
Yes, you can do that. I feel like this has tipped tremendously in favor of Auntie's Angels for something
Oh
that
my
looked like it was going to
God.
be automatic for the triple threat. The fact that that Void Infused Destroyer just put out that debuff and barely clipped a couple of their players, killing them off. They weren't
no.
able to get the damage amp
They were
activated.
out of range, I think, of those ones at the back of the room. So
Oh
Lura is going to be
God.
getting to another cast here,
How did-
another disintegrate.
why did they do
before another
that?
set of beams. While Auntie's Angels, they're going to actually be getting this Discordant Beam, and if they hit this one, they'll be going to the damage amp first. And they are a team that is sitting there with 30 seconds in favor of them on the death timers
And
now.
did they really
So
not
they
hit?
pre-lusted here. They believe that they are going to be killing the boss inside of this damage amp, no questions asked. I think it is. I'm not 100% sure that they are going to be able to have enough damage here with this composition, but all eyes are on the right side of the screen for Auntie's Angels. 10 seconds of that 200% damage amp on Lura, 30% HP. They are going to be coming out of that damage amp here in 5 seconds. Another
Yeah,
round
and
start.
also
Bang!
damage
14% on Lura, 10% on Lura. The boss is now out of that damage amp at 5%. On the left side of the screen, the triple threat, they are going to be able to kill the boss inside of the damage amp, but they needed to kill it 30 seconds ahead of Auntie's Angels, which they are going to be unable to do, and the Auntie's Angels are going to be winning the upper finals, making it to the grand finals of this weekend 2-0.
Phenomenal opening series of the day, and it just goes to show that even for our top teams, these dungeons are incredibly hard to pull off. Even one mistake can give your opponent the chance to steal
Triple
the map
threat
out
will
under you. And
have
Auntie's
to
Angels have
compete in
indeed ascended,
lower
rising above
bracket.
the triple threat in the wake of their mistakes. And
Yeah,
giving us a
Chen
huge
Clean
upset
got
at
the
start
Roomba
of
doing
the day.
laps.
Man, it makes
And now
us
sit
wish
down
us
with
right
a
on this. It ended up being
coffee and
so
annoy
close.
Astrid. What?
And in this matchup, we saw
What
some
a
powerful
troll! I know,
synergies.
right?
Havoc Demon Hunter, Frost
I
Death
mean,
Knight, triple threat.
I thought they
Pally Rest
pulled
Shaman combo
boss
on
to the
Auntie's
corner
Angels.
because
So
they
Drax,
have
how did they compare and how did these teams come together for
plan.
this amazing
Because I
run?
heard there
Yeah, I mean, it
is
looks like Triple Threat were getting these
Part
slight
of-
advantages all throughout the
there
dungeon.
is a
but it
area
all
in
fell
that-
apart there
in
on
that
Lura with the deaths and then
boss
with
that
missing the
making
damage
you
burn
easier
push
to
and delaying it by an
dodge
extra 30 seconds.
the
that
beam
was
by-
all
but
that
I don't
Auntie's
know.
Angels needed to get back into this one. You know, those 3 deaths though.
I mean,
2 more than
why the
than
tank
Auntie's
pulled
Angels had.
that
was
boss
all
to
of the
that
difference looking at the
corner?
timer.
Man,
and people
it was
didn't
so
have
close. This was a wild
space.
map.
It was, man, there was no stopping in this one. The way my eyes were glued to the screen for both of these teams. And
Oh
also
yeah,
it
that's
was
right,
good.
that's
So
right.
I don't know how well you guys
You
were
can
noticing
hit
this during the
two
run, but Triple
hit two
Threat
crystals
had a
with one
pack on
line.
here
Yeah,
that
I remember.
don't think was
Yes.
intended. It looked like Swag somehow
Yeah,
tapped
they
in with
tried
his
to-
pen or something. That led to Teef
To
dying.
hit more
And
than
their
one
NPCs
crystal with
just
one
seemed
beam.
awfully like desynced to the pulls that they were doing, and that I think also led to that weird double destroyer pack at the end. I don't think.
My
what we just
God,
saw
look
is
at
their
this.
actual route.
More
A couple of
million
very close
points,
moments as
guys.
I direct your attention towards Teef's HP as it's barely visible anymore.
Oh my
And
God,
some of these
Zortas.
packs, like there is so much stuff.
5
that
million
happened
go
here
to
that I
Zortas and
think
168
this is not
others.
their true
Zortas
form. Now, that
predicted
didn't look
to
like it was really
Antis
bad,
Angel.
right? They were still super fast. The death on Divine here evened it out. They were able to recover that tank death on Teef in a really impressive fashion. But then at the end, it all went wrong. It went so wrong. They got clipped by another beam. They tried to get the double
Hey,
here, but the
Furious, how are
Disintegrate was
you?
still running. It was just tragedy. That Destroyer also was still alive, just running in and causing commotion. leading to those additional deaths. Yes, they were able to res them back up. Yes, they were able to have insane damage all throughout this entire run. Like, if you're looking at this team, damage is never a problem based on what we've been seeing.
They need
But
to.
this just was not it. This was not their day. This was not their series, and this was not their route.
They need to try to be calm and
really crazy ending. And
compete in lower bracket.
I thought Auntie's Angels had the power to.
They
take
still
something
have
here, but a 2-0, I think very
chance.
few people had that on their map.
Yeah, that was honestly so impressive from them. I mean, we kept saying it at the start, like, there's the potential that this could go a totally different way. We can kind of see it, right? We know that they should be able to. But given the fact that we had just seen the triple threat play flawlessly so far this weekend, I think it was something where we were not expecting that mistakes would compound in the way they did. But hey, anything can change, and it absolutely reflects as well in how these series play out. Which, thinking of Tettles, where does this leave our bracket?
Yeah, it kind of leaves us in a really interesting position where next map we got the Dire Wolves versus Physical God comp, and the winner of that gets the pleasure of facing off against the triple threat.
Oh my god, Dire Wolf and Physical God comp will.
I would not want to be either of Dire Wolves and Physical God comp right now watching that series.
I mean,
it's like,
yeah, we'll face triple threat.
If you're getting the triple threat that Auntie just got, where they're basically very inconsistent and having a lot of issues all around, I don't think you're too mad about that. That's not looking any different to Dire Wolves and Physical God comp. If you're looking at the series that just happened and you say you'd rather want Aunties against you than triple threat, I'm not agreeing.
Okay, so the triple threat had a faster route in both of the dungeons, right? That's kind of the ultimate thing that you have to recognize is in both the Seed of the Triumvirate and the Algothar Academy, if they were able to play their game plan and not just choke at the very end, they were going to win. Like they have the faster strategy, which whenever I'm picking teams, I tend to pick the teams that have the faster strategy, at least in the dungeons that we've seen so far.
That's kind of a wild thought in a speedrunning competition, Tunnels.
Well, okay,
Physical God comp to
consistency
win.
is incredibly important to the point where we just saw Aunties win 2-0. But like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, let's have some revisionist history.
I don't know,
The triple
Peanut.
threat is now, somehow the underdog in the lower finals.
No, but I will say, like, based on just the routing, the Algothar Academy,
They're strong and they have lots of practice.
That was not a regular route. I think they're
But I kind of have
I think that's actually a player diff.
an
The way we saw the
impression.
triple threat just absolutely deal damage from smithereens. Like, I think that's player
They
diff.
do
I think in terms
this
of strategy and
kind of
routing,
for
that Algothar
fun.
Academy that
You know,
Auntie just showed
I just
us,
like them not being the
I
meta.
can buy that.
they just didn't
I can buy
execute.
that.
True.
I am also, what you all missed off stream when we were giggling there for a second was Tettles just had a
But
complete
yeah,
thought,
I
like,
think they just
leaning
like
back in his chair, because I think we're all feeling the
Amplus.
exact
You know
same
that
right
they're
now. We're
all
kind of going,
streamers,
how does
right?
this
They're all streamers, so they win or not, they can still stream. Right here. I followed all of them. I followed all of them. But yeah. They are streaming right now. Yes, nerd. But yeah, I feel like they are here to have fun. Sometimes it comes down to who wants to win the most. Sometimes, like the passion, like the drive. I think being kind of sad as streamers, you know, even if they don't win, they can just go back to stream. I don't know. I mean, now and Jinji also like that, but they have big sponsor, right? The organization they're in. That's like also huge factor. if they don't push, they lose sponsor. So they have a very big external reason for them to win also. You know what I'm saying? Kyle X, congrats. Congrats. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Also say they have a lot of pressure to win, yeah. I think you are muted, unmute. Huh? Oh my god, Pinan, I thought I'm muted for real. So annoying. Sometimes I'm muted for by accident, guys. Time to go to bathroom and stretch and go, yeah, push up or something. I'll be back. Back. Guys. Oh yeah, I forgot that mute.
Safety,
I
consistent
thought you said
strategies,
I'm
and
muted.
then also leveraging the highest damage opportunities that are actually worth doing. Things like spell reflecting, taunt spell reflecting when you've got a DPS warrior.
I thought you
Those are the
said
kind of
I'm
things where it's like,
muted.
a lot of MDI teams would look at that as something that isn't worth doing, but because it's so valuable in high keys, a team like Physical God Comp is going to have that sort of thing practiced, ready, and be like, yeah, of course we're going to do this.
They've got the experience, and you can see as they come in and as they kind of strategize. But of course, while consistency, clean runs, these things that I think we've seen a bit more are the ideal, Dire Wolves, on the other hand, so far can't seem to land a deathless run. And if they can't avoid deaths, do we think that they can still outpace Physical God Comp, Zyro?
Guys, I found.
You know, honestly, I think.
By the way, hello,
outpace them.
Jetslomans.
It's just a matter of whether or not they
Good
can do it clean.
good
It's kind of
afternoon.
like beating a dead horse
Hello,
at this point
Kobe.
with them, because we talked about them at the start of this weekend. This team, in the
Back.
past, the identity has been
Guys, I found
extremely consistent. Maybe not the fastest
Dango.
strategies, but they'll always put together a good run. And they've kind of been anything but that this weekend.
Dango.
Like you said, they have yet to
Kumas
have a single dungeon
Dango.
run this entire weekend where they have a 0-death run.
Uh,
Sometimes those deaths will come at like the last moment of the dungeon. It's like, oh, they finally did it.
I snitched Kumas
they didn't. There was a
snack.
caster curse this time around. But yeah, I mean, if they can put that together, once again, you know, the theme of the lower bracket is deathless runs win you matches here. If they can do that against Physical God Comp, I think they're favored. It's just
I think Kumas said to me, I can eat it.
Zyro, you look
Yeah.
so just like, oh, I think
the
they're favored. I
dango
feel like
comes
after this
with
first
chocolate
series, we're all
sauce.
kind of going, I mean, anything could happen, so I don't know. But we still have to make our predictions, and you're right, I think that there is a bit of edge that either of these teams can bring, whether it's that consistency, whether it's actually having those perhaps faster routes and strategies, but they have to be able to land the execution. Either way, the teams are going to have to show their best, because the lower bracket
she
is
bought it
where
before
we see
she went
eliminations
out.
today, and the journey to BlizzCon will end for our teams. Now, it's going to be a tough matchup between these two, but Meg, they're going to be
Dango.
going in here for their first map in just a few minutes. What are your predictions?
I think it's actually
It's like
so close
mochi,
between those two teams.
but
yes,
in
Direwolves
like
have yet
skewer.
to show us a run that's
Yeah.
absolutely clean. But Physical God Comp also haven't been the
Yeah,
cleanest
no,
overall, right?
I can eat. I can eat, not
very
hit.
many had 0 deaths, so
Not hit, Kobe.
we were looking at, I would say, pretty evenly powered teams. Having said that, I love both of these teams for their
But the
perks.
chocolate is too.
I think if Direwolves are able
solid.
to equip all of their 4 pieces today, this could go in their favor. So I'm going to say
can get the
2-1
chocolate.
Direwolves.
Megs, I was dying that they tweeted you last night. They were like,
I need to
"Oopsie,
wait until
we
the
made a
chocolate
little mistake."
melt, guys.
But hey, yeah, look, if they have all the gear on today, I think that's going to
I
put them
got
in an even
some.
better place. And I love that prediction. I think Direwolves, they can absolutely take it. Now, Dratnos, how about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I like Physical God Comp. I'm going to go with them. I think it's going to be a 2-0 for them as well. Not that I don't think it's going to be close, but I got a good feeling about these first 2 maps of the series for Physical God Comp.
Yeah,
Just like last
Dango
series,
is like
we saw
mochi.
it was 2-0, but it was close. That's what I'm thinking this time will happen as well.
Okay, all right, Zyra?
Let me take a look one more time at what the dungeons we have in this particular matchup are.
Deep harder.
Saranda,
This is
Sarah.
Sauron,
Hit and then
Algathar Academy,
Algathar.
Magister's
Oh,
Terrace.
Without Saron, Elgetar,
I'm gonna
Magister
go
Steres.
2-0 Direwolves. I
I'll
think they're finally going
go-
to put it together here. They're going to have all their gear on, and
For
we'll see the first 2
Physical
deathless runs
God
of the
Comp.
weekend for them.
They can't get
Okay.
the break.
I love this. You're just going for it. I mean, look, we keep waiting for them to deliver that because we know they're capable of it. And I like that belief, Zyro. I think I'm going to go towards it as well. I think I'm going to do 2-1, but in favor
like
of
never before.
Direwolves on this one. So everybody, whichever team you're cheering for,
tried.
both of these teams have so much to show us. I love watching both of these teams, honestly, myself, and I know we all do here. So we'll see how this is going to pan out for them, but this is going to be the first map that they're doing, Pit of Saran. Now, of course, this is one that has brought challenges, as have all of our maps, to our teams. Can Direwolves
Trying.
manage
I'm trying.
to
I
keep
cannot.
things clean and consistent and get that first deathless run in the Group B stages so far? And can Physical God Comp, who have adapted, who have come into this, even though they love living up to their namesake, they have shown that even with Spec Variety Rule, even with speedrunning, they can adapt
Physical
and they
God
can
Comp.
accomplish great things
Because
in the
of
MDI.
the-
Can they accomplish enough, though,
Because
against
of the
Direwolves and their
dungeons.
history in the competition?
I
We
think they will
see here,
shine in
Pit of Saran
AA.
is starting up, and our map 1 here makes.
And Magister Steres if
Absolutely
they
is, and
don't win
we're
this
straight
one.
In. Now, Donnie's not on a DK, but we will still check his gear in just a second once it loads in. And you can
It's
too,
like
in chat, exclamation mark
mochi,
hero, using the
peanut
cool
mochi.
Twitch overlay that's on the left side of your
If you
screen.
see-
You just want to inspect what players are running. Having said that, Zyro, we're seeing a good mix of classes and specs as is to be
It's,
expected whenever Physical God Comp is in play here. We're going to be getting banters on the Brewmaster once again. We have Fury Warrior, Feral,
Yeah.
as well as
I think Physical God Comp save Guardian Druid for
No, it is not.
Dungeon 2 and 3.
Well, no, it is. They have Adrenaline Rush. That is an Outlaw Rogue.
Hey, Mad Mac.
Okay.
Rice cake. Yes,
I was
yes,
like,
like mochi.
Yeah, it is.
I said
He's been playing it
mochi
a lot in a lot of the
since
keys.
the
It's just a very consistent
beginning.
damage dealer, right? Like, it's an okay pick. The thing that really stands out to me about the
Peanut.
comps here is I think Direwolves should have a little bit more
Oh,
AoE damage,
gee.
which is extremely useful, especially since
Dango.
we have massive pulls all throughout the Pit of Saran here. You can see Direwolves has already cleared out the entire first pull, whereas Physical God Comp, is still struggling to finish off the last 20% or so of these mobs. This is heavily off the back of that Guardian Druid damage. You saw Okan doing about 600k DPS on that first pull, whereas the Brewmaster for Banishers is only doing about 250k. But we know this is kind of one of the quirks of the comps that Physical God Comp likes to run, right? If they do want to have that Guardian Druid available for maps 2 and 3, they have to play something else in map 1, and this is kind of what they've identified as their second best comp that they can run all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are, of course, like you're mentioning, already on the speedier side for the Direwolves as they have pulled together the second pack. This one makes up 24% of their count. That means once they're done with this one, they will have 50% count out of this dungeon. Physical God Comp going a little bit slower here, a little bit smaller, but of course that also adds on difficulty. And we've seen what consistency can be in terms of for our teams. Problems are rising left, right, and center. Let's hope they can stay clean here. So coming out from Toxic as well, making sure he survives there, but everything's good. Direwolves slowly but surely are getting through this.
There's a lot of tiny individual things in these pulls that can cause a wipe, and I feel like we've seen every single different variation of them. Okan dropping a ton as he finally gets the Incarn back up for this pull. A little bit of a scary moment there, but able to be topped up by that Holy Paladin that Ryu has gone back to in this key. Interesting pick from them. We've seen that a few times this weekend, and it seems like it performs decently well. I was kind of surprised to see it perform as well as it did, but I think that's kind of just the state of the meta right now across the board, is that there's a lot of things that look like they might not be as good based off of what you see at the top of the leaderboards and pushing keys, but we're not pushing keys, we're speed running, and I think a lot of classes have different strengths and weaknesses when it comes to that. Now with no healer and the pull still somewhat alive, so Okan dropping a little bit low, but Guardian Druid's still relatively tanky, even without a healer available, so able to keep himself alive while Ryu gets that citizen, so we can make sure we have those citizens
Are you back
done
from
by the
hospital?
time we get done with the second boss.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking across what our teams have done in this dungeon before. So we did see
This last one
Wolves in
is
here
so
already with
sweet.
2
Oh my
deaths. They
god.
locked in 13
Letter?
minutes
Okay,
02
Templar.
whenever we saw them. And for Physical God Comp,
Tingnan.
we also saw a Pit of Sauron, but that one wasn't.
The last one is so sweet,
we have yet to
guys.
see what
Different
their final
than
dungeon
the
timer
first one and
here
second
looks
one.
like. And of course, if the Direwolves can be a lot faster. For now, they're going to be taking all of this trash into Forge Master. Now, there's one important thing you cannot be doing here, okay? There's mobs that you need to interrupt. Let's not drop boulders on their head, okay? That's a no-no.
Yeah, again, like these big pulls, there are a few different things that could potentially kill a player, right? Number one, Nether Burst cast going off on the Cadaver. That's the thing that happened, I believe it was to Physical God Comp earlier this weekend. They spawned a Serenite rock on top of a Cadaver, and the Cadaver was inside the rock, unable to be CC'd or interrupted. That Nether Burst cast can drop your entire team incredibly
did
low
you
and
have
kill
to
off a
have
player if they're
blood
not topped.
infused?
That's the main thing. You can see that cast going off right now. Purple marker interrupted by Flapjack on the augmentation of Ochre there. There's no Lich in this pull, I don't believe. I think they've dealt with that already. Yeah, that usually Icy Burst cast going off on the tank could be something that potentially kills them, so that's another kick that you have to worry about. But I mean, the main thing that we're seeing generally with this boss is just tank damage.
I cannot have sugar
so much damage.
for
Unfortunately, Donnie actually gets cleaved by the Orebreaker
a
from the
month.
boss and ends up getting one shot. They have the battle res for that, but as we've talked about in the past, to devour a demon hunter dying is a pretty bad scenario, right? They lose any progress they've made
I
towards
noticed
the
this guy, Donnie. He died a lot. This guy, this DH.
A little bit longer than they might have otherwise intended, and that means Okan, whenever this Iron Bark runs out, he's pretty much out of personal cooldowns on the tank here, and Rio doesn't have anything for him either, so got to keep an eye on Okan here. With this Graveblade still alive, could be in danger. They actually kill it off before the Grave Slash goes off, so it looks like he's going to be okay, but that was definitely a scary moment for Direwolves there.
Maybe.
It was, and of course that also means they now have 15 seconds against the clock. That is exactly what many of our runs have come back to, just a death.
Just means I'm not eating enough food with iron on it.
In it. Have stabilized for now. We are seeing the Void meta back up again, so Donnie was able to rack that back up. The Physical God Comp are still behind on the overall dungeon progression due to how they've been pacing in the earlier pulls. They did come in here with the same amount of trash, but they're still far behind on Forge Master Garfrost, so they will need to find a faster access on how to finish it out. Now, there is something we saw in that Pit of Sauron yesterday for the Direwolves that I said I don't want to see again, and that's on Ick and Crick. They actually played down the second set of Shades. You can ignore them, you can just tunnel boss if you have the damage to ignore them, and they made a call not to do that, losing a lot of time in their dungeon run. Let's see if that has changed as they are making their way towards it.
Why there is somebody
Funnily
asking?
enough, I believe all of the
Are these two teams
Direwolves
bots
members
from
were
OC?
active in the Warcraft Twitch chat after that dungeon, and I saw Ryu saying, our dumb DK forgot to put his 4-piece on and made us play the second set of totems on Ick and Crick. So,
That was
you
not
checked.
exactly the wording, but
Donnie-
okay.
No, that was the exact wording. That was word for word exactly what they said.
We had to play the Shades because of the gear on this guy. But
Listen, I can tell what the healer meant by what they said.
Well,
Okay,
if you have anemia,
I'm
your
sort of a
blood does
psychic.
not carry
I'm a
enough
Twitch chat psychic.
oxygen to the rest of your body.
Did you check? Does
The
he have the 4-piece on
most
this dungeon?
common
Are the collapsers
cause
starting
of
to accept
anemia
increase
is not
levels?
having enough iron.
Alright, that's huge. So hopefully they'll have to play it this
You
time.
might also have to see what complementary foods you can have to help absorb the iron better. I remember now, spinach, right?
Here we're applying to physical god comp
Spinach,
as well. They need to
spinach
catch up,
has lots
even
of
with those
iron.
15 seconds differential between the two of them. They
Right.
still need to find some more extra seconds in the run that they're doing right now, and they definitely also can't afford to play that second set of Shades either in Nick and Craig, as they are.
Isn't anemia not having
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the strategy of
having
playing the big trash
enough
back after Forge Master, but
red-
I guess it's technically the
red
safer
blood?
strategy. Physical God
Temper,
Comp has the
what you call
opportunity
it?
to make up a ton of time here, right?
There
They're
is
pulling
red and
all of
white
that
in
trash
our
that
blood.
Direwolves just did separately into Ick and Crick here. Now, they don't have the best AoE damage comp for this, so they might end up having to play a second set of
Hemoglobin.
totems, but this is definitely a
Yeah,
super fast
hemoglobin-
strategy. They save
globin.
a pull in the dungeon, and Direwolves, even though they've had the advantage here, remember that death timer is going to come into play if they are a little bit slower with that extra pull here.
I think I had
Direwolves finish that pull
anemia.
and have their own pull into this one, right? They're having
But
a
these
gargoyle in here, they're having a
days-
couple of ghouls and a rhyme blade. So it's not
I'm
like they
better.
didn't take anything into the boss. It kind of comes back to
these
how
days
does your
I'm
end of dungeon
better.
look like? Can you do anything with the additional
only have
count that you're
Zakapa
getting
for
here? It's
blood.
not a whole lot
What the
that
heck,
Direwolves are
Judge?
going to be ahead once everything is finished here, but it should be around 10% if I'm not mistaken. So let's see how that plays out. For our teams, we're in the fixation phase on the left.
We'll have to take an iron supplement.
On the right hand side for physical god
Oh.
comp. From here on out, we don't want to see.
think I
them
got
target
some
any
from
more of those
my
shades, and physical god comp
sister.
are now getting that additional count.
She said
and
she
Direwolves
got
already
lots of
Never bother you watching
blood
this fight? You notice
supplement
they've got like this barrier around the boss
after
room.
she
These little shadow lines that kind of make it look
after
like, okay, this is the
labor.
boss arena, don't leave it. And then you see a monk just roll through it twice.
like
Yeah,
like
you're
it's
like, "This
really
It's more of a
important I
suggestion
think
than an
for
actual wall.
for a
Either
woman
way,
that was
Beatrice has gathered up the
that's
remaining trash
pregnant
that
or
they need in order to be able to complete the dungeon
what you
after
call
they
it?
get through this boss and get up
Zyro.
the cliff.
Flag on the field. Illegal activity.
Oh my god,
Direwolves
I
just
forget the
dealt with
word.
shades.
When they
No.
give milk to baby.
Playing it safe though. Playing it safe. Okay, that's fine. But look at this. Physical God Comp has evened the boss damage now.
Just
Yep.
Just
and
brush
we're
it.
also seeing them go on to the boss fully from the
But
looks
yeah,
of it.
my
One of those
sister
shades is ticking down, but I
has
don't
lots
think
of
that's
blood
active damage. I
supplement.
think that's just being cleaved onto. You can see the ping go out, making sure, yes, we are indeed targeting Ick and Crick.
It's
That will
it's
save them
funny
a
though,
lot of
the
time as
supplement
well.
also
As you can see
Rat.
on our overall dungeon progression, Physical God Comp just tied up both of our teams.
like they have to be red so people know it's for blood.
It all comes
Breast
back
milk-
to how we're
breast
going to be
milk,
finishing
yes,
this
yes,
out.
yes.
Keep in mind, there is 15 seconds death penalty on the side of the direwolf, so really coming back in a big way.
Like the
for
nurse
Physical God Comp
really
here.
I
afraid
was wondering. It
she
looked like
she
Physical
don't
God Comp
have
was missing count here. 77.3% is a little on the low end.
enough
I
blood
believe you need a little bit more than that if you
because
do
she
the
has
typical
like
MDI
a
routing here.
stack
Physical
of
God
the
Comp also
supplement.
pulls everything, but you can see with our POV, thank you observers, that has
Alright.
gone back and tagged one singular mob
Peanut.
to make sure that they have the count. But this is a big,
They
big
have
time loss
similar
for them.
pool, but
You are
why
down a
Physical God
DPS
Comp
player for the entire
has
gather of
less
this
count?
poll. He's still not back with the group. This
They
is
must be
taking
skipped
a long
something.
time to get it in. I mean, it's good that they identified it. This is definitely going to save time over what, completing the entire dungeon and realizing, oh god, we need one more mob. But still, a little bit of an unfortunate time loss for Physical God Comp, and every second matters right now. The It can crick kill times in dungeon progression. We're almost dead even between the two teams. Physical God Comp might have actually had an advantage because of the death timer on Direwolves. Now I think it's just back to dead even again.
Yeah, these teams are not giving each other a whole lot of leeway here, but there's still a lot of danger involved with these last couple of pulls in the Pit of Sauron. So let's see if they can get through them unscathed. The Direwolves are finishing out on the additional trash, but Glacier still has a whole lot of HP to give. Physical God Comp now moving on, as well as Banters makes the way up the icy halls and looks towards also engaging that mini-boss that we're already seeing in fight here. Glaciers have been found, and Physical God Comp trying to get through this. This is also where they're lusting, interestingly enough. Usually we would see that bloodlust on the Scourge Lord together with the missing pack that we're expecting
Oh
teams to
my
kind of just grab
god.
on the mountainside. Physical God Comp are using it here instead. What do you make of that?
I think it's technically a more efficient Bloodlust for this pull. Their team doesn't do a whole lot of AoE damage. They're more consistent overall AoE damage. I think I like it for the bigger AoE pull rather than just using it on the single target boss for them. That being said, they were trying to make up time here. Direwolves still have the Bloodlust ready. They do have to go down and gather the last bit of trash, but they're going to have the Bloodlust for that. Again, this is extremely close after that mistake from Physical God Comp. Remember, there's a 15-second time advantage for Physical God Comp. Wait, no. They messed up. They missed count. Look at this. They're literally one single mob count off.
Yeah. I was staring at that as well, trying to see if there's anything
Oh no, I thought they gonna...
we still have in fight that's maybe chasing after
I thought
the
they
team
gonna
or something like that. You know,
get...
sometimes mobs are just slow to walk. But it looks like
Or mobs.
we don't, and it looks like they might not even be aware that they don't have count just yet, else they could have maybe deployed somebody going down and trying to tag something onto that. So Physical God Comp actually looks like they are missing count, and they don't have anything to make up for it either, whereas the Wolves, they have the count they need. They have it up there currently, slowly but surely dropping
Yeah, I forgot
down,
they don't have
together with that
Evoker.
lust that we were talking
I really
about
thought they
now
would
coming
get
in as well and helping them on the progression
more
of Scourge Lord
ads.
Tyrannus.
Physical God Comp.
Still, 15 seconds, that is between those two teams that can make up for a whole lot.
I mean,
There's
Banzer is
no
an
easy mobs to
main
tag in from
tank.
here on out, Cyro.
No, not really. So the thing that they could do, right, the best possible strategy for
even
them
the
is
best
when
tank
the
in
boss
the
dies, there's
world
an NPC
can still
that you
miss
can talk
count,
to
so...
teleport back to the start of the dungeon. But there aren't like any super easy things to kill at the start of the dungeon that give the literally one forces that they need.
I
It might
remember
be
I
two or
called
three
miss
forces that
count
they need to
in
kill the dungeon. They can maybe kill like a
Sanguine
rotting
Deeps
ghoul. That's probably the easiest
one
target for
time,
them
and
to
then
kill.
they lost
But on
that
this key level that
match.
has still a couple million health, that's not going to be something that's instant. They only have a 15-second window after Direwolves completes the dungeon in order to complete the dungeon on their end and still win. And I think Direwolves is more than 15 seconds ahead of the boss right now with that bloodlust that they saved for the boss. This is a disaster for Physical God Comp. If they had the count, maybe they could make up that 15 seconds, but I think without the count, I think Direwolves is in the driver's seat here.
Okay, I think the difference between those teams as of right now is like 11 seconds. So if they can kill something off in an additional 4 seconds and maybe accelerate just a little bit here, there is a chance, but it's not a big one, as that gap is getting closer, wider and wider actually between the two of them. Direwolves have stopped the clock. From here on out, Physical God Comp are getting those 15 seconds. Like we were mentioning, 10 remain, but Scourge Lord Tyrannus is still not down, and they still are missing count. They might kill the boss, but that is not even going to be happening here as the Wolves take the first map.
Direwolves are going to be able to claim it there. They executed their strategy, and even with that death, we're
They
able to
played it
still
too
overcome.
conservative.
Now, for our opening map, it's going to look like Direwolves are leading, but can Physical God Comp bring it back? We're going to have to wait and see. In the meantime, looking back on this one, I mean, makes some unfortunate mistakes that were made, obviously, but what's kind of your overview of our initial map?
It's tough, right? I mean, that one death on the Wolves, you look at that and you think, oh, that might be it. But How can you miscount? What happened there? I just want to know. Maybe Dratnos knows what the missing mob was that Physical Godcom forgot to tag in. I'm not really sure in the routing. It looked a little bit all over the place. I preferred what we saw from the wolves in the beginning of that dungeon. But yeah, I mean, you have to review and figure out how that could have happened.
Dratnos, did you manage to catch what that might have been, or what other things did you pick up on with this map?
Yeah, it's so hard to tell exactly which mob was the one that was missed, because really any one of them would have been the difference. Here's some footage, though, from the start of the dungeon. So it may have been there. You see the warning pings coming out as they're kind of trying to navigate around here. They don't want that Enforcer and that Tormentor. I mean, that would have done it. They probably don't want that Cold Wraith that's up over there. So it might have been the stuff right by the very start of the dungeon. But you can really tell that this is a role swap going here. The way that they pulled the start of the dungeon is quite methodical, quite conservative. The way that Physical God Comp were approaching the start of the dungeon compared to Direwolves, who were just running in there. Now, they did have the bear, so that may help facilitate it, but they were just running in there, tagging everything, getting everything started, not wasting any time with, like, pausing before a mob, seeing if you were supposed to pull it. It could have been one of those Quarry Tormentors, by the way, that hang out up on the side of the hill. Those are often ones that you can consider pulling, although quite dangerous mobs. There's our death that we had for the side of Direwolves. This gave Physical God Comp the 15 seconds that almost was enough at the end and would have maybe been, with that count not having been a problem, keeping Direwolves the tradition of having at least one death per map. This isn't going to be the map where that stops, but luckily this time around it wasn't enough to cost them, as because of that count and just because of attacking the dungeon substantially more quickly overall, Direwolves were the team that were just a little bit faster throughout the whole place. Ended up with a close but important victory that's taking them to a 1-0 lead in the series. And this is really important for Direwolves because I think with their comp here, this was a must-win map for them. Physical God Comp were using their role swap here. They were using a lot of the stuff that they are happy to get banned. And they're going to be at full power or close to it for the rest of the series. So Direwolves really need to take advantage of the Ogavoker,
start and then you go right. After that you go right again. There is one edge that usually I take
we do move on to Algathar and Magister's Terrace there waiting in the wings. Interesting question here is, do Direwolves use the bear in the Algathar and try and finish the series 2-0? Because if you do that and then you don't win Algathar, you'll be left without a bear in Magister's Terrace, the natural habitat of the Guardian Druid.
Oh, I had no idea that's where they originated from, but I learned something new.
Yep.
Amazing.
Well, very smart fellas.
We know Algathar Academy's on the horizon. Dratnos is having thoughts about what this might mean for the spec bans, but Zyro, you're a self-proclaimed Twitch chat psychic. So what psychic predictions do you have about the spec bans?
Well, I think we're going to see those off-meta picks gone from Physical God Comp. You're going to see Resto Shaman, Feral, and Brewmaster all gone for them. They're going to go back to their typical comp. I'm interested to see what the choice is for Direwolves, though. I think Dratnos brings up a good point. Like, you have 2 dungeons left in the series. You can only play Guardian for one of them. Do you go for the 2-0 here? Do you save it for the Magister's Terrace as a just-in-case? I think Algathar is a really interesting dungeon for these two teams. We saw both of them play it in their Friday series, and they both went for the somewhat slower, questionable strat of not doing the Lasher area first. So by the time they did get to the Overgrown Ancient, they both just had to wait for the RP for the boss to spawn and didn't really do anything in the meantime, which is a little questionable to me. Hopefully one of them picks up on the faster strategy and practiced it for today. But I think like the routing.
Don't they can use Guardian Druid
who makes fewer mistakes and who's more clean with their AoE damage.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just get through, execute the dungeon, it seems easier said than done.
I would say they will use Guardian
teams are going to
Druid.
have their comps they're going to be bringing in and trying to see if they can tackle or even do some of those ambitious pulls. With the setups that we're seeing on either team, Dratnos, do you think they're going to go for big routes, or what's it looking like with the strategies?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways to attack this dungeon. We saw both Auntie's Angels and Triple Threat had these plans of having your healer run and grab some trash while you're fighting other stuff. 2 different flavors of that strategy. We saw how it actually could backfire for the Triple Threat. I'm curious if either of these teams are going to attempt something like that, or if they'll stay with a more standard strategy
Because
in this dungeon.
it
Because even the standard
doesn't make
strategies
sense
here
not
have a
to
lot of
use
points of
Guardian
divergence. Are
Druid
you
in
going to start
AA.
with Veximas? Are you going to start with Overgrown Ancient Trash? Both of those are very valid options. So a lot of different variables
But I
here.
don't
The
know
comp,
about the Magister
strategy,
Status. I don't know what they
all
planned
still
then.
unknown for me.
Makes, looking at the spec bands that they have rolled in, because we can see them down below now, do you think you have any insight that could help Dratnos formulate some of this? Anything you're thinking they're going to do for their approach?
Well, I think Zyro kind of went over it already. We're seeing a lot of the spec bans that we expected, the switch between Banishers and Squish coming back, the ban on the Resto Shaman. We're obviously seeing the Holy Paladin being taken out on the side of the Wolves. I'm a little bit curious on how they're going to be dealing with the routing, like Zyro said. I think that'll be the major thing. Do we see any adaptations on how they strategize this dungeon? Looking especially towards the Echo Knight pull at the end, a lot of our teams have taken those Echo Knights into Echo of Duragosa, and I think you cannot afford to two-pull that, as well as the Lasher area. Those two have to be the biggest key factors, I think.
I mean, the pressure obviously is on for Physical God Comp. They want to try and get this one, because if they don't, they're going to be out of the competition here since Direwolves took that first point. So knowing what we know about Physical God Comp and how they've kind of been strategizing where they're going to pull out all the stops, I mean, is this something with what they have available to them, you think they could go for those more ambitious runs, Zyra? Do you think they could try to push for some of those strats that we've seen?
Yeah, no, I think Direwolves is perfectly capable. I think both teams are perfectly capable of it. I think it's just been a question of consistency. The really impressive thing to me would be if either of these teams identified that their strategies that they came into this dungeon with on Friday were not optimal, and now they realized, okay, in order to actually potentially be one of the top two teams this weekend, we're going to have to do a better Algathar. And if they've practiced that and prepared it for this particular map, I'd be extremely impressed by that.
I know we would be too. Honestly, we want to see them stay in. Of course, we don't want anybody to have to go home, but it is the case, especially here on our finals day for Group B. Now, this will be Direwolves versus Physical God Comp. Our teams are ready, and this is a big one for them. Direwolves can secure victory right here and now and continue on in the lower bracket, where they can try to see, can we get these clean runs? Can we live up to the strats that we know that we can deliver, but be able to stay competitive with top teams? Or can Physical God Comp, who have these unusual strategies, who oftentimes adapt in innovative ways, can they showcase that, especially in a season when a lot of their Physical God Comp can be so strong? And will they be able to stay in the running and push this to a map 3? It is a lot of pressure on the line when you're looking at the group finals, but these two teams have to live up to it, Makes.
Yeah, we're not seeing any Demon Hunters in this run this time around, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. Instead, we're actually going to be seeing the double Rogue in here, Zyro. Expected on the side of Physical God Comp. A little bit of a surprise on Donnie.
Yeah, interesting. Are they both playing Assassination? No, Walks is stuck to the Outlaw, so the funnel is going to be there for Donnie. It's not really going to be there for Walks. Walks is going to be more of a consistent AoE damage build. But what I'm seeing right off the bat is the opposite of what I was hoping to see here. Both teams sticking to their original strategy of going Veximus first, probably going to be going Kroth second. The strategy, though, is just a little bit of the problem, right? We've seen for both of our teams, execution of the strategy has been lacking this week already off the bat for Direwolves. About a second of one of those monotonous lectures goes off before they get the leg sweep off. One of the other big things we're going to see is a difference between the two teams. Once again, similar to the Pit of Saran, the tank damage differential is going to be massive. Guardian just does more than double the damage of Brew on these massive pulls.
Yeah, it's certainly something to keep in mind. That's thrash damage. Also, one of the reasons why they have such a
Squish
nice
Pagan
time
is
in actually keeping the aggro and
the
so many
best
things. But look at
Guardian
how
Druid.
quickly Physical God Comp was able to finish out their trash count here. Now, granted, they had a little bit of a smaller pull than the Wolves were doing, if I'm not mistaken. Wolves should come out with like 25% out of this one, whereas Physical God Comp is now tagging what you're seeing on the right-hand side into Veximus as well. But here goes Okan. Are we finding any lashers is my question. Or are we just leaving it here? And the answer is, yep, we're just going to try and add those bridge packs into Veximus as well. I'm not loving this, Zyro. I'm very honest. I hate the idea of we're going to do lashers and stand around after that.
Yeah, but the good news is neither of the teams really loses out on it here because they know the other team is going for the same strategy. That's the good news. The bad news is neither of them is opting to go for the advantage. That being said, it's about as even as it could be. Physical God Comp, like you identified, pulled the boss a little bit early, but they are about 5% behind on trash count. Both of the teams also, in their routing on Friday, opted to go for the double Ravager pull on the island in between Veximus and Croth. A very dangerous pull for most comps, even at this key level. You know, teams are pushing 23s on live. This is just a 17. This is still a very dangerous pull. Those Ravager charges, in addition to all of the Foragers that are in the pull, can do a ton of damage. So we'll have to keep an eye on that when they do get there. For the time being, they'll both...
Peanut, I just noticed, did you know that Ravager, the target of the charge cannot LOS anymore? But the frontal I was LOS by accident, and then I think the Ravager didn't frontal me. So maybe that's how we play it. I didn't know that, Peanut.
Would you rather be on the side of Direwolves with the additional 7%, 6% as that last mob takes in, or on the side of Physical God Comp with the lead on the boss HP?
It's always a tough question. Generally speaking, I like leaning towards the dungeon progression. Means you've just got less of the dungeon in front of you. Count can always be made up and pulled on top of bosses in a lot of situations here, right? Like if you get to that last section of Echo of Dorogoza and your count differential just means you have to pull one extra Echo Knight on top of the boss.
Already
I
over,
like that at
right?
this key level. You usually have the second Bloodlust for it. You can cleave it down
Oh no,
pretty
it's
easily
still
with the
on
Blust.
until
I
21st
think
May.
I'd rather have the progression.
There is still
so I'm gonna go
drops,
with Physical
guys,
God Comp
if you want
right
that.
now. But again, I think these teams have both been pretty mistake-prone, and there's still a lot of dungeon left. Really, I think it's going to come down to whichever team can finally get through a run deathless here. Remember, Direwolves are on a 7-dungeon deathless streak right now. Can they finally snap that?
Honestly, it's low-key impressive they're here with how many death runs they had, or runs with deaths they had, for lack of better phrasing. But yeah, I would like to see it as well. This is certainly a team that has the history, has the experience, and kind of also has the pedigree, right? A lot of these players like Jack and Stay Poor and Ryu, we've been seeing from season to season, and we're kind of expecting them to be just a little bit cleaner.
Before they will have a rage, sit back and LOS them, which they cannot do anymore.
I do agree. Usually I would say I'd rather have boss progression over count because you can add so much onto bosses.
Funny that ads cannot get LOS anymore.
Because you can't add onto Croth. You can very hardly add onto the Ancient, right? We saw that from Triple Threat earlier today, actually, where it just kind of went all wrong. And then the only remainder where you can add something onto bosses, Echo of Dorogosa, and that pull is scary, but I'm expecting both teams to do it, so I'm a little bit more in between the two of them, but I think I would also lean Physical God Comp in terms of dungeon progression here, that they're certainly a little bit ahead right now. Let's see how long they can keep that up, or if they're going to be carrying it all the way and even out this series. For now, we're just dealing with the Sentry. This is one of those mobs where you're trying to get through it as quickly as possible, so you don't need to step behind the pillar and lose uptime as well. And teams have been utilizing that and doing many steps like you're seeing from Squishwegan here as well, just trying to already move towards that teleporter to allow the team to then not have to walk too far.
And they're all just eating that AoE as well. They don't care. They're just charging back in the second, and they're good to go. Sentry down for Physical God Comp. Direwolves now starting to deal with the Sentry on their end, so you can see Physical God. Oh no, Jack! Got expelled!
Oh no.
Another death for Direwolves. The deathless streak continues.
Well, I mean, say what you will, but that's a type of consistency.
That's the wrong kind of consistency, mate. That's not the consistency we want to see from them.
Sorry. It had to be said. Come on.
Yeah. At some point, you just have to have fun with it and hope that it can end. But it has been a constant issue for Direwolves this weekend in a dungeon that they really can't afford that in, right? Like, do you really want to go to a Game 3 against Physical God Comp knowing that they've got all of their picks still ready for it? Direwolves already banned out their Devourer Demon Hunter, right? That's something that you would love to have for that dungeon. but they don't have it anymore. They're going to have the Unholy DK. They're not going to have the Demo Lock. They banned that one out too. What's the comp going to look like for Direwolves if we do get to a Magister's Terrace? I'm definitely worried about that. For the time being, though, still more than half of the dungeon in this Alcathar Academy left for our team. Still plenty of room to make further mistakes. We'll have to see if they're able to keep it clean from here on out.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as both of our teams are starting to deal with some of those eagles. You know, it takes a while. These guys spawn in. You would like them to accelerate, but really not much you can do here. So we'll just need to sit this one out, try to get through it as quickly as possible. And you can see a lot of pings already going out here on the side of Physical God Comp as they're rallying
Why
for who
that
can
ping?
get those orbs fastest.
Hey, I mean, if you don't have it planned out beforehand, I guess the ping system works just fine. It worked for them. They got those orbs in instantly, spawning Croth about as quickly as you possibly can. We're now joining our team here in just a moment. Physical God Comp's comp notably doesn't have like the best burst damage profile for this boss, but honestly, neither really does Direwolves. I think the main difference is the Assassination Rogue versus the Outlaw Rogue is a pretty big difference. I would guess maybe the Unholy can do a little more in the burst windows than the Fury Warrior, but like neither of our teams really has too much of a single target advantage on this boss, I would say.
Yeah, we'll have to see how quickly they can actually deal with it. Of course, you
Did
know,
the hunter really got
on the
eaten?
back of their,
He doesn't have
their composition. I would
disengage.
think they can get through bosses quicker. It's also what we saw in Veximus there. But maybe Direwolves have an answer to that once they actually start this fight. But Croth already down the first quarter. We're 48 seconds in fight here. And of course, that is going to accelerate once those two buffs do come in here and allow them to actually deal with that fight just a little bit quicker. Wolves, in the meantime, are now spawning this boss as well. And keep in mind, they will also still need to deal with those lashers right in front of the Ancient. And then, like, are we just going to stand around and wait for the RP? Wait for the two professors to argue about what kind of magic it is? Or how is that going to go?
Yeah, that's
We're
what they're
just
going to do.
watch?
This
We're
boss
dungeon
is
respectors.
taking
We
so
listen
long.
to the RP.
I'm
Which
already
professor do
so
you agree
bored
with, Mix?
here.
That's an important question.
It's what are the two options? It's natural,
sweet
nature
here.
magic, or what was the other one? Do you remember?
No. No, I don't remember. No, I don't respect the
Ratnos in
RP
here.
either, to be honest. It's one of them for sure. Maybe they're both right. Maybe that's the real thing we're learning here. Either way, Physical God Comp has gone for the best possible chain here. I don't think they actually got the haste buff to chain into the double damage amp, but their boss damage is looking quite strong here as they've gotten through that second Ruinous Winds cast here and now have Croth in to execute for the Fury Warrior here, who's just going to start to climb to the top of the meters. Noxiv topping meters as Fury Warrior and single target is very interesting, but love to see that from them. I actually wonder what Tettles thinks of this matchup. This has got to be his personal hell. Survival Hunter versus Survival Hunter.
Yeah, he loves those, in case you're not familiar, but more and more you can see how the gap just widens between those two teams. Once again, I do like those mini movements on Squish, just already moving towards a teleporter, knowing that his team doesn't have any pesky casters. You know, nobody cares if you're moving your targets here. We're just going to min-max every single centimeter, every yard that we can get. They have finished out Krath and are on their way to that Ancient. Maybe, you know, as the team waits and watches, we can figure out what are the two magics. But I think chat is saying it's nature
But the
and
percent,
life magic. So
I guess
I'm gonna go
that
with nature
won't
magic.
matter that much.
I'm curious what the chat thinks on this one. Zara, you wanna choose one?
Nah, it's both.
Okay.
That's how the boss gets spawned. They end up using both parts of the magic to make it work. See, I am a dungeon RP respecter.
Apparently you are. Direwolf's now also in the burn phase on the left-hand side, so going to be accelerating here in a little bit. Something that we've been seeing a lot of our teams do when they deal with these lashers is leaving up some of these skittlers here that you can see in the background. So Artem is actually just going to walk on over in cap, make sure that those are not going to pad in their path either. We can just pull these into the boss. They're not needed to spawn that RP either. And the team is doing a phenomenal job at dealing with those lashers as they are dying off.
I really
more
want
and
to
more.
see Squish
Three remain,
Fragon
so a little bit
POV.
of extra loving, but
should
Is
be
he
able to
staying with
spawn
5
boss
stacks?
momentarily.
Yeah,
Those are
he's
some
staying alive with
even
5
damage
stacks.
meters. All 4 of the players in the group, including the tank, doing just
It's so
under
crazy.
400k DPS on this pull. I mean, that's not a lot of damage, right? I think this is a little bit of room for Direwolves to sort of work their way back in here because the Unholy DK is going to absolutely pop off on this
And the
pull.
healer
But
also
Physical God Comp, the consistent damage in this
spamming
dungeon
heal on him.
has just really catapulted themselves ahead. 0 deaths as well, a massive factor for them. But just super consistent play from them has really been strong in this dungeon. Direwolves needs this pull to die super fast if they want to have any chance of getting back in this key.
I mean, they could accelerate on the tail end of the dungeon, right? If they have a really good routing of like pulling all the Echo Knights and maybe one of the Invokers into Echo of Doragosa, and for some reason that, you know, would maybe be low-key illegal, Physical God Comp is doing a 2-pull, that would be their answer and how they can come back here. Now, I will say this is not a very likely situation, but that's kind of what would need to happen here for those teams to kind of pull back closer to each other. You can see the Wolves are slowly finishing off those lashers on the left-hand side, whereas Physical God Comp is already nearly halfway through the boss fight on the Ancient, and like you said, we're just dealing with those
Direwolf Brewmaster
waiting for
had
the boss
to
to actually
run.
spawn while they argue about magic, and Direwolves are going to be able to spawn this boss as well, but with a massive delay at this point.
Yeah, 50% behind and the boss doesn't even spawn for them. We do have to wait for that argument still to occur, so it's about 15 more seconds until the boss actually spawns. And the Skitterflies being pulled now is not really ideal. You're not going to get any of that funnel or cleave during the boss. Although I guess in the grand scheme of things,
They have the very smooth skip to the last boss.
Hungry lashers that spawn
Physical
during the
God
boss
Comp.
as well, but here we go. Direwolves have finally pulled the Overgrown Ancient, but the gap is massive. 80% of the boss's HP Physical God Comp is ahead right now. Not to mention the 15 seconds of death timer from Jack getting expelled by the Guardian Sentry earlier on in the dungeon. Direwolves needs a miracle at this point if they want to take this game
Register
2-0.
status, right? They say
Not that
the
much left
last
of the
one.
dungeon for that to occur.
That's right, and Physical God Comp are going to be
The
showing us
last
what their end
dungeon.
of dungeon looks like. We were wondering about this one. Shroud is going to be deployed first, making sure that the team can just route around those extra pings, helping, making sure that the team knows where not to step. Now, here is where we're going to be stopping, and then Squish just kind of tags everything in that he can see, and they will take this trash into the boss. They need 14%, and that is what they have. I'm pretty sure we're just waiting for those mobs to walk back in range, and then that count should be equalizing to 14 as well on the right hand side, right above that damage meter. Where's our last one? Come on in.
4 Echo Knights plus an Invoker
There we
should do
go.
it. They have an Invoker freezing trapped outside the room. That is the remaining mob that will be their count after they deal with the Echo Knights. There it is, paralyzed now.
Needed to re-CC.
Making sure.
Yeah.
We're good to go, though. This is the count that they need. It's a little bit of a dangerous pull. Arcane Smashes do a ton of AoE damage. That overlapped with any of the extra arcane damage the boss does, whether it's a bolt or a bomb. Could potentially one-shot a player, but Ortimus doing a fantastic job of keeping the team healthy, so that is not able to occur. Echo Knight's only alive for another 15 to 20 seconds here. The damage cooldowns do run out for Physical God Comp. The only thing really left going is the Adrenaline Rush for Walks here. The damage from the Survival Hunter and the Fury Warrior have kind of started to dissipate, but it looks like it's going to be enough as the Echo Knights start to go down. Unfortunately, the power vacuum does mean Physical God Comp loses a little bit of uptime on the boss, but with 3 of the Echo Knights down, I
The
think most of the
difference
danger
is
is
too
gone for them.
much.
Yeah, that's right. Left-hand side, Direwolves are now dealing with that same pull. You can see the CC being deployed on the Invokers there as the tank manages to enter the boss room with Echo of Doragosa, but it all seems too
But I guess
too late for the Wolves.
different
as
teams
Physical God Comp
have
has
different
reached a sub 50%.
dungeons that they are
Messaging Shroud
good
and
at,
Cloak on
I think.
Donnie, making sure that he actually survives a little bit of extra damage that has come in. Grip on the Evoker on the left-hand side, but none of that can matter if Physical God Comp are able to stay clean, if they are able to get through this without any additional deaths. They only have that one Invoker that they have under control as they're dropping Doragosa closer and closer to death.
What I just saw happen for Donnie there just shows me that maybe they're not 100% comfortable on the rogue. They cloaked after the damage happened and when no damage was happening. So the cloak, like, it looked good, but it didn't do
Emergency button,
anything.
Zyro.
It was an emergency, like, oh shit, I might die button, but like, nothing was gonna kill him there. It's a little unfortunate. It's like a tiny little nitpick in the grand scheme of things, but
You're
in the end, nobody
multi-classer?
died. What's that?
You know when you put your defensive.
Oh
on
no!
the same,
But that is a death! Oh,
just
Khan goes
keybind?
down!
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter at the end. Physical got comp on the final
no.
stretch
See,
of
Donnie
the
died
dungeon here,
again.
single digits onto the boss.
What?
They are looking towards their left, and it doesn't matter. Those deaths are in vain as Physical God Comp is marching towards that equalization and getting the
Did they
1-1
do that?
in this best of 3.
On purpose?
The Echo of Doragosa is reduced to an Echo once more. Physical God
Just
Comp was
because
able to
they know
even the
they
score,
lost.
bringing our series 1-1 and saving themselves from elimination for now. Zyro,
Yeah.
you pointed out that this route wasn't the fastest one that we've seen from Algathar Academy, and it obviously worked out for Physical God Comp in this case, but why do you think both the teams chose to stick with this route?
Comfortability. I mean, I think,
Yeah, that's
clearly
true.
Direwolves didn't run the best possible comp they could have run for this key, so maybe the confidence in this dungeon as being the thing that closes out the series for them wasn't the highest. If they thought they would win this dungeon, they probably would have played
Yeah.
the Guardian Druid. They probably would have
That's
played
right.
a slightly better AoE comp. But it
Like,
looks like
they
they're
must
saving all
be
of that for the
very
Magister's Terrace, and that's going to be our decider
annoyed.
here. You know, the team that wins this Magister's Terrace is going to be the team that gets to play for a top 2 spot. The other one gets sent home in 4th. It's a tough moment to play through here. This is where the nerves really start to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, everything is on the line with this last map, but as you pointed out, our teams have these choices of how they're going to play out the series, where they think they might take a win, or what strengths they've seen from other teams coming in, and in this one, we did indeed get to see Physical God Comp take the map. But Dratnos, what did you pick up on from this run?
Yeah, so I mean, the story here is definitely there's a few narratives. First of all, we've got that composition difference, of course, with Physical God Comp busting out not the meta comp, but their meta comp, right? Their players on their favorite specs, on their best versions of these classes, really using everything at their disposal to get this dungeon down. Meanwhile, Direwolves, they instead were opting for a little bit more of again, restraint, keeping some options available for that last map of the series, because if they played the bear in this map, they wouldn't have it for Magister's Terrace, which Magister's Terrace is a dungeon that I'm pretty confident you are going to want that bear for. So Direwolves, the other thing that was going for them is the death. Now, they did, of course, have more go wrong at the very end of this dungeon, but even here near the start, right, we have that death on the board already for them, and that is something that has happened to them now in every single map that they've played this weekend, which it happens, right? But it needs to stop happening for Direwolves. They need to start at least having some of their maps be deathless if they want to beat Physical God Comp, let alone Triple Threat, who are waiting in the next series. As you can see, players, going down that expel intruders from the Guardian Sentry, be the one that took down Jack. And then, the Shrouds through the end of the dungeon, really nice way of saying, you know what, no Evoker, no problem, no Warlock, no problem. We've got the Rogue to get through here very easily and get this pull started, following the trap on the Invoker to just leave it out until everything more dangerous has been taken care of. And Physical God Comp were already pretty far ahead at that point, but
That's very
it was
sad.
this set of deaths that really sealed the fate
Oh, so
of
the tank died
Direwolves on the
first. I
Echo of
didn't see
Doragosa
that.
at the end. Physical God Comp putting up another clean 0-death run. The speed on it as well is not bad either.
Indeed, indeed. And as we can see here,
But
we've
the
got our
empty
series
is
evenly
plus
matched,
15,
and we're looking at
guys.
Magister's Terrace now. Everything that unfolded for us in Algathar Academy, and even in Pit of Saran going back, will be determined here on this third
Can somebody
map. Both teams
from,
getting 1 point, and now looking ahead to what they're going
GC
to bring
play
in for Magister's
Warlock?
Terrace in the grand finale of the
I
series.
think Warlock is
but
really
makes
important
Direwolves
here.
maybe saving their stronger comp for map 3, like we were kind of talking about. But where has the series left Physical God Comp with their picks, do you
I
think?
thought MDI finals will be 22 to 24.
Okay, so they can still play
This
Guardian
is
Druid
Group
again,
B.
which is really good, right?
This is
That's
Group
usually
B.
what we want to be looking for. We know that
All
Noxus
gun.
has just kind of been ping-ponging between ARMS and
This
Furies,
is
so I
final
would assume
for
that
Group
should
B.
also be still an option.
There is 3
We've seen
groups.
Banchers on BM before.
We can see
which
here.
might just be where we're going to be ending at. And then I don't know where Wax and Artemis are going to be going. I think that's kind of... We'll have to see what they decide.
So this
to
is
go
Group
for.
B. There will
That
be
would
Group
be,
C
I think.
next week.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep that bear druid for sure.
But that's still
Okay,
that's
let's
still
see.
not.
Okay, Zyra, we can see now. Obviously, on the third
That's
map,
still
we have the
not
most
whatchamacallit.
specs banned out. So, does this seem pretty in line with what Mix was saying?
That's still
Yeah. So Physical
not
God Comp have saved Bear Mistweaver, and they'll be
final.
playing 3 different
That's
flavors
still
of
not
the DPS
final.
specs. Direwolves banned out their Survival Assassination Resto Shaman, which means they're gonna have Bear Mistweaver Unholy Aug. What is that third DPS slot going to look like, though? Could it be maybe an Affliction Warlock? Could it be an Ellie Shaman? There's a lot of interesting choices there. Ret Paladin seems like it's been doing pretty good in a lot of these mass AoE keys. What are you thinking, Dranos?
Well, I wouldn't want to play the Ret Paladin without a Shaman to buff it, and I think they're not going to be doing that. So I'd be a little bit off of that. You could play the Arms in this key as well. Works out really nice on Gemellis if you can get it going. Physical
Wait,
God Comp also an
Physical
interesting
God
question as well.
can
is
still
what flavor
use
of Hunter are
Guardian
they gonna
Druid, right?
use? You play the Beast Mastery in here, I think,
Because they
probably,
don't have
but
to ban
this
it.
could be an opportunity. Marksmanship, something we haven't seen yet, and this is a pretty good dungeon for marksmanship. It's a spec that the damage profile of it was reworked a little bit in the 0.5 patch, and we haven't seen it yet in the
Dranos
MDI.
said
But maybe
they
this is the
cannot
opportunity
use
for it.
it anymore.
If any dungeon team
So I'm
and with
not
survival
sure.
already been banned combo will happen, I think it could be here.
I mean, it seems like they both have a lot at their disposal to use in this one. They are not out of luck by
But
any means
Banster
with the
is
picks.
really good on
Again,
Hunter.
we've seen some
I'm
great
not
adaptation from the teams as they have
gonna
worked through this spec
surprise if he
variety
plays
rule, and
Hunter again,
clearly both Direwolves and Physical
but
God
not
Comp have taken
survival.
this into account. This is, though, our deciding map in our best of 3. Magisters, Terrace, Direwolves versus Physical God Comp. Whoever takes this one moves on the lower bracket and stays in the running, looking ahead to our Season 1 finals and BlizzCon beyond it. Whoever loses, though, will have their journey to that dream cut short here and now. Let's see who's able to make it through, Makes.
Yes, let's see. We haven't seen either of those teams in Magister's Terrace yet.
You
I was trying to
Banster
pull up
on
if we
Hunter
had
again.
any kind of way to confirm what kind of classes they would prefer here. And indeed, Zyro, the Retribution Paladin is going to be coming in here with
Where are
the additional
their
Elishan
bars?
on the left-hand side, together with that Unholy and
Oh my god, I
Evoker
forgot to
combination,
scroll
really
up.
being the only outlier in what we usually would deem
the heck?
as the premier composition. And on the right-hand side, we're basically seeing what we expected out of the Physical God Comp team. Basically the same thing, just different flavors on the DPS specs.
Sorry,
Yep,
guys.
and it's actually Physical God Comp who deal with that first pack a little more quickly here. That's with the damage
Oh, that's
cooldowns
BM
from
Hunter.
Direwolf, so
From
a little
Banster.
bit higher
Scrub
damage from the
streamer.
Physical God Comp melee pull, which is not what you would really expect to see, right? Usually that should be a downside in the MDI, that you're not playing the overall tier 1 comp, but these guys are so practiced at this comp that it is made into a tier 1 comp for them as they get to the Pyromancer first. Direwolf's not too far behind. Of course, that Blazing Pyromancer does need to be killed off quickly so you can progress to the first boss of the dungeon. Teams hard focusing that down while doing their passive cleave to all the books and casters in this area as well. I love that teams are using that cubby to line aside all the casters in and also bait that flame strike as well. But Physical God Comp,
like
once
their
again, dealing with
damage
that
is
pack a
better?
little more quickly makes.
PGC's
They're
damage is
so
better.
fast. They have so much damage. Wax is just nuking anything in his path from the look of it, as they're already on to our Conatron Custas here.
No safe
in
is now
Magister's
arms.
Terrace. I'd love to look up some of our splits for this dungeon just to give us an idea
And
on
our
what a
Tammy's
really fast
main
boss
is
split in
Miss
this
Weaver,
dungeon
so
looks like on that first boss. But I mean, Physical God Comp cannot be far off.
They can't be. This is an extremely fast key. But again, I feel like in general, the difference between the teams here is very likely to be who doesn't die. These pulls are massive. There are plenty of room for mistakes. Even on the lowest key level in competition, look at the health bars for our team as these worms start to die. They do a little burst of AoE damage, but they also give you that 1% damage buff. Both teams expending the Bloodlust on our Canotron here to try to get as much boss damage as possible. Physical God Comp get the boss to about 50% in their Bloodlust burst. It looks like the burst is actually quite a bit better for Direwolves, though, with that Augavoker combo.
Yeah, Augavoker is certainly one of these specs you're always happy to see on those MDI runs
They're
for
ketchup.
sure. And while we're talking,
catching
I was
up.
kind of just looking up. So the fastest we've seen on the Magister's Terrace in this group weekend was a Boss 1 split of 2:57, which is right about now for our teams. So they're still a tiny bit slower than what we saw from the triple threat, but Physical God Comp right behind them as Custas does fall down, and now for them, and they're on their way already. This Pyromancer will need to die, but will do just so, as is already incredibly low, and let's see how they deal with this next hack. This is only, quote-unquote, a 15.
A good question. Why their timer difference by 1 second?
One thing would be those runic glaives that just hurt so much in the swing right before Serenal Sunlash. And if the other teams have taught us anything, is that there's no stopping here. So really make sure you watch those spell breakers and you survive this with whatever means possible.
All right, Direwolves about 30 seconds behind on that first split. They're going to have to accelerate with the use of this bursty comp in order to take advantage of Physical God Comp's slightly more flat damage comp. These massive pulls should be an opportunity for them. Physical God Comp has been in combat with this pull for about 30 seconds. We saw Stapor staying behind to grab that extra crystal buff, gives him 10% damage. Gonna grab another one before he pops the army and gets active in this pull here. Here we go. There is the setup for them. We'll see the burst coming out momentarily for the team. But Physical God Comp is just so far ahead off the consistent damage here, Migs. It seems like Dire Wolves is just already behind 4 minutes into our dungeon.
Yes,
there's a no, that's the
runic
glaive.
Even that out is a death, and that's exactly what happens on the side of Physical God Comp as Wax does go down to the glaives.
No.
They just don't take any prisoners, as 2 of those spellbreakers, well, 1.5 really, that one should fall any second, are still alive as they go into Serenal Sunlash on the left-hand side. A similar story for the Wolves, and they keep it clean from here. They still have applications of that runic glaive buff, and you can see they're also
Eldoni,
staying a
don't
little bit more
die.
cautious, waiting, spawning that boss just a second slower as the Magister in the background is still going to be walking in. I think
We don't pull
Physical God Comp
extra.
still is ahead, but that death put them back
But
closer
I
together.
like that better.
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever a time as a Dire Wolves fan
Yeah, they don't pull
for you to
extra.
cheer for this team to finally
This
have a
boss.
deathless run this weekend, this needs to be it. Cheer for your teams in chat here as they get through Serenal Sunlash here. With that death timer on the board, it is going to be closer than ever. Both teams need to be perfect from here on out. This is an extremely quick dungeon. Any death timer is amplified by that fact. After Serenal Sunlash, the teams essentially have 1 or 2 massive pulls on the way to Gemelus, doing probably about 40% of the dungeon's count in those pulls.
Yeah.
So they need to be perfect. The Guardian Druids are going to be a big catalyst for that, pulling everything together. But the single target damage on this boss looks like it's accelerating more for Physical God Comp than it is for Direwolves here. They were only about 25% ahead when Direwolves pulled the boss. That gap has opened up to 35% now, so they're doing quite a bit more single target damage.
They have so much damage. It's the same story as we saw in the Pit of Sauron, as we saw in the Algathar Academy. These guys are just gaming. They're having so much DPS every single time we go into those bosses, and it shows. Once again, Physical God Comp pulling ahead here just on pure single target into Serenal Sunlash.
But I usually don't.
Go down. Come on, you don't want to go that wave. Yes,
Don't
good
add
timing
tag.
there. It's always a pain when that last wave of
Oh,
silence
that's
does come through, and then you need to dip back in, lose
Sorry,
another
I,
second of uptime.
had-
So nice done, or nicely done that they
Yeah,
were
I
able to
know.
finish it out here.
But you
as they're
can
already
always
clicking
find me
that
in the
console.
community.
Now we do have a 3
And you know
20
where
on
to
that
find
second
me.
boss split. Direwolves
Every
are going to
day
be a
I
little
stream.
bit behind that, but Physical God Comp are not going to stop here. We're going to be seeing them do another massive pull here, right?
Well, look at the boss 2 split, though. Even with the death, Physical God Comp split on Serenal Sunlash is still going to be faster than Direwolves by about 5 to 10 seconds here. If you look at those timers at the bottom of the
I just
screen,
had
Physical God Comp is
like
not
bad
done
experience,
yet.
and
Sometimes we'll
it
see our
was
team stop
only
at that
50
first
friends, I
mini-boss
think.
here to kind of prep
And
the
then I
big
had
pull. Squish Vegan
my
has
beta
no
full.
intentions of doing that as we charge straight into Gemelus's room. How many mobs are we pulling? The most we've seen here.
Can you say again? Yeah.
One single pull.
Oh.
Squish Vegan under a lot of danger here. As you can see, the Incarnation and Ironbark pressed at the same
I'm
time in
gonna
order
mute
to
that
mitigate
a
as much
little
damage
bit.
as possible. Sitting on both charges of Survival Instincts here, just in case. You have to make sure we're interrupting every single Terror Wave cast. A single one of those going off could be the end of the team's lives here. Consuming Dark, pulsing AoE damage on the group as well, but Ortimus doing a great job of keeping the group topped.
Absolutely right. Another Void Caller Shadows Consume does come in. Takes on the team here. Banchers just barely survive. Slams defensive there last second, making life on Ortimus a little bit easier, who gives himself that life cocoon. They have one Void Walker in the back here that's now getting picked up as they are gathering the rest of these tiny Void Walkers all around. And Gemellis is already spawned, so is going to be engaged here in the immediate. Physical Godcom pulling ahead here as they are dealing with the boss already. Left-hand side, similar story. The first Void Caller has died off. The boss is slowly but surely spawning, and Okan is going to be gathering up the trash. And I feel like Direwolves on the back of this pull has sped up just a bit from where we saw those two teams on Sunlash.
Yeah, off the back of that Unholy Aug burst, they just destroyed that pull. They were 35% behind on Serenal Sunlash. That gap has closed to 25% on Gemellis, but I fear that that is going to open back up, as this boss is the perfect scenario for an Arms Warrior to do damage. They will cleave these jellyfish down like crazy. The second these bosses start to spawn, I believe by the time we get to the 5 split here, Physical Godcom will have finally pushed into their final form and start cleaving this boss down and saying, yeah, as I speak, that 25% gap has opened up to a 30% gap, and I fear it's only going to get worse for Direwolves here. Using personals across the board, both Bubble and the Cocoon being used to keep the players topped as they're dealing with this Void Terror on top of Gemellis. Physical Godcomp is happily cleaving away on their end.
Absolutely right. We did see some of those white-infused bright worms on the left-hand side for the Direwolves that also walked into this pull, as they now added the rest of the trash that is standing around in Gemella's boss room as well. So they have still some extra to just cleave onto and cleave around.
Physical Godcom just...
It won't matter for long, as Physical Godcom is nearing the end of this boss fight. You can see Squish just making sure Gemellis is on many or as many of his jellyfish copies as they can find. That Void Walker will also need to die, and once this is done, they have one more pull that we're going to be seeing from them before the boss. Let's see how this one goes. It's all gas, no brakes for Physical Godcom as they're making their way up the tower of the Magister's Terrace, and we're going to be taking everything here. Void Terror, Void Terror. Let's see where we're going to be stopping, if we're actually going to be pulling in the Tyrant and the Void Caller for them that's standing right in front of that pathway, or if they have a way to just... Whoa, but Wax gets mellied by a Tyrant that was standing there. Needs to be rest in the immediate. That's 2 deaths now.
Terror Wave in the back.
30 seconds difference.
Huge blind from Walks there to interrupt that fear in the back. Huge heads-up play. That would have spelled the end for them. Getting that blind and then into the interrupt here, but this is going to stop progression for Physical Godcomp. They're coming back to deal with this pack. Both a shout and a stun being used to counteract those terror waves. This time around is the Intimidate from Banchers. It looks like they're running out of stops. Just the leg sweep available for Ortimus here. They're going to be knocking back from the Guardian Druid on that particular set of cleaves. These mobs might be DR'd. They need to kill these Void Terrors quickly. Direwolves, in the meantime, have dealt with Gemellis on their end. They're making their final charge up the platform as well, but they don't have to stop. They didn't have that mistake happen, and now there's 30 seconds of death timers on the board as Direwolves have now passed up Physical Godcomp in pure dungeon progression right now, but Physical Godcomp at this point can head straight to the boss. Direwolves needs to blast this pack as quickly as possible. Are they going for broke? Are we pulling this into the boss makes? No, we're stopping here.
I mean, they still have 2.5% that they need to do, so something will need to be tagged, and I assume it will need to be tagged into the boss, and that's exactly what Physical Godcomp are going to be doing. Who cares about the consuming Shadow Cast? Who cares about a Tyrant that can 100 to 0 people? Nobody. Physical Godcomp are going to be walking all the way up to the Gentris and waiting for those guys to walk on up as well. There is a life cocoon, just preventative, on to Squish Vegan here, as well as the trash does walk in. But the Direwolves, they are on a similar pathway. They're up here, they're ready to go, and they want this series just as badly.
This is scary. They knew they had to do this because they were behind, but this is not something I think they would have practiced because look at the cooldowns across the board. The only thing Ocon really has is that Mark skin that just ran out. One charge of SI. They're going to have the Bloodlust in just a moment, but they're not going to pop it for the AoE. They're saving it for the damage cooldowns. So this is going to be a problem for them. It goes down to the Entropy Orb. They have a rest for them, but they're going to start to bleed out. This is going to be a full wipe for Direwolves.
Oh my god, for
a
what?
great dream and a great effort as they tried their best to get this series back under control, but on the back of this healer death, there's just no more rescuing. Maybe
They're falling down under pressure, I think.
For them to get back together, there would have been a chance, but it was a risky business that they dealt with, and unfortunately they were on the wrong side of those stats. Physical God Comp, though, they have managed to get on through. That Tyrant is down. It's only the Void Caller that's adding a little bit of extra chaos onto this boss pool here. Degentrius down to 15%, and with the death differential, I don't think there's any taking it from the Physical God Comp.
No, Physical God Comp is sending this boss home. They also have to cleave down that Void Caller, but with the full wipe from Direwolves, there is nothing stopping Physical God Comp from being the team that progresses further in the lower bracket. Direwolves is being sent home. Physical God Comp,
nice,
threat awaits.
Guys.
And it is going to be an intense matchup when they face them. But here and now, even with Direwolves in the mix, it came down to a game of chicken, with both teams facing down the dungeon to see who would flinch, or in this case, die the most first. Physical God Comp played to their strengths, adapting along the way and refusing to give up even when the odds were against them. They will move on in our lower bracket, where they will have to continue good runs if they're going to go up against the triple threat. This does mean that Direwolves will be eliminated, so please drop your 07s in chat for them. We loved seeing them back this season, and we hope we can see them again for more. I mean, this was kind of a wild matchup. It took some twists and turns. Did this
I'm surprised this doesn't get modded.
Did I calculate all the additional deaths and oopsies?
Yeah.
No, Rook, I did not. I mean, it
Somebody
seems like
guess
I wish I would have. Right? I mean, it would have been great. We would have just known right off the bat, but I suppose it's more fun when you get to watch it unfold. But, I mean, honestly, both of these teams, I think they seemed like they were much closer in this back and forth than I think most of us thought they would be. For sure. I think it was a super entertaining, super close series. You have to give them that, but I think Dratnos has more to mention about it. Dratty?
Yeah, exactly. So right off the start, we saw, again, the differences in composition. That Rep Pally combining, even without the Resto Shaman to go with it, was doing some pretty big DPS for Direwolves. For Physical God Comp, things started off with some big pulls as well. But we did end up having the first 2 deaths of the map happening to the Rogue on the side of Physical God Comp, going down to first a Runic Glaive, and then second Melee ended up being the second one. But the DPS out of the side of Physical God Comp and the pull sizing that they were able to set up in the earlier parts of the dungeon led to them getting a nice lead going with a lot of this movement through here. Things were looking solid for them, but then those 2 deaths on the board would have been a big problem. Those 30 seconds, they were ahead. Were they 30 seconds ahead? I don't think so. There you can see the second death happening for Physical God Comp as it was an auto attack there, threat. Rarely an issue that you see, because usually rogues can have the tricks of the trade available. Sometimes when a pull gather
at the end, at the last boss,
your tricks will have fallen off.
Unfortunately,
Direwolf
wipe,
on the rogue,
full
so
wipe.
That can definitely happen there. But yeah, look at the count here. Physical God Comp were able to gather. They were able to skip this really big, really ambitious pull that Direwolf were setting up, and able to mostly successfully do. But then when they took the remnants of it into the last boss, there ended up being an orb that was colliding, and you can see Ryu there noticing it. The ping's coming down, rolls over, but ends up going through some projectiles, going down, and leading to a very quick wipe for the Dire Wolves. Meanwhile, the Physical God Comp able to get over the finish line, taking the series 2-1. Despite those 2 deaths on the board for them, it ended up being a much bigger catastrophe for Dire Wolves, who were so good, so clean throughout that whole map up until that point. It was a 0-death run. It was almost the curse being broken, but then on the very last boss, it reared its ugly head once more.
I have to own up to something.
Chat say they are
I think I cursed that run.
OCE.
Because right before they died, I was sitting here watching and I thought to myself, they
I'm
finally
not
did
familiar
it.
with
They
them.
finally got the deathless run, and then it was just immediately a full wipe. Oh,
But
it's
they've
brutal
been
to see,
in
and it just goes to show that
MDI
you can
since
have
War
fast
Within.
routes, you can have skilled players, but being able to execute under pressure is so important, and you never exactly know how the day is going to go, regardless of all of your practice. So again, it was great to see Direwolves back in the competition, but Physical God Comp will be moving on. And with that in mind, we have to take a look at where our bracket has landed us. So Zyro, our last two series of the day await. Who has been eliminated so far, and what do we have ahead of us?
Well, of course, we saw earlier off in the day Auntie's Angels with a massive upset over Triple Threat. They are awaiting the winner of our next matchup in the final there, but they've already qualified for Grand Finals, so they're happy, I'm sure, regardless of what happens over the course of the day. Unfortunately, we just sent Direwolves home just now. They're going to be leaving the competition in 4th place. We won't be seeing them again. It was great to see them again. I hope they play again next season, but for the time being, Direwolves is done. But the big matchup, this is the most important matchup of the weekend. This matchup determines who gets to play in the Grand Finals. Winner, you're the top 2. You get to play in that. Get to play for a spot at BlizzCon.
Rematch between Triple
you go
Threat
home.
and God
In
Comp.
Physical God Comp, I'm sure they're happy. They're extremely excited. Spirits are up right now.
But the last
The job's
time
not
they
done yet.
lost
You need to win this
2-0.
series, and I think this is a much, much more difficult series. Triple Threat
I forget
has
what
looked
dungeons
fantastic
though.
all
Can we
weekend,
see that?
except for that first matchup today, where they had a couple of very weird-looking
Oh.
wipes. It looked like a different team almost today.
Pulse and
It did. It
MC.
was honestly very surprising. It seems like this has just been a wild mix of all kinds of things today, a day of upsets, if you will. And it looks like, though, we have a little bit of extra insight here. Dratnos, was there something you wanted to highlight from our map?
Yeah, so I just want to talk a little bit about the Rogue talent choice, because we did
The
see those 2
map.
deaths happening to the Rogue, and both guys were like, oh, was Cheat Death already used? But if you actually look over on the left-hand side there, we have that class tree, and the third there, yeah, you can see the elusiveness point. This is a really powerful node. It makes your feint also give you 20% damage reduction against everything. It makes evasion give you a damage reduction also against everything. 2 very powerful effects, but the thing you're giving up for this is the Cheat Death. So that
The
was part of how those
dungeon.
deaths ended up being possible. Now, of course, would you have died other times if you don't have the cheat death, or if you don't have the elusiveness, and then
I saw
your
a
cheat death gets
cavern.
taken by something that otherwise you wouldn't have had it
Windrunner
get taken by,
Spire?
and then you end up going
What is
down?
this?
It's certainly possible.
Oh, Sky
but it is
Reach.
definitely an interesting thing to note. It's a ambitious choice to play without
I
cheat
saw
death,
a
and it's something
cavern,
where
Windrunner
anytime you
Spire,
do die
Sky
in a rogue,
Reach.
you're always like, you're always hoping nobody checks whether you had that talent, and then they'll say something witty at you. And
The
you'll feel
last
bad.
time
Yeah, you hope nobody
Physical
checks,
God
unless
Comp
you know
lost
Dratnos is
in my
watching, and then
Sarah
probably Dratnos
cavern.
will check and does notice. But it gives us good insight, honestly, which I'm very grateful for, and I'm glad that we have an idea, again, of how these things can kind of happen. A lot of these choices behind the scenes play a very big role, even in the moment to moment. So
Triple
very
Threat,
interesting there, and Dratnos,
just
thank you for giving us
because
some more insight on that. Now,
of the
before we let you all
composition
go for another
of
break, we
the
have
team.
another mini game. So we are going to be revisiting the game Something Ain't Right, which is basically one where we have these maps that we'll go ahead and show from our dungeons, and all of you have to try and point out alongside us what is wrong with the map that we have up. Now, we've had some really tricky ones. We've been told that today will not be as brutal as the second map that we had yesterday, but you know what, chat? I'll believe it when we see it, so let's take a look.
Hey.
Now, importantly as well, this is like
This
it's
is the
MDT, right?
entrance,
So
and
it's,
then
if
we
there's
go
something that's
here,
normally
there
in
is
MDT, even if
buff.
it's a little bit of a different way
Going here,
represented
there
than
is
it is in
3
game, that is allowed. It's not one of those
box
things. It will be
and 3
something
box
more
over here.
than that.
1, 2, 3
I would
lasers.
like to speak.
Yes, Makes?
I already see one.
That's good.
Go ahead, Mix.
No, you say it. I will let you say it.
No. You
Go ahead,
start.
Zyro.
Oh, wow.
You say
Oh,
it.
gosh. Okay, I'll decide here.
There is no
Makes.
patrol here. Or
Well, that's
wait,
just rude.
is this a patrol?
Our tree is not in the spot where he should be,
here.
I think. Or is this an
Yeah,
MDT?
I think that's just an
Oh,
MDT visualization.
maybe.
I think that's one of those
Okay,
things where
it might
that's
be,
how
yeah.
that is how MDT shows that.
Okay, great.
I thought it might
Zyro?
have been the ancient Zyro.
That's okay, Zyro. Do you have an idea?
Isn't it the headmaster's enclave? It's not the head teacher, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
In the bottom right.
Head
Or-
teacher, headmaster. Okay, no, apparently that is correct. That is the OG.
Really?
Apparently.
not a word.
A head
not a
teacher.
word.
You're as stupid
They
as
teach.
me.
The name
I
is
have
the
something.
quad.
I think we have
didn't
some
know that.
lashers displayed in the trash over on the left-hand side, where those should be other mobs that are in
yep.
there. Yeah, a few of
okay.
those enemies look like they have the same graphic as the lashers, which should not be there.
Okay, that is correct.
That's right. The
Wow.
graphic
Yeah, and
is
similarly up
Lancer's
on the
graphic.
island. Oh,
Wanna
no,
go to the
island's-
quad,
Yeah,
dude?
shouldn't there be two? There should be 2 foragers with that Ravager pack, and
Oh.
it looks like they've been turned into something else as well, into like little croths or something.
This one?
The Guardian Sentry is Croft.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I
Croft
was gonna
Jr.
say that icon does not
Oh
look
yeah,
right.
the
Okay, all right.
I also is saying, are there rats? It looks like there's rats
Oh.
on the bridge.
Okay, there's something.
They
There's
look
something more with our
rabbit or something.
geography,
okay.
our terrain. We've been told.
Is it the staircase off the left of the quad that you could just, and then the dungeon portal being in a different spot than that?
Oh, we're waiting. No, I don't.
I think the
no?
name is in the wrong spot. No, isn't the Algathar Academy usually on top?
Okay, that's correct. Apparently. I don't think it would be something like that. I think again that's like MDT squishes the map up.
Oh, that's all.
Oh.
Oh, there's a missing.
Okay,
staircase.
here's everything. So
Oh,
okay,
I see.
it is a staircase. Is it?
Is it
Look back
above?
again.
I
Oh,
thought
wait.
I thought
There's
haze
no
is
staircase.
green. I
Oh,
thought.
Ah,
the
okay,
bridge
yeah,
is
it's
missing.
between
Okay.
Croth's room and the island, right?
Sneaky.
Over on the left.
Yesterday we
Yeah,
had
there's-
a staircase removed that was there, and this time we've had a staircase added that
Yeah.
wasn't.
Okay. All right. Nice.
Oh.
all right.
Yay.
Well, you know, chat, I saw a lot of you getting them too. We did our best, but we've got this one. But I think we have another map coming up, Pit of Saran, it looks like.
Okay, they didn't change it.
Jeez, I
I
wonder.
see. Something is wrong here.
It all Saron again.
Apparently,
Wonder
I think
what
There
that
is Dreadnought's
Drados and I are
face.
Ick, and makes his crick.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Yeah, it looks. That's correct. That looks just like their models in game.
No,
So-
actually, that's an MDT. It's like that.
That is how it looks.
Okay, so that is one.
I'll need to have
confirmed.
a conversation with someone.
Okay, we've got one more
Another
change, chat.
terrain thing.
Okay.
Hmm.
And it's also
Alright, look-
terrain.
Look for staircases. Look for staircases. What are we missing?
Yeah. I've got the staircases on lock.
Oh, okay. There's two more apparently. Two more. What? I see a call for missing bridge.
Missing bridge.
There's a bridge?
Where would a bridge live?
Could be a delay here, but chat says there's a missing bridge.
Could it be like the forges in the Forge Master room? Do those show up on the map?
Maybe.
No, those
Listen,
do not.
I never look at the terrain. I'm a melee DPS. I go zup
Can I just
zup.
say, after
I
the
need some more
add-on
help
changes, I have not reinstalled MDT. No add-ons. So I never look at MDT for these dungeons.
I'm there with you. Okay, stairs.
What?
There should be.
Stairs?
Are there stairs everywhere that are supposed to be there?
This is funny.
There's stairs in this dungeon?
I'll be back,
I mean,
guys.
there's like one staircase right before Garfrost,
I'll
right?
take
Yes, we
a
see that.
Yeah,
quick
that one is
break.
correctly there.
Early break.
There is one, and there's mobs on there, and I remember the dungeon like that also.
Is it maybe the like middle section where you have the big eye thing in the pit that has no mobs?
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. Okay.
So that should have like stairs up and down, maybe, or. Oh, that is correct.
Oh,
okay.
that is correct, I
So
see.
it is. It is correct in the map. It is not a correct guess from me. That is.
Isn't there
that
like
area
a
has not
s-
been tinkered with?
Isn't there like a spire or a dome on that
Oh,
empty
okay.
patch to the left?
Oh,
okay,
there it is.
that's
Okay.
yeah. All
There's
right.
one.
And
There
the,
is
the mobs
one
on
more.
the stairs were wrong. I was like, these guys look weird.
Yeah, a different
They're
pack
like
than
tiny
lived there.
guys. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You were
There's
right.
like a gargoyle in there or something.
Mobs on the stairs wrong. We had the extra building. All right, there we go. And the casters, obviously. All right, thank you,
for
chat.
turning me into Crick.
Thank
I
you, chat.
appreciated that.
Thank you, production. Thank you, fellow casters that weighed in off desk. We appreciate you too. Now, today honestly is a day of upsets, and anything is possible. We have had almost every series turned on its head in the best way possible, and there's only more to come. Whatever ends up happening, you're all going to want to be here to see it. So while we're going to take a quick break to set things up, when we return, we have even more potential upsets ahead. Bye. We're back with a big series ahead of us. The lower finals will determine who our top 2 qualifying teams will be, and also remove another team from the competition. Now, this is going to be Triple Threat versus Physical God Comp. So, chat, it's time for your predictions. Now, of course, this is kind of a series we didn't expect happening in the way that it actually has panned out. Triple Threat were, for much of this weekend, our favorite in the upper bracket, but they were sent down here to the lower bracket today after a lot of inconsistencies in their opening series. So with that in mind, I mean, we have to think, how much will they have prepared for this lower bracket with spec bans and other considerations, whereas Physical God Comp probably has planned this, Tuttles. What do you think this is going to kind of mean for the two teams?
I mean, this is going to be insane. This is certainly a David versus Goliath kind of situation where Physical God Comp, the number 13 seed coming into this entire tournament, they've played upset, they've played spoiler. I feel like they have a really good game plan for every single dungeon, and I feel like their high key experience helps them out a lot. On the other side, the Triple Threat, we didn't even expect them to be here. They ended up getting upset by Auntie's Angels earlier today off the back of, I think they had a wipe in an Algathar Academy and a death in the Seat of the Triumvirate that was very, very impactful, to the point where Auntie's Angels was able to upset the Triple Threat. Now, if the Triple Threat continues to play like that, is the Physical God Comp team going to be in a position to where they can play spoiler? That is kind of the question that we have in this series.
I mean, honestly, it really is. And can they take them down? Is that weakness, is that vulnerability an opening for them? I mean, this has been the day of upsets, as we've seen, especially considering where we've ended up. Honestly, either of these teams could win, but we have to consider as well what's on the line for both of them, Zyro.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, again, I covered it at the end of last series. Winner of this series gets everything. You get more prize money. You get the spot in the grand finals. You get to play for BlizzCon. You lose, you go home. You don't get any of that. So this is it's a brutal swing here, winning and losing this series. It's everything to play for, though. So, I mean, if you're ever going to have your perfect runs, break out your best runs, it has to be right now.
It's true. It's true. I mean, honestly, there's a lot to take into account with these two teams. I mean, Physical God Comp, we've seen them bring in some amazing, I think, adaptations. We've seen them really flex what they've been able to do this season. But of course, there's always the possibility that it just seems like they may have slower routes. Whereas with the Triple Threat, we've seen them come out so strong, have these flawless runs initially, but then get tripped up today. So considering all of this and with your own thoughts in the mix, what are you going to be predicting for this series?
That's a tough one. So the question is, do we see the Triple Threat that we saw day 1, day 2, or do we get the Triple Threat that we saw this tournament morning, which was a very different team to my eye. Like, they were highly inconsistent.
Yeah, Mix has a point.
Didn't work out in their favor, so if today is just not their day, it could very well go into the corner of Physical God Comp, so... I'm leaning 2-1. I don't know in which favor yet. I'll need to think about it. Like, ask the others and I'll give you an answer.
2-1.
Close.
Okay, take your time. Keep considering. All right, Tuttles, what do you think? How is this one going to pan out in your opinion?
I'm rooting for PGC,
It's
but
the sound of a bald eagle
when
in the
we
distance.
put prediction,
Physical God Comp. NA's bringing it home.
Okay, I love this. I love this. Love watching this belief coming from you. The screech of the eagle still ringing in my ears. Okay, Tuttles.
Within
We'll have you
20K
down,
here.
leaning towards Physical God Comp. Now, Zyro, do you hear the eagle's call, or are you leaning elsewhere?
just because of the
No, I don't hear
dungeons.
a damn thing. It's 2-0 Triple Threat. These guys are way too good. They made some mistakes earlier today, but like, come on. The pedigree. These guys are an Echo, Liquid, Method. These guys are insane players. What happened earlier today is not the norm for them. I'm sure they'll clean it up.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Makes, have you
profile is
landed
private.
somewhere? Do you have any idea with this weighing in?
I'll hear your prediction and then I'll give you mine.
Okay.
Oh, the pressure. And here I was going to base mine off of yours. No, let's see. You know, it's my faith has been somewhat shaken after the first series of the day. I think that seeing the Triple Threat make the mistakes that they did was not what I was expecting from the gameplay we had seen from them. Maybe a mistake here or there, but some of that just felt very unsteady for them compared to the really, really strong locked-in gameplay they'd seen. Physical God Comp, I always loved cheering for them,
who
and I feel
will
like
win,
they have
Chad?
a strong potential this season. They're kind of locked in.
Bros,
even from
who
the
will
previous
win
games,
is-
hopefully not too tired.
You see,
But I think I'm gonna have to lean Triple threat. The eagle is not echoing here in my house. Unfortunately, I'm gonna go 2-1 triple threat though, because I do think physical god comp, they've got the potential to take one off
what's
of them.
the score?
All right, I have decided I'm gonna go 2-1 in favor of physical god comp. Under the additional note that the call that you all associate with an eagle is actually not an eagle. I just need to tell you that as you know, somebody who's really obsessed with birds. It's upsetting me.
Wait, what is it?
That's true.
I'm American. It's common that I'm wrong on things.
Isn't it actually like a hawk or a falcon? It's something like that. It's a red hawk. Yep.
It's a hawk, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll need to replace the audio with some, like, happy chirps of an eagle. Doesn't quite have the exact same kind of momentum behind it, perhaps, but I think it can still be a rallying cry.
They sound actually kind of goofy. So if you listen to a real bald eagle, they're just kind of like, yeah, I figured why they went with the hawk.
Okay, all right. Wow, slandering eagles on the stream today, but I mean, honestly, I think these two teams, wherever you are, whatever region, wherever you're coming from, there's a lot to cheer for with both of them, and a reason that I could see anybody getting behind them. Now, chat is getting behind triple threat, perhaps swayed a bit more towards them given the performance we'd seen in those top competitors, but physical god comp, 35% over there, still representing strong. There's a lot of physical god comp believers in the chat, so we love to see it. Now, the teams are going to be facing off in our 3 upcoming dungeons, Mysara Caverns being up first. And as we've thought about some of the picks they might bring in, or some of the limitations we've seen perhaps with some of these teams, I mean, Zyro, what do you think they're going to kind of be looking to bring to the table for their first dungeon?
Well, I think we know exactly what the playbook is for physical god comp. They're probably going to play Banters on Brewmaster, Ortimus on Resto Shaman, and they squish on the Feral, and oh no, they're not! They're going best comp first!
Wrong.
Alright, take it away!
Tunnels, go for it! I mean, here's a surprise right at the start.
Actually, I think that thinking about this a little bit more in depth, this makes sense. So, this is the Arms Warrior dungeon. Arms is so good in Mysara's Caverns. It is, if you look at logs, it is one of the top specs in the game in terms of the ability to be able to do damage in this dungeon.
Bring home this first game.
I am not super surprised that Physical God Comp looks at this map pool and is like, okay, we're playing the Arms Warrior, we're trying to play our best comp, and we are trying to win this first map. I think it really does make sense. And right off the bat, you see for both the Triple Threat and Physical God Comp, pressing that Bloodlust, doing an absolutely massive first pull with their Guardian Druids, and with
look at the
Guardian Druids, Squish Vegan
can make
doing
such
700,000 DPS here.
Good difference.
Yeah, who's that DPS is actually the tank, as he's just topping that damage meter for a split second. Now, yes, it makes sense to bring this into the first map. If you want to go for momentum, if you want to make sure you have that first map on your side, I'm seeing all of those points, but that also means you're losing access to the comps you really want to be bringing, or the specs you really want to be bringing into your comp earlier than if you would have played something that's a little bit
comp reminds me of Druid Mage Priest.
Where I'm a little bit worried.
When was that and for what?
I do
for
like
PvP roles?
You know, it's like a little bit of an ego thing. Like you go in with a comp that you think you can take the serious, and you say, bang, we're taking it.
I mean, you got to win 2 maps somehow. You can't keep your pick banned. You can't keep your spec variety rule once you're eliminated from the tournament. You have to be able to win 2 maps somehow. And I think for Physical God Comp, it really, again, the Mysara's Caverns, it really just makes a lot of sense. Look on the right side. While they did end up getting a little bit less enemy forces, they finished off the first pull of the dungeon just a hair faster. How are they going to be dealing with the dungeon progression where they're pathing through this dungeon? And where are they going to be able to make up that little bit of extra count? The second pull of the dungeon, it looks like it's a little bit slower for Physical God Comp compared to the triple threat, and I think that's really off the back of the sustained damage from the things like the Affliction Warlock, the Devoured Demon Hunter constantly having that Void Metamorphosis, the Breath of Eons coming out from the Augmentation Evoker every single pack, and I really think that those specializations and like the consistent uptime, the consistent chain, it really gives you a unified strategy for how you want to play the dungeon. With Physical God Comp, they're trying to hold W and they're trying to zug down these mobs. This is like the PvE version of Turbo.
Something that the Affliction Warlock also brings is, of course, these Warlock portals as well that can help you just traverse through a dungeon a little bit faster. You can see that the team was using it to get from the first pull to the second pull, and that cuts down on what, maybe 2, 3, maximum of 4 seconds, but those can add up. So really just a little bit of extra utility that can matter in something like the speedrunning format. Here, both teams are now on their way towards the boss, but a death has come in. Throw Spear has taken down Banchers, and the team is now without an additional DPS. Noxif is going to be following swiftly. That is 2 DPSs down. Squish Vegan alone on the dance floor together with Ortimus trying to keep this pull alive as the rest of the team has to run back to get back with them.
They were going for something that was a little bit greedy. You saw Ortimus, he went to go free the prisoners, and while Squish Vegan was getting the pack set up, and it was just unfortunate targeting by those headhunters. You really want to be spamming CC on them, but the amount of group damage that happens here from the heal absorbs, from those headhunter snares, I think a cast actually went off on Noxiv as well. It is a high damage intake pull, and the fact that they didn't have their healer there, it kind of opens up that vector to be able to have like a mistake where you don't end up having enough healing, and you know, you have a couple people going down. And now Physical God Comp, while they were a little bit behind in terms of trash percentage, now they're 30 seconds behind in terms of death differential. And on the left side, look at this, the triple threat, they've already engaged the boss.
Yeah, they're zooming right now. Obviously that pull went a little bit better for them. They didn't have those additional 2 deaths that just went everything threw everything into chaos, really.
But remember yesterday there was
still a lot
team
to
that
do and a lot where teams can speed up or
fell
slow
behind,
down.
but they won.
They're going to be a little bit cautiously
I think that's
optimistic.
Dire
You know,
Wolf.
that's the best way of optimism, as Physical God Comp is now
Oh, yeah,
also
this is not
in
over
fight
yet.
with Mergen and Necrax, but of course definitely behind in overall dungeon progression for now.
I wanted to ask Tropic if he has enjoyed the MMR boost Blizz added this week.
God Comp with those 2 deaths. Is it too
What
early
with the
to throw out the
MMR
07
boost?
snakes?
What
It is
happened, Rose?
absolutely too early. Chad, come on. Have you been watching the last couple of series in this group weekend, particularly yesterday, today? Have you seen how close some of those maps were? How many teams have had issues towards the end of a dungeon? It's not over until it's over, man. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I think that for the triple threat, there's a couple of pulls, particularly like the next 2 trash pulls. I think that those are the big ones that we're going to have to be watching out for. There is a lot of room for major mistakes with like the gnarled and AoE damage, with that mini boss, and then with just the bound defenders, those mobs in general. There is a lot of room for, you know, our Demon Hunter gets knocked a bunch, or maybe our Bear Druid gets knocked a couple of times, then takes a bolt to the face and dies. No, I'm just saying, that what is the loss condition for the triple threat, right? I'm just trying to,
I mean,
you know,
sure.
what is because I feel like for Physical God Comp here, they're 3% down on enemy forces, they're 30 seconds behind. That's actually pretty substantial in terms of the actual cadence of this dungeon, even though it is a 17. The odds that Physical God Comp has 30 seconds of time advantage just in the route or in just raw DPS, it's tough. I mean, it is a really difficult challenge. And so you have to kind of be thinking, okay, where could some of the time be saved? And it is, you know, potentially in the triple threat, making some of the mistakes like they made earlier today. And like you guys were talking about, you and Zyro were talking about in the pre-map analysis, which triple threat are we going to see?
But
are we going to
this
see the
is
same one that was in
the-
Auntie's Angels, where
The death
they had a couple
count
mistakes, or
cannot
are they going to see
be
the triple threats that we got on
seen.
Friday and
Like
Saturday,
it's
which were
not
completely
visible
flawless?
because of the color.
Absolutely, and you can see now as Triple Threat have managed to finish out that first boss, Duo Physical God Comp are right behind them. Of course, we'll keep tabs on the additional 30 seconds of death penalty timer that the team has to claw back onto on top of the current progression delay that they're running into, but still a lot of dungeon to make that happen. Triple Threat now
Jeff, you list on
into the
winner on first
Spirit
day for
room.
the
You can
MDI.
see a marker has already been placed
What do you
here,
mean?
and they're in fight with those gnarled.
You can always see it in the website. Rose.
Yeah, the G's.
It's too
silent.
flat. Or gnarled.
Yeah, Gnarlden, yeah. So Physical God Comp, you see that
When
they
Rookie
down the
said
first
this,
boss as well. They are 1 minute
everyone
behind
got
whenever you're
MMR boost.
factoring in depth differential.
I'm
That is the
guessing
amount
maybe
of time that
50
they're going to
MMR,
be
maybe
looking to make
more.
up. For Triple Threat here, oh my
Oh,
gosh,
when Rookie said this
a very
a week
scary
ago.
pull there. You saw Swag, he ended up getting rooted. Goob ends up rescuing him out of that root very quickly, but he did get hit by that bound defender tornado. It was that Roxal, he was coming for Swag there.
Yeah, he thankfully got rescued out of it, making sure that he was not going to be hit by that and not going to be suffering under the curse. Now the pack is falling slowly for the triple threat, but Physical God Comp have arrived at the same spot into the dungeon. And from here on out, we are going to be needing to take some extra attention to how they're routing through the end of it, because of course, we know that our healers are most likely going to be coming back here to then light the incense, and that skip has cost some of our team significant amount of time.
Yeah, sometimes it looks
Wait,
pretty good.
people in chat say
in terms of
Guardian
the time
doesn't
that's
use
saved.
tier.
Sometimes teams
You
are
don't need tier
lollygagging a little bit,
when
and I
you
feel like
play
it's
no Apex?
either net neutral or a little bit of a time loss. And you see Goob here, he's already pre-lighting 3 of the incense.
Really?
That way he can come back and end up getting that spirit whenever he's ready, activate his Warnstone, and just make sure that they are in a good position. Actually, they're just going straight to Vordaza. They're not even pulling any additional trash in this area. They have no more count that is required. And that's where the count advantage for the triple threat really comes into play. You see that gate is allowing everybody to get through. Oh, Zotzi's even on a 2-seater mount. Wow.
Going fast
This
here
feels
and taking Gup into the pocket, saying we're just gonna go, don't look back. As they're already into the Vordaza boss room here now. Notably, they don't have a DK, so they can't grip that additional mob in.
This
You
is
can get it otherwise.
This is probably the last really hard part of this dungeon, I think, for the triple threat. They have a bunch of skirmishers that whenever their shields expire, they pulse AoE on the entire group. They also have the phantoms that are spawned by Vordaza just naturally on the boss, which can do some AoE damage. Right here is the point in time where you press every single defensive to make sure that you don't die to those skirmishers. There is a little bit more AoE damage coming out. You also have to be really aware of the bound defenders with the Vigilant Defense, where that's getting aimed by Teef. The Soul Render route is really scary too. And so for the triple threat here, they are through the Skirmisher AoE, which is nice. It's just a little bit more damage, particularly aimed at Teef from these warriors and their invisible magic damage hits. And once all of that stuff gets dealt with, then the triple threat just has a vanilla boss to deal with.
Vanilla boss.
Okay, vanilla as
like
in
that phrasing.
without trash, not like a boss from vanilla.
Yes. There's still a bunch of things that will happen with Vordaza here. Those phantoms will keep spawning. The unmake will keep spawning. Teeth. Just a second there, waddling in the wrong direction.
Oh no, we were trash
managed in the end. Yeah, but like he had to dodge the unmake before that, and he's on his way now to get the additional trash, like you're mentioning. As we are in the necrotic convergence, Physical God Comp a full pull behind them, but basically equal on the trash count, so they will be able to skip something later on that triple threat will need to play. Question is that going to be worth it? Is that going to make up the remainder of count that they still need? Let's see how quickly they can get the Vordaza pulled together.
On live, teams tend to want about 93% enemy forces. That way you can just do one pack of skirmishers and then the drummer, and that's enough enemy forces. How high on count is the triple threat going to be? I actually don't. So they do have some bats here. They have some bats and a decent amount of warriors. I don't know if that's going to be getting them over the 93% threshold, which then means what is the triple threat going to grab additionally? Is it going to be another bound defender? That could be a mob that they're looking to grab. Although those mobs tend to be skipped in the MDI. They're just like not time efficient, I would say. So then there's a question of, is it a second skirmisher pack, which could also be a second skirmisher pack. I feel like that makes a little bit more sense. Potential some bats. Those are kind of the options. But Vordaza here, 8% HP for the triple threat. They really want to beat the next intermission, and I think that they're going to be beating it probably somewhere around 20 seconds ahead of whenever that boss is going to be shielding itself. So now for the triple threat, where are they going to get the remaining 10% is the question here.
Yep, that's right. So there is these skirmisher packs that you can play around, but the team
Bros, you cannot turn to another side when they are about to win.
Some teams just go ahead and melt.
You say the triple threat draws 2-0.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we do like. No, I think we need all of this. I think they need everything here.
I mean, this is
Okay.
It's pretty scary, I would say, to fight. So basically what's going to happen is they're going to be taking these skirmishers and defenders into the boss after they kill off this drummer. This is the point in time.
No, they're not about to win,
I think
sorry.
it was, oh gosh, Blame the Healer. I think that they were the team that wiped this earlier this weekend, right?
I would need to check, but I'll go with whatever you say is correct, yes. We've definitely seen it. They've managed to finish out the drummer here, which is important, but they still have the defenders that are going to be coming in as
I don't
well as
know
those tormented shades. So
why
we'll
they
need to
use
keep an eye
the
on the
best
additional
comp
interrupts,
though
and they will need to keep an eye
for
on those
their team.
defenders. One going for Satsi there immediately,
I
but
don't think they
able to get this one
don't
back.
have
Also,
like
of
strategy
note,
to
when the
lose
boss
this
knocks you back
dungeon
with a soul-rending roar, and you haven't
and then
finished
try
the
to win
defender by the
the
time this happens,
next two
you get reset.
dungeons. I
Do they
don't
really?
think.
We've seen it.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have.
The best for their team.
What time is this?
Almost the best.
On
I
the
think
boss pool. They have about
Noxif is
30 more
main
seconds to be able
Fury,
to kill off
able
these
to do it.
defenders. Yeah, I think they should be able to get these killed off.
but
It's just something to be aware of.
Ortem
We have
is
another death there
main
on
is
Walks,
Sweeper and
unfortunately.
Squish
They get
Wagon
hit
main
by the final pursuit.
Guardian
so one of the
Druid.
Phantoms actually coming when
Yeah.
their Ortem is
Oh
going to be
no,
going
they
down
don't
to that.
have
Also, a little bit of extra deaths there
Beerus.
for the physical god comp. Not the greatest start into the series for them, but Soul Rending Roar is happening. Triple Threat have the 100%. No resets on the defenders, thankfully. You're going into a different phase here, which is why they would normally reset. Like, you're not in the same phase of where the mobs, the skirmishers are
Luck
standing.
if
So
that
you
goes.
do actually lose them whenever that happens, and thankfully not something we're going to be seeing now.
I didn't even notice they pressed Bloodlust on pull of Raktool because of exactly what you were saying about needing to be able to get those defenders killed off in time. And so then the thought process is Raktool's going to die to a 6 stack of this buff regardless during his soul expulsion. So doubling
they
up
need
with the
a bat
Bloodlust is
here.
just overkill. Instead, we would rather utilize it to be able to kill the trash off in time. That way we can just tank that on top of the boss and get effective cleave. And for the triple threat here, the boss is at 2%, the boss is at 1%, and it dies right as it becomes available again. And the triple threat, 100% enemy forces, 100% of the boss is killed off, and they are able to take map 1.
Second map
And they
is
look much
Windrunner
cleaner, much
Spire.
faster, and much of a stronger contender than they did this morning. But honestly, a good run from both teams here. I think trying to keep up the pace is difficult in one like this. But with this deathless run and this fast one that they put up, Makes, do you think that Triple Threat has gotten back into the groove?
So I'm looking at their timer, and they're
Look at Archie
3
typing
seconds
in no
faster
chat.
than the one we saw from Auntie's Angels, but Auntie had a death. So
I mean,
not the fastest we've seen in this group weekend, but certainly a very clean,
I wouldn't
very
like
concise, and deathless run. This is a triple threat I would like to see again in the next
making
series,
people
and if we
angry,
do,
but
might just be able to get this
sometimes I
series
troll
down to
in
low.
chat.
Of course, we'll also have to talk about physical god comp, just having a little bit of a
So if you didn't know,
crumble-off,
chat,
a little bit of a catastrophe chain moment there, where just death into death,
this
and then
verified
everything
badge
just desyncs, and you're
for
sad
partner,
as you
I can
try to get
actually
them
hide it.
Yeah, when things fall apart, I think it's sad, especially for the team and for a lot of us watching too. And
No,
it is kind of the nature of
Gambler.
the speedrunning. But Zyra,
I'll
with
get
your
banned.
sort of replay and the things we can take a look at, what would you like to highlight from this map?
Yeah, I think we kind of identified the question coming into this series. Is Triple Threat going to be clean, or are they going to have mistakes? And Triple Threat was clean. It was a fantastic run. Whereas on the side of Physical God comp, I mean, they're playing their best comp right off the bat, but it really fell apart later on into this first section of the dungeon, right before the first boss. While Ortimus was away, gathering some of those prisoners needed to spawn the first boss. This first pull went a little bit awry. A throw spear lands on Banshers while he's already low. That's a one-shot. Noxiv slowly bleeds out to one of those debuffs as well, and Ortimus just gets back a little bit late to keep the team topped. That was really like the major thing that happened to Physical God comp. Their run that wasn't necessarily bad outside of that, but I think we kind of correctly identified, right? Triple threat. If they can play their game, this team is insane. They were the second team in time trials seed-wise for a reason. They're obviously incredibly fast. The Augavoker was a fantastic pick for this dungeon as well. The fact that that's not part of Physical God Comp's repertoire is something that I think they're going to look back on and be like,
I read novel,
really
right?
probably
And
should have added
then
that in for the MDI.
in
put it a
that
couple dungeons. It's just too
novel,
fast to
the
be particularly
character
key.
described
And,
as
triple threat
the
commanding 1-0
triple
victory.
non-threat.
But I also want to point out, Physical God Comp was also just in the situation
The
where they
triple
were
threat
down 1-0
just
with their
reminded
backs
me
against
of
the
that.
wall, and they managed to make it out of that previous series. Can they do it
Triple
again?
non-threat.
Oh,
They
well.
are they're good at survival. You know, I think Physical God Comp, they know how to kind of play steady and keep going, and they stick to their guns all the way through. So it's possible, and they will be heading into Windrunner Spire next. Tettles, though, with knowing what we've seen of this dungeon for both of the
win
teams,
this one,
and the fact that we're going to have these
and
spec bands
then
coming out,
we can
what do
go
you
to
think is
Sky
in
Ridge.
store in Windrunner Spire?
It's an uphill battle for the Physical God comp. I'm gonna level with you.
Sky Ridge is fun to
Anytime that
watch
you're forced
also.
off the Bear Druid, you can't feel great, right? So then there is the question. So Banchers, I believe he was playing Brewmaster Monk earlier in the weekend in the Windrunner Spire. Are they going to elect to go with that Brewmaster Monk whenever, you know, their back is against the wall, or are they going to continue to play that Bear Druid and end up opting for that Brewmaster
they
Monk in that
have,
Sky Reach? I think for Physical God comp, the bans really do make sense.
higher-
For the triple threat, they're actually banning out that Bear Druid and that
higher
Devourer
level
Demon
of
Hunter out of that
dungeons.
composition.
I'm
Those are
guessing
probably the
they will
two
have higher
high
level of
priority
dungeons
specializations from
in
that comp.
So
global
that makes
finals.
sense, though, because Triple Threat played Havoc in their Windrunner Spire, right? When we saw them in the Windrunner Spire, Wallif was on Havoc Demon Hunter instead, so saying, I don't actually care about the Devourer Demon Hunter, I like Havoc better anyway, which he did not say that, but I assume he must have, just based on how he's playing. I think it makes perfect sense.
That definitely wasn't like personal bias in
Sorry,
there. That
guys.
was just okay. Sure,
never.
please, Zyro, continue.
Yeah,
I
not
don't
only
use,
that, but they also played Windrunner Spire earlier this weekend with
Dark
the Guardian
mode.
Druid. They played double Monk, probably for the skips, for the Ring of Pieces to get past some of the mobs. And the timers for our teams running the comps that we think they're going to run in this dungeon, it's a pretty significant advantage for Triple Threat. They're about 3 minutes faster from previous runs if they're clean. So, yeah, it's not looking great for Physical God comp, but it didn't look great for them last series either, so maybe they can clean it up and play faster here.
Triple Threat also prioing, basically what they're saying is that they prio Mistweaver Monk over, you know, Guardian Druid in this Windrunner Spire. And I mean, it kind of makes sense if you think about like how Windrunner Spire gets pulled. You basically run down the hallway, you do meld skips here and there, and then it's like, all right, 60 mobs into a boss. We need a Mistweaver Monk.
You know, I mean, again, there's a reason, obviously, like, especially with the considerations these teams have to make with the dungeons, where they're kind of playing, okay, where is this dungeon positioned? What do we know we need to focus? And just like you were highlighting, Tuttles, and how do we deal with those specific things? So it definitely seems like that 3-minute lead is noticeably significant. That's a lot of deaths that they're going to have to rack up if they want to account for that, essentially, with Physical God Comp earning that time back. But again, I think Physical God Comp has had a chance to prepare for this lower bracket and have an idea that they're going to be moving through it here. So, I mean, Zyro, if you were going to position yourself, if you were playing as them, and you were going to position yourself, would you make any changes to what you've seen of their runs? Would you say that they should focus something specific as they go into this one?
For which team, sorry?
Oh, sorry, for Physical God Comp.
I mean, I feel like they've kind of pigeonholed themselves into playing their particular comp. I mean, they've had ample opportunity throughout the years, specifically for MDI and Great Push, to make changes, and they haven't made them. I wouldn't expect them to make them now. I feel like they just got to play their game and hope it goes well for them.
All right, well, we'll see how they take that comp in and face Windrunner Spire. Can they find some additional time or some streamlining in their routes that will help make up that 3-minute difference for the Triple Threat? Who knows? And will the Triple Threat continue to play consistently now that they've
they
had a bit of a
started
return to
competing
form
in
after this
the
morning's
War Within
mistake?
Season 1.
It's definitely going to be crucial for them because whoever loses this one is going to get knocked out of the competition, and whoever wins will be moving on to our Group B finals. Now, this is going to be the Triple Threat versus Physical God Comp here in Game 2 of our best of 3 Windrunner Spire. Tuttles.
All right, for the Physical God Comp fans, they need your energy. This is a big David versus Goliath kind of moment. The Physical God Comp coming in at the 13th seed versus the second seeded, the Triple Threat. The Triple Threat have an incredibly quick Windrunner Spire time, and for the Physical God Comp, they need all of your energy. They need a little bit of voodoo, and they need a lot of help to be able to take down the Goliaths that are the Triple Threat here.
That's absolutely right. We did see Windrunner Spire out of both teams. To give you an idea while we're looking upon this first matchup here, Physical God Comp locked theirs in with 19 minutes 31, whereas on the side of Triple Threat we had 16:48. A massive difference between those two teams and 0 deaths on both sides. So we will really need to see Physical God Comp find another layer of speed here as they're traversing through this dungeon. First pull is done with.
So Rogue has not been a super popular pick. It tends to be
Oh my
like
God.
the third or fourth DPS option, or whenever you get pretty deep into your spec variety rule. But something that's been very interesting is every single time that we've seen Rogue into
I'm
the
back.
Windrunner Spire,
Can you guys
no
hear me?
longer have to waste, I would say waste
Reload
a
the
bunch
stream,
of time
please? Yeah.
doing these elaborate shadow meld skips. Instead, you're afforded the opportunity, kind of like you were pointing out, Makes, of just holding W, you slam down that shroud, and then you're able to just move kind of freely through the dungeon. For the triple threat, look at this massive pull. They are gathering so much count here, and also they haven't pressed their
can't hear me?
bloodlust, which means
Okay.
this isn't even their big pull. They're going to be going bigger.
Yeah, you love to hear that. I'm just curious where it's going to be. I'm assuming it's just everything on to Derelict Duo as their first pull. We're going to be seeing whether or not it might be Ember Dawn as they are getting
My internet's
these
DC'd
stages
like
here.
a
Both teams
second.
are now out and on the runway, so Physical God Comp is going to be Derelict Duo for now, and I assume we'll see the same from the triple threat. They're now down here taking everything.
I think
Is
it's
this lust?
unlikely that they're going to be bloodlusting Ember Dawn on the side of the triple threat, mostly because they would have gone Ember Dawn first, right? Like, I think that's kind of the thought process.
It would be here, right? This should be lust.
Probably. And this is really scary. So
Okay,
this
yes,
pull,
there
it
we
has
go.
a bunch of cutthroats, which do like an invisible leap onto players that have the behemoth, and then they also have the boss.
Why are
so
you
it's
saying
just,
it like that?
It's a behemoth.
Stop.
And then they also have the Wobringer. And
Which one,
so all these
Behemoth?
mobs actually do a lot of unavoidable AoE damage. And in some instances, like the Cutthroat, it's an amount of damage that's hard to predict. And so front-loading all of your defensives, and in Zotzi's case, doing 200,000 HPS is what is just going to be required on this plus 17 Keystone level to keep everybody alive. This is also whenever you're thinking about dropping things like the Darkness, the Anti-Magic Zone, and the Zephyr. But the triple threat with that Bloodlust have just enough offensive firepower to be able to get all of the dangerous mobs killed off here, and I feel like they're out of the woods in terms of the difficulty of this first pull. Or this Bloodlust pull. It's not the first pull. The Bloodlust pull, rather.
The Bloodlust pull, indeed. The Behemoth is still alive for Physical God Comp, but not for much longer. Triple Threat still have a Lust running, but also not for much longer. They'll need to finish it out. Natty as it's still in there. I'm looking at Physical God Comp, the runs we've seen from them, and I think just generally with their compositions, they have access to a lot of just sheer single target or sheer boss DPS whenever we're seeing them on bosses. So I think it could make sense for them and their comp in particular to use the Lust where we saw them use it. Although I agree, to the naked eye, it does seem a little bit weird. I think you would always
There is
prefer
2
to have it
circles
on the
on
plus trash pull, but I mean, look at this.
the
They're
Evoker.
really fast here on the bosses, even without that Lust.
It's interesting because they went for additional pulls that were a little bit more conservative, but I think that's the advantage of the composition. Whenever you think about something like an Outlaw Rogue, it's capped at 8 targets with the Blade Flurry. That's typically the criticism of the specialization. Although, at that 8 target count, it's really, really, really good. It's kind of like the same thing as like the Fury Warrior, where whenever you get to super high 20-plus target uncapped AoE situations, the triple threat composition, that's where that comp really shines with the things like the Augmentation Evoker, with the things like the Unholy Death Knight. But for Physical God Comp, they're playing to their composition strengths, and that's where I think like the fact that they play this composition every single season is the best way I want to describe this. That's why they have that kind of advantage whenever they just have such an intimate knowledge of how are they supposed to route. And look at this. Only 10 seconds separate the triple threat and the Physical God Comp on roughly a similar amount of enemy forces here.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't hate that Lust timing for them at all. Let's see how this one continues. They will need to accelerate just a smidge, but those teams are still very much so.
I'm getting
neck and neck.
sleepy.
Next big pull is incoming for both of our teams. You can see the triple threat is already one step below as Physical God Comp is making their way a little bit slower, gathering it all together by the looks of it, trying to keep everything close and steady as they are also now entering the lower phase on this route.
Yeah, the lower ramparts, perhaps. I don't know what you would really call that.
Floor,
The
the
basement?
lower floor, I think is what I was trying to say.
Yeah. For both of these two teams, I mean, it's kind of like a unique feature of Windrunner Spire. There are mobs that are incredibly dangerous on their own. Like the Stewards and the Lynx in this side, and the Dragonhawks, realistically, are very, very dangerous mobs. And those are kind of the mobs that you have to be worried about pulling too many of, because they just do an insane amount of group AoE damage. And both Triple Threat and Physical God Comp have kind of a similar understanding of where those danger points are, where once the Apex Lynx gets pulled, it's really dangerous, and you're kind of trying to make sure that mob is killed off before you continue to chain if you're Physical God Comp. For the Triple Threat, they went for something that's even scarier. They actually grabbed that Bloated Lasher, which puts that massive dot on the entire party, and they are just relying on Zotzi's ability to be able to have a critical mass amount of mobs to spin on the entire time, to be able to out-heal the Steward dots, the Lynx jumps, the bleeds that are going out on your tank, and the Bloated Lasher, just massive amounts of AoE damage. And for the Triple Threat here, they should be a decent amount higher in terms of count, but Physical God Comp, in terms of dungeon progression, they're already
in terms
ready
of
to pull
I
the
get sleepy
boss.
a lot.
Yeah, look at everything they have gathered here into Emberdawn. This is where a lot of the teams go first. This is where a lot of the teams elect to actually utilize that Bloodlust. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, because obviously we don't see player POVs, but Tettle so chat is saying that the Lust on Physical God Comp might have been a little bit of an oopsie. So if that is the case, we'll need to keep our eyes peeled on how the rest of this routing is going to look like. We have the last couple of those Lashers now walking in. That Bloated Lasher is actually going to get that cast off, but they have it back under control now. Everything that happens during this burning gale is just very scary, but looks like thus far Physical God Comp are getting through it just fine. Left-hand side, Triple Threat is also on.
Maybe you guys watch me and then I'll sleep for a little
right
bit.
Here, you're looking at the Physical God Comp count compared to the Triple Threat, and I feel like Triple Threat is going to be able to skip something pretty big compared to Physical God Comp. Whenever you're looking at enemy force differential and it's sub 2%, you know that the teams are going to be on a similar strategy. Whenever you're seeing 10% enemy forces, that almost equates to a full singular pull. And yeah, if it is true that they ended up misclicking that Bloodlust for Physical God Comp, that does kind of make sense. The strategy that they had been kind of deploying throughout the dungeon, it didn't really make a ton of sense where they wanted the Lust, but I just kind of wrote it off as like, okay, their second Lust is going to be something incredibly impressive.
Yeah. I mean, and like we said, with their comp, there's often like a little bit of a difference in priority that they make that other teams often wouldn't even think about. So to me, I don't think it was a horrible Lust, all things considered, but we'll see how it turns out for them. And yeah, you can see they're pulling ahead here in overall dungeon progression, but like you mentioned, the trash count difference is substantial.
I think to be this far behind in enemy forces, I would need to see them being north of 45 seconds ahead. That would be the time that would make me comfortable with this count difference that we are seeing from Physical God Comp. Now there is a question. We had the quote Lust misclick. Is Physical God Comp going to be able to leverage that into a really big pull that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do? That's kind of a question. You had to play an audible with your Lust. Now are you going to play a second audible with your Lust and double down with the Phalanx Breakers and potentially taking those into those Mystic Caster mobs?
So I think what I would like to see, and that counts for both teams, is everything into the Rock Jewel Mystic, right? That is the trash that is so scary. There's so many interrupts. There's cutthroats that are jumping around. It's a very lethal part of this dungeon.
Yes.
And we've seen some teams two-pull that, but you can one-pull it if you have the Lust in particular. And I think Physical God Comp have it ready for sure. Question is, will Triple Threat get it? They're going to be doing their skip here
for a while. He does CDR at some, but I feel like there's kind of a limit in terms of how big they can go without that Bloodlust available. Also,
that's
again,
like jump scare.
Really want to be pulling
Dobby! Thank you so much!
But yeah, like you pointed out for the Triple
Year
Threat,
1, 14 months. Thank you so much.
The mobs have reset. Now we're getting that
that's plus point.
So
thank you. Hope you are well, Dobby.
So because our,
yeah, I'm getting sleepy because
shadow melt that you can see on cooldown for everybody
I
else
think
here.
everybody will agree with me. Triple Threat
and we're gonna be
is ahead.
Now take everything into this,
and it's gonna be hard for Physical God Comp.
This is a scary pull that they're doing those Mystics
to
so
try
much additional damage. those axe throwers
try
in the
win.
background. Often teams elect to actually CC them out just to make sure you don't have too
Hey,
much
Daichi.
additional starting AoE
I don't
or
agree.
damage onto the team. The metamorphosis from the Havoc Demon Hunter is going to help here with just a second, just
How?
stunning everything there.
How can
They're
they
gonna be
win?
trying to get through this
Peanut,
as
because of the
quickly as
bloodlust?
possible with that front heavy damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Unholy DK.
So it's not one specific thing that's likely to wipe them here. It's mystic damage plus the axe thrower dot taking out some player. That's kind of that's the big point of emphasis. But on top of that
The
as well,
best
I actually
scariest
think that
jump
tank
scare
damage on that pull
watching.
with the wards
Thank
applying that
you,
heal absorb to your
Dobby.
tank, especially whenever the
Are you
mystics
enjoying
enrage those
MDI?
wards, that's a point in time at which the tank can actually go down. And Teef expertly navigates rotating his defensives through this pull, and it looks like the triple threat are already have the first
Yeah,
mystic
physical
killed off, and they're
.com
ready to
is
fight the boss.
lasting.
Pro Luck has been engaged, and they are just going to be cleaving down the remainder of the trash. The triple threat are so far ahead here.
They are. They basically did that entire pull that we were talking about as a lust pull without it and expertly. So now on the right-hand side, Physical God Comp was actually a little bit slow to tag in the Mystic. That does stand in
Said
the
everyone will
roster.
agree.
And you can
That's
see
true.
here, they even left off one of those Marauders
mean,
because they were standing outside
Most
this
people
entry and just
will
pulled
agree.
everything out of it, so it took them a lot longer.
I don't
even
care
with
if you had
utilizing that lust here
51%.
to get Krolok
That
spawned,
means
and
that's
that
still
is just
most
not good news.
people.
We wanted them to accelerate on the back of this, and it feels like they've fallen even
Caster
further
Acidk.
behind. They're now down a lust,
Sleepy,
and they're
sleepy
down to
caster.
depression.
Okay, so
And I'm not really
you're kind of hoping that the triple threat actually
being
makes
a
a mistake
caster.
here. That's kind of how I
Daichi.
feel about where the Physical God Comp's position is. They've been playing actually really well, and they put themselves in a position where if there is a mistake on the triple threat, I think
I
we're
would
even
say
in like one
I'm
death
commentator
territory even,
and
where
complainer.
the Physical God Comp will be able to make up basically 15 seconds worth of time if the triple threat makes a mistake. At the same time, for triple threat, you have to be feeling great. First and foremost, you have your Bloodlust available. Secondly, they haven't made a mistake this entire run, so I don't know why they would start now. And third, they actually don't have any more quote-unquote difficult parts of this dungeon left. It's basically two vanilla bosses without trash that you have to
Professional
fight
complainers.
right in front of you. And so, assuming that they're able to get all of the mechanics dealt with like they would on a live key, it should be theirs to take.
Should be, but we've seen crazier
think I'm
things
gonna
happen
take,
in Restless
like,
Heart. I'm just saying
quick
this
nap,
boss is kind
guys.
of crazy.
Let
This
me
is a boss
know.
where something can always happen, and 15 seconds might
Let
just
me know
be enough
how
to bring
this
these
goes.
teams back closer together.
I don't know.
It's
Maybe I
certainly
just
looking
stay until
extremely
the end.
favored for the triple threat. Don't get me wrong, but it's not over.
This comp is also extremely annoying.
I can
on the
sneak
Restless Heart.
in a little
Having this
bit
many
nap
melee,
after this.
especially even like the melee healer, you just
Because
kind of have
they
this issue
will
of
have
space. And then your
longer
evoker,
break
he's 25-yard range, so he doesn't
the
really want to be
final.
running to the other side of the map whenever you have to go and clear some of your debuffs. At the same time, we've seen this from the triple threat before. They don't really opt for a strategy that clears a lot of their debuffs. Instead, they just make Zotzi heal with that bloodlust. And so the triple threat, they are positioned in a great
They're
spot
low
here.
numbers.
They're about to down the third boss, and
That's-
then they're
that's
going to be
a
making
lie.
their way up to the Restless Heart. All of their offensive CDs are coming up and around the 50-second marker. Going to be able to sync pretty much everything up with their potions, with their bloodlust. And are the triple threat going to be able to sweep this series 2-0?
That's a great question. You were talking about how annoying the comp is. I mean, Demon Hunter, you're playing around that vengeful Fellblade and moving a lot on this boss as well. Always a possibility that you go flying for a second. Now that's in itself not bad because that just removes the dot on this boss, but that also means you need to get back down, you lose a little bit of uptime, and you also clear a feather you might have won it at another time. So something to keep in mind here for the triple threat as they have engaged boss combat with the Restless Heart. It's only this boss's HP that stands between them and the finals here today that will be played right after this match. We already know Auntie is waiting, and triple threat, they have a little bit of a revenge arc to bring to life here after being sent down into the lower bracket by them.
And here's their cooldowns. They're pressing that bloodlust in all of their offensive CDs, and you saw not even everybody clearing their debuff here on the Restless Heart, instead opting to conserve space based off the fact that, like we were talking about earlier, a a bunch of melee DPS is really, really annoying on this boss. You need to really make sure that everybody has 100% uptime. That's even especially true during that Bloodlust, whenever you have your army rolling, whenever you got your meta rolling, whenever you have your Breath of Eons rolling. If you end up losing a bunch of globals, that is an insane amount of damage that is going to be lost there. And for the triple threat, the Restless Heart is sub 50%. Physical God Comp is actually kind of hot on their heels. They're keeping it kind of competitive, even though they're fighting this boss basically lustless.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty good at getting boss damage out, but there's no way they can catch back up without a mistake on the side of triple threat. That's just not happening. They're so far ahead here. They're getting faster and faster. One death could be a difference maker. One death in your cooldowns, that could be enough to bring them back together. But they need that to happen in the first place, and the triple threat are not looking like they're going to come to that.
Yeah, the triple threat that we saw in this series is not the same triple threat that we saw in the Auntie's Angels series earlier. They have looked automatic here. We are getting that last arrow rain cast, and I think for the triple threat, it's basically just going to be, we gotta burn the boss. The Restless Heart is at 15% HP. A couple of cooldowns are available. We have the remnants of a Metamorphosis for Wall Life. Goob ends up pressing that Breath of Eons effectively on cooldown. The 45s are being sent by Swag. The Restless Heart's at 5%, and the triple threat are going to be 2-0ing, sweeping this series and moving into the finals for this weekend.
The triple threat.
In chat.
07's in chat. Yes, please, everybody. The triple threat are back to being the threat we've come to expect after our first 2 days. They have secured this series for themselves, cleaning up their play and picking up speed as they look ahead to the grand finals. There, they will get a rematch against the team that sent them down.
I get some points.
Angels.
We use
and as the losing team this series, as Makes was saying, give some 07s
points
in chat
again later, okay, guys?
They will be
but
eliminated from
I'm
the
gonna
competition.
take a
Honestly,
quick
they are a
nap.
wonderful team. They never fail to entertain us when we see them play, so we can't wait to see more in the future. But overall,
But
we
now I
our winner
have
this match.
34k
Tell us
points.
What ended up characterizing these
Chat,
teams for
if
in
you
our
see
lower
over
finals?
here,
I think this
34k
is a really cool
points.
matchup. I feel like you have two kind of conflicting styles.
I
where
predicted
the triple threat, they're trying to play the
right,
most
like,
meta
back
game
to back to
possible,
back.
right? They're taking off. They're picking up
I'm
the
getting
strategies
better.
that Mandatory deployed last weekend, merging them with their own personal strategies and ideas for how they're going to be playing
cute.
The dungeons. And I feel like they are
Why is
on something
Acidk
that
sleepy?
most competitors deem to be the quote unquote meta comp and meta route.
I think I only
Physical
slept
God
for
comp,
2 hours.
They walk to the beat of their own drum, right? They do whatever they want.
So on my afternoon, I went to sleep from my morning, right? But on my afternoon, somebody yelled and then I woke up. And then I couldn't sleep again.
Had very different approaches. Take us back through what we just saw in more detail.
Yeah, I think it's definitely admirable, like Tittle said, that we have a team that marches to the beat of their own drum and played so well, but unfortunately third place is where they bow out of the competition. It was a great run from them. They outperformed my expectations of them as well, and the expectations they set in time trials. Unfortunately, they did accidentally press Bloodlust. We have access to their comms because they're all streaming on Twitch with their comms. They pressed the Bloodlust on the pull before this when it was meant to be saved for the boss, so that ended up costing them a little bit of time in this dungeon. Would it have been enough to keep them closer? I'm not entirely sure. Triple Threat's run was pretty lights out. They had a couple really interesting tech picks as well here. Zotzi heading outside to pull in the Bloated Flasher so that they don't have to worry about that extra AoE damage it does. On Ember Dawn, I think it's a very safe pick. I like how they opt for that particular strategy rather than just dealing with it on top of Ember Dawn, where there's already a lot of AoE damage going out. And then, of course, they just pull both Wings of Trash entirely, so that by the time they get to the Phalanx Breakers, they don't actually have to kill these at all. They just Shadow Melt skip then, and Goober goes ahead and Bornstone's down to the group. It's just a really smart adaptation of the routing that we've seen in this dungeon. I think there are a lot of different interesting ways that you can route through this dungeon. Auntie's Angels does something different on their end as well. So I think, all in all, the strategy here was really solid from Triple Threat. Even playing it safe here. CCing Axe Throwers in the back so they don't have to worry about extra Throw Axe casts going off, peppering members of the group with extra damage. It was just a really coordinated, solid run here from Triple Threat, and I think they're every bit deserving of one of those top 2 slots this weekend.
Definitely are. I mean, we knew as we saw them play and already knew from the players that they had on their roster from those top 3 teams that this was going to be a team really to contend with, and they proved that over and over again with only this one moment of weakness earlier in their first series of the day. And now, Makes, our bracket this weekend has led us here to our final showdown. So where have we ended up with them?
I mean, revenge time, baby, right? That's the only way to phrase this one, really. Triple threat earlier today, looking so inconsistent, losing 0-2 against Auntie's Angels. Auntie's Angels have been waiting in the wings in her finals of the group weekend for whether or not the triple threat would return. They have done so just now. I'm curious on whether or not they will be able to take this series as well.
I mean, honestly, earlier when we saw Aunties take them, I was just blown away. I think we all were. But it went to show that Aunties Angels, they have the potential to be up there. They are up there. They made it this far. And while the triple threat have kind of maybe found a little bit more of their stride again today, they've already lost to them once. So there's going to be a lot to prove as they come back for our grand finals for Group B. And before we get to this final huge matchup of the day, we actually have a brand new game for you, chat. We are going to be playing a game called The Great Route Race. This is going to be the first time that we have debuted this, and Tettles and Zyro are going to have to recreate a team's route for us. And whoever is the most accurate as they recreate this route for us live will win it. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. We've never done something like this before. I mean, to replicate these routes as I hear Zyro nervously laugh in the background.
I'm hearing both of them giggle, which is like not good. It's a Windrunner Spire, right?
Okay.
That you guys have to do. So the run we just saw, we would like you to tell us which of the teams, or well, which of the routes was played by the winning team. So by the triple threat, we would like you to paint that route into MDT. I hope you guys can figure that out.
Are we just starting now?
I wouldn't be, but you
Are we
know.
off to the races?
I mean, are you both?
Not on screen. I think Rook will count you in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I will, but are you both ready? Do you feel ready for this? Zyro, are you prepared?
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Okay, Tuttles, are you locked in? Are you ready to replicate this route?
I'm nervous.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna count you down, and then you're gonna have time to get started. We'll do a countdown from 3. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Replicate that route, you two.
Okay, so is this
okay,
timed or like what are we doing? Oh God.
Oh, it's timed. Get in there.
So
I gotta think about
we're
this.
gonna give you a little bit of tips, but it could also be misleading. So
I don't want your misleading tips.
Don't do any of that. No misleading tips.
That's what we're here for.
No.
So you guys remember when they pulled the links
Where's the
into
behemoth?
Emberdon? That was really cool.
I recall that. I like that. There's a lot of behemoths in this one, Tuttles, but I don't know about behemoths.
I don't know where the behemoth is.
Did they pull all this? Oh,
okay,
dude,
you've
I
got
don't
30
even know.
seconds.
Okay,
I would like both of you to also draw in
a lot of
the skip
spiders.
that they did, right? I want to see whenever Gup did the worm zone. That's a personal ask of mine. I think your task is not hard enough yet. Also, you only have 10 seconds left.
Okay,
what?
Well,
got it.
I don't know that. Dude,
Oh,
what?
no. Neither of us are
No.
even close to done yet.
Give me some more time. Give me some more time.
5,
We need more time.
four,
No.
No.
3,
I can't click all the spiders.
0, and
I'm
you're
still
out of
clicking.
time. All
I'm
right,
still
that's
clicking.
it
That's all
for
good.
you two.
Better luck next time.
Okay, you're gonna need to sign your work and get ready to present your masterpieces to us as you replicated this route flawlessly that we just saw the triple threat execute, no doubt. Okay, let's see who we're gonna start out with our replication. Oh, it's Tettles. Oh, what a nice, is that you, Tettles?
He's still drawing.
No, it's
He's
Dratnos.
still
This is
drawing.
Dratnos.
It's Dratnos. Okay, great. Bonus points on the map for the Dratnos lookalike. But let's take a look. What are we seeing here with the route? Makes, do you think this is looking pretty accurate?
So, I like what you did, but I feel like you missed some of the dungeon. I don't know if you would you like to speak about this one, Tettles?
No.
Sure. So they just
We
didn't
didn't do-
pull any of the last
Yeah,
parts over there.
I said I wasn't gonna speak on it.
Okay.
You didn't give me enough
I'm
time.
also not seeing the skip.
Okay.
Where's
sure.
that skip, Tettles?
Well, I did get enough time. I ran out of time. Honestly.
Okay, I'm
I
hearing
had more
a lot
time to
of
draw than
complaining
I've
right
had
now,
to-
but very little answers.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of excuses makes over from Tettles. So let's see what Zyro did and see if he did any better. Zyro,
Okay, listen,
now let's take...
all of this stuff up here is supposed to be part of the red poll. Okay, I was just clicking madly, trying to get to 100% count.
Okay.
Sure.
You
Wow.
also missed the 2 wings, right? That's didn't they pull those?
Missed some things?
Right
Oh, this
after the
stuff?
first platform? Yeah?
They might have pulled a couple of the
No.
groundskeepers, but they didn't pull the stewards for sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Well, Now we're gonna look at the real
Okay.
answer, and we're gonna try to decide who we think is closer.
I don't think I got enough time. Like I literally was clicking 100%.
And the
Okay, first off, I'm low
world's
APM.
smallest violin plays in the background.
First off, I'm
Yeah.
low APM. That's why I play World of Warcraft. Okay, like
Okay. Tuddles, look, this is a speed running competition, all right? This isn't a go slow and steady and
Well,
complete
those who
all of
can't
the
do,
puzzles.
well, those who can't do teach, and those who can't teach cast the MDI. It's common knowledge, of course.
All right, so
I will say, I think on the part that you filled out, Tettles, you were closer to the original correct route. You just missed some of that dungeon, unfortunately. So I'm gonna call it even, personally.
I would agree with you, Makes. I feel like this, I'm going to give this a tie. Tettles was more accurate but less complete. Zyro did mostly complete here, but maybe it wasn't quite as accurate. So I think this first one's going to be a tie, but I hope you've both taken some lessons from this.
Do we have a
We need more than
production
30
camera on
seconds, man.
Zyro? I feel like that guy was cheating. I feel like I had to show my work first. I bet that guy was still clicking. Did we have a production cam on him to make sure that he wasn't continuing to click after the timer was over?
He was for sure still clicking.
We need more
my
time.
God.
30 seconds is not enough. That's ridiculous.
But I
It's
didn't
very
cheat. I stopped.
Listen, I think you both did great. I honestly am impressed in what you accomplished in the time that you had, but next time you are going to need to go a little bit faster, and we're going to need to see those routes a little bit more accurately represented. So keep that in mind, and please start practicing like our teams have been practicing for the weekends. But everybody, up next, we have our grand finals of the day. This is Auntie's Angels versus the Triple Threat. Both of these teams will be making it through to our Season 1 finals, but only one of them can be our Group B champions. Don't go anywhere so that you can see who gets the crown. all of our action this weekend has brought us to this series, our grand finals for Group B. This will be Auntie's Angels versus the Triple Threat. So chat, get your predictions in, because honestly, this one is going to be a wild one. We honestly came into it thinking we would know a little bit more how these two teams would stand up to each other, but today has already proven us wrong in many regards. But as we kick off our only best of 5 of the day, Dratnos, can you refresh everybody on our spec variety rule to start? And maybe give us some info about how best of 5 changes that.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So the way it works is that after every map, you have to ban out 3 of these specs that are among your most played specs across the whole series. Now that line doesn't really matter that much in the best of 3. You know, after the first map, you just ban any 3 of the 5 that you played in map 1. After map 2, sometimes that has bitten our teams a little bit going into a map 3 and a best of 3. But in a best of 5, it's an entirely different ballgame, because this means you're banning 3 specs after map 1, you ban another 3 to 6 after map 2, another 3 after map 3, and another 3 after map 4 if we get there. So you'll have 12 banned specs, and crucially as well, you're choosing from among your most played specs. So if you play a bear in map 1 and map 2, you have to ban it out after that, because you played it twice, and you won't have played anything else, twice to be able to preserve it. So if you want to use something, say 3 times, you have to be really careful with how you juggle around its use, and you're going to have to push some of those uses later into the series. On the other hand, you might be able to make yourself a lot of space by playing multiple off-meta specs early in the series, and then banning off of those repeatedly later in the series, which, given that we start off in a plus 15 Magister's Terrace, that's kind of a place where maybe the most powerful comp will be super valuable, so you can turbo zoom through there, or maybe you kind of throw that map a little bit away and you say, look, let's play some off-meta stuff in here, let's reduce our chances here, and really increase our chances in the remaining 4 maps.
Practice is also kind of an interesting texture with the spec variety rule if you end up going to 5 maps, right? Because it is very unlikely that you have had insane amounts of practice on some of those deep maps on your 3rd and potentially 4th best composition, right? Like, and what gets tested is not only the speed, not only the routes, but your depth as a player. And a lot of these players, they have decent depth, but they don't have decent MDI depth, right? It's really hard to be able to basically play the exact same route on a composition whenever it is your 3rd or potentially 4th specialization that you're playing in a series.
This spec variety rule definitely puts the teams to the test, and we've seen, even since the introduction of spec variety rule, that this has been something where a lot of players have been adapting. They've been trying to expand out the specs they know, been trying to even pick up some other roles sometimes that they don't normally play to swap around to. I mean, it's been amazing seeing them all kind of work through it, but you're right, in the best of 5, it's a very different beast, and how they're going to strategically plan around that is going to be key. But of course, earlier today, we saw Auntie's Angels take this series from Triple Threat in a huge upset that many of us were not expecting. Zyro, we've got the same 2 teams. Do you think that Auntie's Angels can repeat that performance?
I think so. I think a lot of the dungeons that both Auntie's Angels and Triple Threat have played this weekend, Auntie's Angels actually has faster runs in those dungeons. But of course, that's playing like main comp. How are the spec fans going to factor into that? I want to see the world burn, so I'm going to say 3-2 for Auntie's Angels. I want to see all 12 bans for both teams. I want to see how deep in the pocket they can pull. I want to see this.
What's Divide's 4th healer?
Oh
I want to find out.
The prop pally.
Zyro's like, I'm down here to see. Let's bring it to all the matches. Let's get to game 3. Let's get beyond that. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right. So that's Zyro's bet. Tettles, how about you?
I'm 3-1 the Triple Threat, I think. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at.
Okay, all right, Dratnos.
I'll go with a 3-0 for Triple Threat. I know they got owned in the upper bracket in the upper finals. They were looking really solid until things went really wrong in both maps, but it was very easy to see, like, one little thing goes differently, right? You don't get snapped in the Algothar Academy, that robot dies instead of living with 20% or 20 HP in the last boss on Seed of the Triumvirate, and they would have been 2-0 instead of 0-2 in that series. I think they're going to be enraged. I think they're going to be back with a vengeance here. I think they're going to 3-0 the series.
Oh, this is so hard. I feel like my heart is leaning your direction, Zyro, where I'm like, I didn't think Aunties could do it earlier, but they did, and I want to keep believing in that momentum. But I mean, we did see that big rally from the Triple Threat where they're looking clean again. They're looking like they've gotten back into it. So Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna go 3-2 towards the triple threat. But I really think Auntie's Angels is gonna give them a run for their money. And hey, Zyro, maybe you'll end up being right.
Yeah, I don't think those are only predictions, though. I think we have a guest prediction that we're going to be flying here for just a moment. For those of you who don't know, LaMike, a former MDI competitor, does the replay analysis for us. He gets all the clips together, puts the packages for the analysts as well as the transitions in between. He says 3-1 for Auntie's Angels, and his insight is that he is a competitor that's played with a lot of the players on both of these teams. And he called out at the beginning of last series, Triple Threat was going to smash their series against Physical Godcomp because they were confident. But they were going to throw in the finals to Auntie's Angels. So he said 3-1 for Auntie's Angels. It's exciting. Let's see how that plays out.
Okay, all right. Okay, LaMike, we trust you. You've got that authoritative voice. You have that experience. I mean, if it pans out exactly that way, LaMike can do like a victory lap because I can see it happening. Honestly, Auntie's Angels surprised us earlier, coming in and securing their place in the finals long before the triple threat managed to going through that lower bracket. But the triple threat have been playing incredibly all weekend, bringing in clean plays and fast runs. So can they get back to that glory, and can they take down Auntie's Angels this time in our rematch? Oh, okay,
what is
all right.
this?
All right, that's a +1. 5 specs remaining unseen, but that is the 35th unique spec seen across the MDI. Yant busting out the prop pally in Divine's face, but Divine is retaliating by swapping over to the DPS and putting Desired over onto the healer. So we have a role swap in addition to the prop paladin happening here for Auntie's Angels. Now, for those who don't know, Divine Field used to be the prop paladin of the MDI. That was always like, if prop paladin showed up, you saw Divine was on it, he was just 20 times better at it than anybody else. That was back in the BFA MDI days back then. So must be very jealous to see Yant getting to play it, but getting to deploy the mage here, another fun off-meta pick.
Yeah, some would say if there wasn't a certain subset of players that were on the various method/echo teams throughout the year, Divine Field might have a few more MDI championships under his belt. This guy was there nonstop, was one of the best tanks in the world for a long time, of course known for the prop paladin, like you said. I like the role swap, though. This is the first team other than Physical Godcomp that we're seeing go for a role swap here, and this is very clearly to play around the spec ban rule in a 5-game series. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, so both teams are making some concessions to the spec variety rule, right? Of course, Auntie's Angels just going crazy with it. Triple Threat are also deviating somewhat from the main meta specs, but they're utilizing the Survival Hunter and the Arms Warrior. So one has to imagine that after this map, those will be specs they restrict, but those are still good specs, right? They're not the most commonly seen ones, but they are in that second tier of like, you see these pretty often in these series. They're common choices for specs, whereas Auntie's Angels, using, the Frost Mage, the Prop Paladin, the Resto Druid, the Arms Warrior, and the BM Hunter, they're going to be able to restrict several of these specs and play very powerful ones for the remainder of the series. So if they can somehow win this map, they will be so happy about it. But even if not, they are still accruing an advantage over Triple Threat on the spec variety rule, regardless of who wins this map.
Yeah, it's like a full-on mulligan, right? Like, Triple Threat, they're committing to the Guardian Druid right off the bat here. Now, they don't have to ban that out right away, and they can place something else in Map 2 and Map 3 to leave that Guardian Druid on the table for Maps 4 and 5 if we get that far.
Yeah.
But this is already one of those dungeons you're committed to playing that spec, so you really kind of need to win on this. Like you said, if Auntie's Angels finds a way to somehow win this map, I feel like they're almost guaranteed to win the series at that point, outside of just randomly throwing 20 deaths at a couple of dungeons. You can see they're pretty significantly behind right now and not going for some of the bigger pulls that we're more accustomed to in this dungeon. It looks like the strategy for them is just make sure we have a clean 0-death dungeon, and we'll be in a position where we can potentially capitalize if Triple Threat makes some massive mistake.
Yeah, exactly. This is, I think, going to be the story of this map, is that Auntie's Angels are going to be playing slow and steady, and they're going to try and win the race that way. Now, typically, slow and steady does not win the race, despite what the adage would have you believe, but it does beat fast and wiping. Triple Threat, though, are not a team that you can count on to wipe, despite the fact that Auntie's Angels won 2-0 against them earlier today through disasters for Triple Threat. I don't think that is something that is likely to happen in any given map for that team. They are one of the best teams in the entire tournament here, so they are already charging towards activating that second boss after this trash is all done, while Auntie's Angels working with Lust on the first boss here, and the BM Hunter kind of popping off there.
Yeah, nobody in this group really does AoE damage. BM Hunter not known for having great burst AoE, but when you're the only class in the group that, like, is really trying to do AoE, and you do those, like, 20 mana worms on top of the boss at the start, I guess you get all the pad. He was doing, like, 1.5 million DPS right at the start of the pull, so everyone else is just kind of focusing on boss damage. But again, it's taking them quite a while to get through this boss with a slightly less than meta comp here. Triple Threat already has dealt with that entire hallway pull incredibly quickly. Just one Ruined Spellbreaker that they have left to deal with. They're going to cleave that down with Serenal Sunlash. And I mean, Triple Threat, in a spot where they need to win this dungeon so far, they're playing it extremely well. These are ridiculously fast splits that they're on.
Yeah, absolutely. Triple Threat are zooming here again. Like I said, I think they're pretty enraged right now. They've been procced by losing and going down to that lower bracket, having to play in that last series to even get themselves out of this group, and now they are playing to redeem themselves, to get revenge on these Angels, and that means using everything that they have at their disposal to get through this Magister's Terrace. Will this work out for them over a long series, though? I think that the way they're playing here, if this isn't a 3-0 for Triple Threat, they are going to start scraping the bottom of the barrel in maps 4 and 5, whereas if Auntie's Angels can hold on, they're going to have opened up such a nice advantage on the spec variety rule, even if they do lose this map, but they will need to pick up at least one of maps 2 and 3. And of course, this map is not over just yet. They've gotten that boss finished, so you can see it's almost 2 minutes slower than Triple Threat on the first boss there, but presumably some of the biggest pulls in the dungeon did happen in that first area, so Auntie's Angels hopefully won't be slowing down too much further, as they do get a similarly sized pull to what Triple Threat were able to do. A little bit less. They didn't grab all the way to the boss room, so they will need to kill one more pack at the end there in order to actually activate the boss.
I remember throughout the years of MDI, we've always had this, like, weird discussion about what the benefit is of being the team that wins the upper bracket match. Obviously, you don't have to play in the lower bracket, but the thing that we always talked about in the past as a big benefit for our teams was the fact that they could just sit there and practice for the upper map pool, while the team that ended up losing has to play in that lower bracket match, can't prep as much. I think now more than ever that matters a ton, because the spec ban rule makes you kind of map out what specs you want to play in each dungeon throughout the series. Auntie's Angels, they can practice specifically for the maps that they feel like they have to win. They might not have practiced this map on this comp at all. They just looked at it and thought, okay, what's a comp we can play, and we can just press W in the key and maybe potentially win if our opponents make a mistake. But they're going to have a couple of selected maps in this 5-map map pool that they will have heavily practiced for over the past couple of hours here. And they need to win those maps, but they absolutely should with the extra practice they have on the comps that they will have handpicked for those dungeons. I think this is a really interesting adaptation from Auntie's Angels. And even though Triple Threat are looking good in this map, I feel like because they know Auntie's Angels have that extra prep and they have that kind of blueprint throughout the series, I think Triple Threat is in a position where I feel like they have to win this series early. Otherwise, they're going to be on their back foot prep-wise getting into the later parts of the series.
Yeah, it's so fascinating the way the spec variety rule interacts with the best of 5, because you look at a dungeon pool, it's like, okay, there's 8 dungeons in the pool. That's 8 dungeons to practice. But it's really way more than that when you factor in the spec variety rule and planning out, okay, we need a plan that uses our full power in this map. We need a plan that uses some great specs, but ones that we're okay restricting rather than, the exact full power ones that we want to use for the rest of the series. And then Auntie's Angels have taken it one step further, which says, hey, Divine, you've played some Mage, right? Desired, you've played some Resto Druid. You guys know these specs, right? How about we do a little swapperoo here, and we really leverage the spec variety rule at the cost of maybe being forced to play a slightly slower path through this dungeon, but still a nice and safe one that will give us a chance if something goes a little bit wrong for Triple Threat. You can see now Triple Threat already in combat with Gemellas here. This is going to be one of the huge Arms Warrior boss fights. If you can keep the jellyfish stacked on top of each other, they can just do so much cleave. It's a little bit less important on pull because you have all this other trash anyways, but once all the trash dies, the Arms Warrior will live or die based on whether you're able to maintain 2 or especially 3 target cleave the entire time.
Yeah, we saw that earlier with Physical God Comp on this boss when they knocked out Dire Wolves. Noxiv was just accelerating damage on Gemelus once the split happened and the boss got low. They started the boss like 20% ahead, ended 40% ahead because that Arms Warrior is just absolutely ridiculous at doing cleave damage to this boss. Triple Threat have gotten through some of the most difficult portions of this dungeon, as they should, right? This is a dungeon that they have committed to winning. They've picked so many of those tier 1 power picks on this key. If they were to lose against what Auntie's Angels have put up, it would be an absolute disaster. But like you said, Triple Threat playing with purpose. They're mad they lost that upper bracket series, and they're looking great in this first dungeon of the matchup.
Yeah, Gemelus is just absolutely getting melted here. 30% already. Will Triple Threat be able to kill the third boss before Auntie's Angels kill the second boss? They've now taken the lead on boss percentage here. I think they might be able to do this. The MDI equivalent of lapping Auntie's Angels on this boss with 0 deaths for either team as well, which is part of what is so impressive here. This is the difference between the MDI pathing and these more slow, consistent, methodical routes that you're going to play if you're not as, aggressive with it, which is what Auntie's Angels have chosen to do by virtue of this composition that they are using here. Triple Threat now downing Gemelus and charging up the stairs. 83% count for themselves as well. So one big pull here might be enough to allow them to skip to the last boss and just end the dungeon.
Yeah, are we going to go for one massive pull? Are we stopping on the terrace here, or are we heading all the way to the top? Teef does not look like he's stopping anytime soon. We're going to be doing one massive pull, and look how fast Triple Threat are. Earlier off, when we saw this pull just about an hour ago from Physical God Comp, the Bloodlust was ready maybe 30 seconds from now. For Triple Threat, that's not up for another 2 minutes. Are we going to be going all the way to the boss, or are we just going into the trash? Okay, finally, we have stopped, but this is the final amount of trash in the dungeon. Look at the pull here, 18% count. That's way more than they need to complete their 100% count for the dungeon.
Yeah, the Decroding Strike that puts a huge healing absorb on your tank here is something to look out for, but Guardian Druid in particular, especially during Incarnation, one Frenzied Regen will get rid of that entire healing absorb. Once this Incarn does go down, it is going to start getting a little bit scarier for Teef there. You can see another one of those huge healing absorbs instantly handled, and Incarn about to expire just now. And you know what they say? All right, no Incarn. We'll continue this cleave later, but for now, let's just get up to that boss, let this Incarn recover a little bit.
I mean, okay, we saw Direwolves go for a similar strategy where they pulled everything into the boss, but they had no cooldowns available, and the damage cooldowns are once again kind of gone. All of the DPS cooldowns are depleted here, and there's no lust for another 50 seconds. Fortunately, Teef does have 2 charges of SI available once the trash actually gets here. Is that Void Terror going to be able to get interrupted in the back there? I believe they were able to barely get that kick. They threw a stun at it, actually. That cast is happening again. There's a grip from Swag to make sure they don't get feared. Now they can freely interrupt it. That was a good heads-up play from them to make sure they didn't die there. An AoE fear might have been a full wipe for them. But honestly, Dradnos, I think a full wipe wouldn't have even mattered at this point. They've got most of the trash dead already, and they're so far ahead of Auntie's Angels. They probably could have recovered from that. But Triple Threat didn't want to have a wipe. They want to keep it at a perfect dungeon. We're still at 0 deaths here. Diginistress is already below 70%, and that second lust still has yet to come off cooldown.
Yeah, this is incredible. It's almost a one lust dungeon out of the Triple Threat here. If they were to go any faster, they just wouldn't be allowed to press the second Bloodlust. This is an incredible pace that they are on. 12 minutes have elapsed since this keystone was placed in the Font of Power, and Triple Threat are about to stop the clock here. 42% on Degentrius as finally they do get back to that Bloodlust. Those cooldowns now rolling or about to come up here. That takedown and the Avatar both about to come off of cooldown, and huge damage coming out from the entire team. Incarnation, not least among them as well. Huge damage from the Bear, too. This is going to be an impressive pace that Triple Threat set in this Magister's Terrace. 12-22 the final time as they advance to a 1-0 lead in the series.
The Triple Threat were fast off the starting block, blazing through the first dungeon and taking the initial point of the series.
Nice, I'm back on time for
everyone, so they still have to secure 2 wins in order to get victory.
I missed the prediction.
Finals, though, the Triple Threat absolutely sprinted past Auntie's Angels. And you talked about it while casting, but can you give us a summary of what you think contributed to that huge time difference, Zyro?
Triple Threat is nothing if not consistent at the dungeons that they're good at. They had another Magister's Terrace earlier this weekend. Their time in that one was 12:21. So it looks like they're pretty practiced on this map. I think this is something that's definitely right within their wheelhouse. Auntie's Angels, it looked like this is a dungeon that, number one, they probably haven't practiced much for. It wasn't in their
We
route at all
had
this entire
a
week, and they haven't played
quick
it.
nap.
So it makes sense to be a dungeon that they would just sack these bands to. The real question for me is what the plan is going to be moving forward.
But
Obviously,
yeah.
they have these 5
One
picks that they
more
don't necessarily need to play in any of the other
butterfly.
dungeons. They can just be there as band bait. Are they going to be going for a much more effective strategy in the next map? I would certainly hope so. You don't want to go down 0-2 in a 5
Because of the sub, guys. We
No,
have
of course
2
not. I'm sure that
subs
they are
out of
thinking about
10.
themselves and
Scary
some really good
Pole,
points there
Guardian
too
Druid
about yes, this
Copy.
being one of the ones that's kind of less played for them. But
They
Tunnels
need
can
to
give us some
pull
more
like
insights as
that.
well on exactly how these two measured up.
In this
Yeah,
competition.
I think that this was really interesting from like a strategy perspective
I
in
have
terms of the spec and
sardines.
variety rule. And I mean, right off the bat, we had Auntie's Angels, kind of like Zyro and Dratnus were talking about,
Sardines.
playing 5 pretty unique specializations, largely to be, band bait. And for Auntie's Angels, they played a lot of really cool pulls, including this one, which is good if you're doing a weekly key, but probably not good if you're trying to speedrun the dungeon as fast as humanly possible. And I think that like
that's
the
true.
additional couple of pulls that they did, it was pretty clear that they were just going through the motions and putting
We need
themselves
to
in a position
pull
where,
big.
oh, if triple threat, like, wipe or something like that,
Go big or
it'll
go
be okay.
home.
But triple threat, I mean, they killed Custos off 30 or 45 seconds faster than just Auntie's Angels in terms of how long they were in combat with the boss. And I feel like for the triple threat, they actually didn't take the bait a little bit. For Auntie's Angels, you're kind of hoping that the triple threat plays their absolute best composition in here to try to get a little bit of a leg up. But the triple
mom
threat played
put
the
in
exact same composition that they
leaf.
played in the Magister's
I don't know what's
Terrace
the
on Friday,
English.
where I think they have 3 pretty easy bands
I think
here.
this is
Whether it's
lime,
this
lime
Arms Warrior,
leaf.
the Survival Hunter, and then it's probably between the Unholy DK and the Mistweaver Monk, depending on what you think you need for the next map. But like, I think that there are a lot of really
yeah,
easy
we-
bands for the
I'm
triple threat, and
eating
we were kind
sardines.
of wondering what version of the triple threat are we going to see. Are we going to see the version of the triple threat that we saw earlier today that lost in the upper finals to Auntie's Angels? Or are we going to see the
When we
Deathless
are
triple threat,
watching,
which we saw on
guys.
Friday and Saturday? As it turns out, whenever we get the Deathless triple threat, boy, are they fast in this Magister's Terrace. And they put on a clinic in this dungeon.
They are so quick, and it gives us just a reminder of how when we saw them this weekend and saw their runs, we were going, they can
10
compete with these
minutes?
top teams. They'll be up there with the very top players, and it's absolutely the case. But of course, Auntie's Angels may just be biding their time, like Zyra was kind of illustrating the fact that maybe this was a map that they just went, hey, you know what, strategically, this isn't the end-all be-all, so let's go ahead and try to plan around this. And Dratnos, we know we're going to have
Wow, they
spec
don't
bans
even
coming
have
out as well.
last
So
going
as we're
to
thinking about
last
where they're
boss.
headed from their initial picks, what are you imagining the teams are going to be looking to do?
Yeah, I think that Auntie's Angels are going to be restricting 3 of the 5 specs they played here, and then the other 2 they will probably restrict after map 2. So they'll sort
You
of have
needed
gotten
an
2 maps
already
worth of spec
nap?
variety restrictions out of one series. They will have to pick one of the other specs that they use next map as well, but there are a lot of great candidates, that Survival Hunter,
Yeah,
any flavor of
it's in
Warlock,
my
something that they could play any
face
other tank,
better
any
after
other
nap.
healer, that could be great specs that they also wouldn't mind restricting after the second map. The problem for them is they're now down 0-1, right? So if they lose another map, they'll be on match point for the rest of the series.
Wanted to sleep
You
more
can
and
get
then
all the benefits of the spec variety rule that you want, but it's not like Triple Threat have lost
The game number one
irreplaceable
already
specs, right? They
over.
lost the Arms Warrior and the Survival Hunter, which are both situational, both specs that they're fine restricting, and the
thought
Unholy DK,
that's
which is
gonna
great,
be
but increasingly we've recently seen that Frost DK does a lot of
longer,
the same things
but not.
and is totally slottable in for a lot of the same dungeons. So Triple Threat probably pretty happy to pick up the 1-0 lead, even though Auntie's Angels are getting better value out of that spec variety rule.
Okay, and there was a little bit of an add-on, actually. Dratnos will keep you rolling. I think there had been a discussion about prop pally talents that you wanted to bring to the table.
Yeah, so we have restricted the prop pally, so we're not going to see this for the rest of the series, unfortunately. And it didn't end up winning this map, but I did want to talk about some of the things that make prop pally so great. Something that especially works really well in high keys on live. So over on the spec tree, there's sort of this column of 3 talents, starting off with Ardent Defender, which is just gotten buffed. Now got more uptime as well, so you got stronger damage reduction and stronger uptime on Ardent Defender. Then below that, there's Spell Warding. Spell Warding is such a uniquely powerful effect that you can get
but now
to use in
Spell
these
Warding the
maps.
same
You can
cooldown
remove
as Bob.
magical effects from players, which otherwise this is something that there are things that only Spell Warding can do, which is really nice to have from your tank, especially can save your healer a lot of trouble on some pulls. And then below that, there's Sentinel. Now, this is a choice node against a damage option. And part of the reason why the MDI is so tough for Prop Paladin is in the speedrunning situation, if you're playing Sentinel, that means you're giving up that damage. But if you give up Sentinel, then you give up some of the ability to do these massive pulls. But Sentinel was also buffed recently, again, in both power and duration. So really strong effect for Prop Paladins pushing keys. I think this is definitely a tank that you're going to see more and more representation of in the high keys on live. And I actually think it could do better in the MDI than we saw in this series, because I think that they were also using it in this map for it was also a combination of like a less practiced route, right? A more slow and steady route. I think as Jan's Paladin blows us a kiss goodbye, unfortunately being restricted, I do think that we can see Prop Paladin more in the MDI, but I'm at least glad we've checked it off the list now. That's all the tanks. All the tanks have now been played.
There we go. I mean, you love seeing it all get rounded out, and it's very fun to see as well, and hear a little bit more about how it can be used, even outside of the speedrunning format, right? But of course, next up is going to be Seat of the Triumvirate. Now, we saw the spec bands come in, so Tettles, they're going into Seat. This is one that's going to be able to get another point on the board, or perhaps the first point for our teams. But what compositions or strats do you think we're going to have in play for Seat of the Triumvirate?
I feel like for the triple threat, they're going to kind of play the exact same composition and setups that they've been playing in the Seat of the Triumvirate this entire weekend. And for the triple threat, I'm interested in Zyra's thoughts on this. I feel like if they win this map, it is doomsday scenario for Auntie's Angels. Like they're while they do have an okay situation in terms of their spec variety rule, I feel like going down 0-2 is just setting yourself up to be losing this series.
I think you're right, but I think it could vary depending on the spec choices we see, right? Auntie's Angels, if they do end up saying, okay, that one map was the only gimme we're giving you, we're going for super important power picks here, and they
I think
end
the
up
triple
losing,
threat
that
also
could be really
will
bad.
be so
Triple
fast
threat has already
here.
committed to some of the power picks. It would be really
But I'm
interesting to see
sad I
them go
missed the
away from that
prediction.
for this
I wanted to
dungeon.
put
But I
more
agree, going down
points
0-2, obviously not
for
ideal.
triple threat.
Not ideal.
I'm back,
but
Rose,
they're going to do
with
the best that they can to make that.
early
It's not going to happen.
breakfast.
This is going to be map 2,
Sardines.
Auntie's Angels versus the triple threat here in our grand finals for Group B. All right, Dratnos, let's see what they are bringing to us in
Rice
this
and
one.
sardines.
All right, Auntie's Angels are going to be deploying. Actually, both teams are going to be using that Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior works out so well in this dungeon. You've got Spell Reflect on that third boss, as we're seeing right off the bat, Yacht dropping super low, the Rally, the Shield Wall, all rolling in addition to that Avatar, whereas somehow Teef able to hold on to that Rally for the side of Triple Threat, both teams with this massive pull going. And the comps are also completely different here between the two teams. Auntie's Angels are using that Resto Shaman in addition to the Ret Paladin, very strong combo, and then the Devourer and the Warlock rounding things out, whereas Triple Threat playing a lot more of the sort of conventional stuff, although it is going to include the Frost Death Knight, since of course they've already restricted the Unholy, and the Havoc Demon Hunter, as they are going to hold the Devourer for later in the series. And the nice thing about this is that this is basically the comp that they used in this dungeon the last time they were here as well. In fact, I think it's the exact comp they've used in this dungeon already. So they get some good practice value by finding a configuration of maps where they can play the same comp rather than having to learn the same dungeon different ways.
And I think it's also a really good comp in general for the things that you want to do in this dungeon, right? Both teams have identified, okay, we have a really good burst for Lura. That's really important. We want to make sure we get the one phase there if everything goes clean. Warlock in general is just like a very solid pick if you don't feel like you need to play Demo in any other dungeon. Warlock is just generally good. Curses are very valuable on bosses. It makes your tank live a little bit easier. It makes casters cast slower.
And this angel
You
let
get the gateway
the
skip instead of just
one
having to
slime
use Shadow Mode
got
skips
in.
later on for the third boss room area when you're going in between second and third boss. I think I really, really like this pick, and of course, like you've identified so many times already,
I thought they
Ret
would
Paladin
do
paired
something.
with a Sky Fury buff is just so powerful.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very, very powerful interaction. Sky Fury, just in general, one of the strongest raid buffs in Mythic Plus, and just in the game, in raid as well. It is an extremely powerful effect, a huge chunk of mastery on top of the auto attack benefit, which the auto attacks are part of the reason why it's so strong for Ret Pally in particular. Also quite strong for Prot Warrior single target too. Scales pretty nicely with that Sky Fury, so definitely a combination and a comp that makes a lot of sense here for Auntie's Angels. So compared to that Magisters, this composition that they are running is a lot more powerful, I'd say, than the Magister's Terrace comp. This is definitely a full strength strategy out of Auntie's Angels that has the side benefit of making the spec variety rule work out really nicely for the rest of the series. Whereas what they played in map 1 was a lot more where the primary purpose was that spec variety rule. However, they are still 20 seconds slower on the first boss here. Now, this isn't because they did low damage. It's because Triple Threat are just so quick on that first section of the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, the triple threat comp is just so hyper-focused at doing 2-minute burst. It's so good for boss damage and in general pulling around their cooldowns. We already saw this matchup earlier today in the upper finals, and triple threat was generally faster throughout the entire dungeon. It just all fell apart on
Sardines,
Lura,
peanut.
right? They ended up having a couple of deaths that happened
Sardines
around that
and
first set of discordant
rice.
beams, meaning they ended up getting to their damage amp an entire cycle later, in addition to the 30 seconds of death timers they racked up. That was the opening for Auntie's Angels, but obviously Auntie's Angels had to keep it close to give themselves a chance to do that. Now, of course, Auntie's Angels wasn't without mistakes as well. They can definitely clean up their play and keep it closer and potentially go even faster. It just really kind of
Almost
hinges
done, though.
on how triple threat will play here.
Yeah, exactly. Triple
Only
threat.
a
They looked
nice
tried and
little
tested,
breakfast.
and all fell apart because that robot was just barely not dead in time, and it got that cast off at the end of the dungeon. But if that hadn't happened, they would have been quicker in here, and you can see why. They're already a Rift Warden ahead now of where Auntie's Angels
Deep fried
are in
sardines?
terms, and you can see the count at the top, right? Both teams at the same count, but Triple
This
Threat
one counts
already got this next
sardines.
pull gathered and underway, whereas Auntie's Angels have a long section of the dungeon that they will now need to traverse here. So probably about 30 seconds in the favor of the triple threat, although Auntie's Angels do have a slightly different path that they do take through here, so it'll be tough to directly compare the teams for a little while.
I think it's also important to mention that Auntie's Angels is not necessarily tied to the damage cooldowns and pulling perfectly around them, right? Triple Threat are hyper-focused on making sure we do massive pulls around the 2 minutes of our Frost DK and our Havoc Demon Hunter and making sure we get max value out of that, whereas Auntie's Angels, they do more free-flowing damage. Void meta is not necessarily up at the same time all the time. They do damage all the time. Warlock, they do have 1 minute and 2 minute cooldowns, but they're pretty much constantly doing damage, right? They don't really care for you to pull around their cooldowns as much. Same thing goes for the Rep Paladin. So Auntie's Angels is a lot less rigid in how they pull their dungeon. If something goes wrong, they're not going to be set far behind. Whereas Triple Threat, you know,
I
death
don't
here,
have
death
water
there,
again.
everything could get really thrown out of balance.
But I want
for the
to
time
watch.
being, no issues for Triple Threat, so that's not something we have to worry about just yet.
Yeah, 0 deaths for both teams, and if I'm not mistaken, it was 0 deaths in the Magisters for both teams as well, so...
Did you have the deep fried sardines with the bones, Peanut?
Are, at least in both of
I
these
never
maps, a little
tried
bit
that.
quicker. I wouldn't be surprised if Auntie's Angels end up developing a slight advantage later in the series, but Triple Threat are trying to say, you know what? This one's not getting to a map 4 or map 5, right? We are going for this 3-0. We are using so much of our power in these early maps and being rewarded for it. You can see they're already about to activate that second boss as the last Rift Warden in combat there for the Triple Threat. And once this one goes down, they'll be able to go straight into that boss. Meanwhile, Auntie's Angels just about to pull that last Rift Warden, so still not far behind, but definitely an advantage for the Triple Threat.
Look, they're kind of desyncing their cooldowns a little bit on the side of Triple Threat as well. I kind of like this. The Havoc Metamorphosis being used to kill off this Rift Warden, and Swag holding on to the Breath of Syndragosa for the boss spawn here instead. I like this. It means that they're not necessarily like too fixated on pulling around the synced up 2 minute cooldowns, and you can still get both of these cooldowns within Breath of Eon's windows for the Aug Evoker, so it's not like you're really being less efficient in any way, and it's working out really well for them. Like you said, already on to this trio boss, whereas Auntie's Angels only just now getting around to spawning that boss. Still have a little bit of RP before they can actually engage it.
Yeah, so Triple Threat have this boss at about 75% as Auntie's Angels walk towards it, grab a little bit of trash, and will be pulling into the boss. 74% the HP for Triple Threat when Auntie's Angels do get the pull underway. We'll be able to see at the end of this boss fight as well, looking at the bottom of our screen, what the splits end up looking like between the two teams, whether Auntie's Angels have gained or lost time in the boss 2 split, or whether Triple Threat have really only gained that advantage from how fast they do the very start of the dungeon. So we have the boss in combat now. A couple of cooldowns been used, but now pretty much both teams will be dry for a little while, so damage may slow down for a little bit. Evoker actually being forced to run out and soak one of those orbs for Triple Threat, as it was quite far away, but heads up play by Triple Threat, noticing that that was going to be a problem. If you leave one of those orbs on the ground, it will increase the damage of that overload by quite a bit, but Auntie's Angels are getting to that Demonic Tyrant. This should allow them to accelerate. Only 20% now behind the Triple Threat, and closing on boss HP.
Yeah, this is where that's really going, like this damage comp that I was talking about earlier is really going to help Auntie's Angels catch up. Look at the damage cooldowns for Triple Threat. Havoc Metamorphosis just now about to run out. Swag, is in the Breath of Syndragosa, so they'll have a little bit of damage here, but it's just not as consistent as the constant damage threat from Auntie's Angels. They should continue to catch up here on this boss. Triple Threat will kill the boss first, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than that first boss split was.
Yeah, 26% was the health differential when the boss was pulled by Auntie's Angels. So the question is, will they be able to get it lower than that before Triple Threat are able to get it killed? Auntie's Angels also grabbing some trash in here, as they are a little bit behind on enemy forces as well. So they do need to get some trash here, but this shouldn't even slow them down on a fight like this. That being said, Triple Threat with that Breath of Syndragosa have reopened the gap and are going to be killing the boss, while Auntie's Angels have it at exactly that 26%.
Okay, so, it's about the same. Triple Threat maintaining their lead.
It's
but again,
a little bit
there are still
too boring
ample
now.
issues for things to go wrong for either of our
When
teams.
there
The
is
hardest
a
part of the
team
dungeon is yet
that's
to come
far
to trash.
stronger than
In
the
this
others.
next area has claimed so many lives. This Shadow Meld skip has gone wrong for a couple of teams. Looks like it's going okay for Teef here on the side of Triple Threat. We are no longer in combat with those Void-Infused Destroyers. Sigil of Misery goes out on the 5-pack here as the team walks through to skip through to the boss. A quick rescue on the Mammoth with a couple players in the passenger seats gets them through to the boss room. Now we're in the realm of the Grand Shadow Weavers. Are we going to go for a full room pull, Dratnos? That's something that is a little sketchy, but the best teams can get it done.
Yeah, I think it is worth doing here, as Auntie's Angels now going to be setting up a similar skip here. They don't have to do the rescue stuff because they do have access to that demonic gateway. We have a death, though, for Triple Threat. First death of the series. It's an Umbral Waves projectile from those portals. It's going to take out Swag. That's going to be that battle res committed. It's not a huge loss. Luckily, at least, Breath of Syndragosa was not up when the death did happen. So not going to be losing out on cooldowns, but that is still 15 seconds now that will be assessed against them. And if you look at the bottom of the screen, Triple Threat were 2 seconds faster on the Boss 2 split relative to Auntie's Angels Boss 2 split, combined with 20 seconds on the Boss 1 split. So 22 seconds lead, now minus 15 seconds. The two teams are almost exactly tied.
Keep an eye on the health bars of both of these teams
That's
right
so
now.
mean.
Void Infusion casts are the most scary thing here. Players getting channeled on for a ton of damage. Any excess damage taken from those shadow waves will
But yeah,
most
this
likely
is gonna
kill you.
end
Personal cooldowns
early.
being expelled. Desire using the bubble there just to
Yesterday,
make sure that they don't go down. Got to keep an eye on the knock from the
MDI
boss
was
spawns as well.
until
Looks like Auntie's Angels has already
5:30 my
spawned the
time.
boss. Triple Threat has yet to
Right
spawn
now
the
it's
boss.
still
Dratnos.
4.
Yeah, the Warlock Gateway skip a little
You know
bit
what
quicker
is
to execute,
interesting?
letting Auntie's Angels get close towards where Triple Threat were, and then with the DPS
Watching
loss
you
from
tank.
the player going down for Triple Threat, Auntie's Angels were actually able to get this one started first. Now, notably, they are still a little bit less on count when you factor in all the stuff that's currently in combat for both teams dying. Auntie's Angels will
Hey,
need
I
a
said
little bit more trash.
interesting. That means
Zotzi for
good.
Triple Threat getting hit by one of
I
those
said,
projectiles, being
what's
forced to Ironbark
interesting?
himself to survive this. Looks like it's going to be okay, but definitely
What,
close
Binan?
for Triple Threat. They do have another battle res, but I'm not sure they can afford another 15 seconds being assessed against them.
Ooh, that is a nice spawn of the tentacles from the boss for Triple Threat. They got a nice triple spawn off on the side there that they can go over and freely cleave down in just a moment here. Auntie's Angels a little less happy about their spawns. They're going to have to passively cleave those down, probably with just the Warlock Imps, honestly. That's their best bet. They don't want to be single targeting that at all. They'll probably drag the boss over if it's still alive after the fact afterwards. But the boss damage is just neck and neck between the teams, Dratnos. This could end up coming down to just the one single death.
Yeah, those 3 tentacles had to be left alive for Triple Threat during that intermission, so they're now going to move over there and start killing them. And yeah, the death is a huge advantage for Auntie's Angels. The extra 5% count that Triple Threat have, though, is a huge advantage for them. That means they'll have a much smaller set of
interesting,
trash
not
that they need to
amazing,
deal
and
with
good
after this
looking,
boss.
alright.
Just a couple of robots.
Good looking
Whereas Auntie's Angels
transmog,
probably
yeah.
need to go into that 5-pack. So we'll see whether that is
That
safe
still
for
didn't
them.
answer
We know that it should
your
be
own
easier
question.
for Triple Threat to execute their trash pull, but last time we were in this map, it was Triple Threat that ended up wiping as a result of those robots staying alive into the Lura encounter.
And look at this, Auntie's Angels, they don't have to worry about their cooldown usage. Triple Threat end up pressing their cooldowns late on the boss, but Auntie's Angels, with the constant damage pressure of their group, is actually going to kill the boss off first, starting the timer on the Lura spawn RP a little bit earlier. Like you said, though, they will have to kill more trash up here, but if you're able to kill it off before Lura spawns, it doesn't really matter that you have to kill more trash here. Can Auntie's Angels be efficient with this particular trash pull? Do we have an extra destroyer in? Okay, a third destroyer has joined the pack, so there's a lot of AoE damage here that could potentially go wrong for them.
All right, Triple Threat are indeed working on this 5-pack as well. It looks like they're maybe skipping the robots this time. Wildlife is not with the group. He's grabbed the 2 robots and is pulling them to the side, and it's going to hit Shadow Meld to drop combat with them, while Teef, Zotzi, and Swag slowly shepherd the 5-pack forward. Now, this is something you could take onto the boss. You can't fight a robot with the boss, as we've learned from the previous map that these guys played in this dungeon, but I think you can take this 5-pack onto the boss, and that looks like exactly what Triple Threat are planning to do. The Wordstone comes out as well, and we're going to be charging forward into Lura with Trash. If they can survive this, I think this will accelerate them past that 15 seconds of death timer. The last boss has now been pulled by the Triple Threat.
Lura engaged at 13:36 for the Triple Threat. Auntie's Angels, they have that 15-second window that they could potentially catch up with, but I don't believe they're going to be pulling the boss at that same marker. No, 13:36 has come and passed, and they are still traversing over to the boss here. They're going to end up pulling the boss about 15 to 20 seconds later than Triple Threat, which is massive for them. They needed to pull this boss within that window. Now, it's not all said yet. Said and done yet. Triple Threat still have to execute the beams. They still have to make sure they don't die on this boss, and they still have to make sure that their comp does enough damage to one-phase the boss, but they have been holding those cooldowns for it, Dradnos.
Yeah, like you said, the one phase is going to be so important here, because if Triple Threat can one phase this boss, they will prevent Auntie's Angels from even getting a chance at that damage amp. If, on the other hand, after that burn, the boss still has some HP for Triple Threat, Auntie's Angels would be able to win by killing it in one phase for themselves. But Teef goes down for the Triple Threat. He's going to res, he's going to have a taunt, but unfortunately that's another 15 seconds, and now that might mean that Auntie's Angels will actually have the time to do this in one phase. Let's see, Triple Threat are going to be getting that burn. The vulnerability on Lura, a huge damage taken increase. The Breath of Cindergosa absolutely melting the boss in combination with those 2 Frostworm's Fury. The Metamorphosis as well. Just huge damage out of the Havoc Demon Hunter. Triple Threat need to stop this clock soon, though, because Auntie's Angels are about to join them in a damage burn here.
But the damage wears off, and they're going to have to do an extra few percent of the boss HP. This is precious seconds that they can't afford. The clock stops at 15:32, but the damage amp just now starting for Auntie's Angels. If they can one phase, they will win the map here, Dratnos. The Bloodlust is active. They are burning this boss down. They might not have the 2-minute burst that Triple Threat does, but they are doing their absolute best to burn this boss down. 6 seconds left on the damage amp. Just how low can we get Lura? If this boss is above 10%, I don't think they're going to have enough damage to do it. 6 seconds left on the timer for them. They have to do 7% of the boss's HP. Dratnos, are they going to be able to finish the boss off? No, it's not enough damage. Triple Threat has done it.
And that is an incredibly close end of this map, but it is Triple Threat by a few seconds able to hold on despite those deaths. And Auntie's Angels heartbreakingly close, but not quite able to do enough damage to win that map.
By a margin of literal seconds. Oh, the Triple Threat claims a victory. They had death setbacks, but they kept pushing forward and just barely managed to take the lead. With a second victory, they get a second point. Auntie's Angels need to claim a map of their own if they want to stay in the running for becoming Group B's champions.
I'll be back.
Looking back on this map, as I'm still just like experiencing whiplash, Auntie's Angels came in on a stronger comp this time around, and yeah, we even saw with those 2 deaths that they were able to be beaten out. So, did this bring the margins close enough together, or do you think that Aunties are really having to bank on mistakes being made, Zyro?
I think just the overall strategy in this dungeon for Triple Threat was better. They heavily indexed into the burst damage on Lura. They actually lost the Bloodlust on Teef and still managed to get Lura lower in the damage amp than Auntie's Angels did in their damage amp. I liked the idea from Auntie's Angels. It was a good try for sure, but it ended up coming down to just a little bit of missed damage in the burn. They could have won if they killed the boss in the burn. But oh man, it just wasn't enough. What a map from these 2 teams.
That was so impressive. Oh, so close. Tettles, now that you are sat back down in your chair, because I got to see Tettles pop up off screen during that map, what do you think about this one?
Was that choke or was that clutch? I'm having a hard time figuring it out. And we had some cool tech. You actually see here Swag intentionally gripping the slime into the boss and just making Zotzi heal through that. That way, the Triple Threat is able to kind of keep the boss stationary the entire time. If you have defensives available and you're able to front load your defensives and have them available for the next pull, and setup that you need them for, it makes sense that you're electing to then not move the boss too much. All right, let's talk about the important parts of this dungeon that kind of separated the triple threat from Auntie's Angels. I actually think how the triple threat pulled this second area, that was one of the big kind of turning points for this dungeon, where it allowed them to get a little bit of a smaller pull in this boss room, and I think that that should be beneficial in most instances. Unfortunately, Swag dies to a ball to the face. So it was, a little bit of time lost there. So I think that the triple threat, they're in an okay position at this point in time where, after Nazar goes down, Auntie's Angels has to do the Destroyer plus the 5-pack, where triple threat are setting up for a genius level differentiation in terms of strategy. So Auntie's Angels is killing this pack 100-0. And for the triple threat, by taking the 5-pack into the boss, first off, you let your Evoker get 2 uses of Breath of Eons on pull, but as well, you also get way more boss damage. You get a bunch of free passive cleave, and with the triple threat composition, I think the triple threat comp is significantly better at one-phasing Lura, but honestly just doing damage in this dungeon. And whenever this was set up for the triple threat, I was like, oh my gosh, they are cooking. The Breath of Eons gets pressed on pull, you kind of hold all of your other offensive CDs, and you know that Lura is dead inside of that damage up. Unfortunately, Teef, he gets charged by the Shadow Guard champions. He gets hit with the Lura Heaven's Lance, and he ends up dying to the Discordant Beam, all kind of at the same time, and in a way that you're a little bit surprised that it's possible to have your Protection Warrior, and I think it kind of caught him off guard. He was only a couple of seconds away from rotating to his shield wall. At the same time, triple threat were even able to down the boss first, but they were able to down it 30 seconds ahead of Auntie's Angels, allowing them to go up 2-0 in the series. And I feel like now, for the triple threat, they played such a unique composition inside of the Triumvirate that I think that this is a spec variety rule masterclass for the triple threat.
So impressive to see all around. And as I see it jumping in right now, we have to give a special shout out as well to some other folks joining us here. Thank you so much to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Spring Playoffs for joining us. Now, we are in the middle of some peak action here with the Group B Grand Finals. We are down to our last 2 teams, and we have come down to a nail-biter here in our best of 5. We are on 2 maps in, and we have the advantage with the triple threat currently holding those 2 points, but it was so close in this last one. Now, our teams have to contend with spec variety rules, so let's go ahead and give a little bit of a refresher for anybody joining us in case you don't know what those are, because we're going to be talking about them here for a few minutes, probably. So, Dratos, would you like to give everybody a little reminder about what those are and how they play a role?
Yeah, this season of the Mythic Dungeon International, we've introduced a spec variety rule, which means that teams can't continue to play the same composition from map to map. After each series, you have to restrict 3 different specs. Now, what that might mean is that if you use your most powerful specs, the ones you're most familiar with, the most meta specs, at the start of a series, you won't have access to them at the end of the series. Both teams have been respecting this rule and playing around it. Between Triple Threat and Auntie's Angels, though, I think Auntie's Angels have made more concessions to the spec variety rule in these first 2 maps. Now, that may have contributed to why they lost both of them, but it does mean that they will have access to more powerful specs for the remaining 3 maps of the series if this does go to those full 5. Triple Threat have lost a lot of great specs, but they still have access to a lot of great ones as well. If they can just 3-0 this, they will be able to shut out Auntie's Angels and say, oh, that was some nice work you guys did setting up that spec variety rule. Unfortunately, 3-0.
Dude, I mean, the Triple Threat has access to what has been deemed to be the meta comp right now for this map 3. I feel like the way that they've been navigating the spec variety rule, especially with Seed of the Triumvirate being the second map in the series,
You
has
think
been
so,
clinical.
Kempler?
Yeah, the only thing they won't have is that Unholy Death Knight. That's something
I
that
think
a lot of
that's,
teams do like to use in a lot of these dungeons, but you can easily substitute it for the Frost Death Knight.
That's
that
interesting,
also contributes
weird.
in a very similar way and slots in with all the same
And
utility, which is
Mostes.
really important for pathing, for not having to relearn, these pulls, you being able to still count on the same death grips and anti-magic zones. So I think Triple Threat really have a strong advantage here, but
for the
if this
alert.
starts going to game 4, game
Boom.
5, that's when I think things might turn around in favor of Auntie's Angels.
Isn't Mysara like a Warlock dungeon?
Yeah,
It's a
you can play
great
the
Warlock
Affliction
dungeon.
Warlock in here. A lot of our
Yeah.
teams do choose to do that, so...
Oh, they're cooking. They were literally cooking.
This is going to be a great one, and if you're just joining us, get comfortable and please enjoy. We've got Mythic plus head-to-head speedrunning for you and a huge map ahead of us. This one could potentially determine our grand finals here for Group B. This is Auntie's Angels versus the Triple Threat here in Game 3, Mysara Caverns. If Triple Threat takes it, it's match point, and they are our champions. If Auntie's Angels can keep playing cleverly around this spec variety rule and have it pan out for them, they may be able to stay in the running and continue to contend for our crown. But either way, they're going to have to face off here and now in Mysara Caverns, Zyra.
What an absolute banger of a map, and we're not done yet. Looks like Triple Threat is opting to play no DK in this Dungeon Dranos. That means they're not going to have any grips available to them on any of the headhunters in this initial pull. So if those aren't part of a pull, it's going to be really difficult to get them in. For the time being, though, quick gather for both of our teams as we start off with just another massive pull. Both Guardian Druids going ham.
Yeah, these first pulls of the dungeon are huge for both teams. The Bloodlust is rolling for Triple Threat, whereas for Auntie's Angels, they're holding on to it. And this is a pretty scary pull to be trying to do without that Bloodlust. But Auntie's Angels are saying, you know what, we've got something more important in the future here. This is a slightly smaller, about 3% enemy forces smaller for Auntie's Angels than it is for Triple Threat. Auntie's Angels are now popping the Lust. And they're going to roll this into the next one, potentially.
I think that was an oops moment. I think they just thought they pressed it and didn't. They do get to carry it into this next pull, which is about an arguably as difficult pull, especially when you normally don't have Lust for it. But it's definitely not an optimization play. They just clearly forgot to hit it there. This pull should die a little more quickly for them, though. And honestly, that first pull didn't really go much more slowly for them, considering they didn't have the Bloodlust. I do want to say we're set up for an absolute banger dungeon here. Looking at the previous runs of this dungeon throughout the weekends, the difference between these two is a mere 8 seconds. Auntie's Angel have a 14:43, Triple Threat have a 14:51. It's less than one death's difference between the two teams. So if they're on their A game, which they have been, this should be an incredibly close one.
Yeah, although I'm seeing some of these shrink casts going uninterrupted for a little while for Auntie's Angels. We had one of those channeling for a few seconds. Another one now channeling, gonna eventually get hit by that incapacitating roar from Yont. We also saw the cheat death used by Auntie's Angels. So the combination of those
Desire?
is our wow. Barely gonna be able to stay alive is the evoker for Auntie's Angels. The life cocoon saving his life there as that cheat death has already been used. So I would say things have been looking rough at the start of the dungeon for Auntie's Angels. It is very lucky for them that they've avoided any deaths here, and they're going to need to lock back in for the remainder of this map.
That being said, the second pull done a little bit more quickly for them, probably off the heels of that late Lust. Whether it was accidental or on purpose, we're not going to know unless we ask them in an interview later. It might end up actually being better because we know both teams kind of like to save that last Lust for either a big pull onto the second boss, or in the case of Triple Threat, they like to pull trash on the last boss and use the Lust there to cleave that down. So that second Lust timing should be okay for them regardless. Either way, both teams gearing up for the third big pull of the dungeon, but it's different.
I think I'll get more coffee, but
Auntie's Angels dragging this down into the boss room. Triple Threat cleaving it down at the top. Auntie's
next
Angels
week I
is going to get some
cannot
free
drink
boss cleave
coffee
here, but this is an incredibly dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, this is very, very scary
Only
for
physically,
Auntie's Angels.
it's
They're line of
funny.
sighting a little bit around the edge of the stairs there. We do have a Headhunter and a Soul Eater, actually, that's still coming in a little bit late there. Does eventually get brought in and taunted immediately by Yont as well to keep that aggro centered on him, right where it should be. Meanwhile, Triple Threat still at the top of the stairs, dealing with about the same amount of trash, but no boss involved for them. A little bit more trash to compensate for it, but I think you'd still rather be Auntie's Angels if you can actually successfully execute this pull.
Ton of damage from the boss cast, instantly countered by a revival from Divine Field there, dispelling everyone, topping them all off, making sure they're healthy on this massive pull. Personals were used there from Desire on that frontal as well, clearing it in the trap. Very clean. Trash still being cleaved down for Auntie's Angels. Now, the question for me is, when this trash is done, are we going to see Divine Field go and back pull some extra trash on top of the boss? Or is Triple Threat just going to have this about 10% trash advantage after the first boss here as they gather even more trash when they finally get in combat with the boss?
Yeah, this trash differential is like, this means that one team won't have to fight mobs on the bridge at the end, and the other probably will. As we have seen both of these teams in here already, so we have a little bit of an idea of what their routes might be, but that doesn't mean it'll be the same from last time. For instance, in that Seed of the Triumvirate that we just saw for Game 2, we saw Triple Threat opting to pull a slightly different combination of enemies at the end of the dungeon, so there is certainly time and room for adaptation for both of our teams. As we see Triple Threat nearly having an Evoker, not death, but the cheat death almost proccing there, saved by the Life Cocoon from Zotzi. And we can look at the boss HP here and see, all right, would you rather have 40% of a boss's health pool or 7% of that enemy forces bar filled up? I think it's about equal, to be honest.
It is about equal. I 100% agree. For me, I think I prefer the boss progression and the dungeon progression first. You're just kind of ahead. You've gotten through more of the dungeon. You can always make up trash later. A lot of these teams will pull trash on top of the bosses as well, which is why the bridge trash is not necessarily that big of an issue for me. I know that the teams are likely going to pull some of that trash on top of the final boss. We already know Triple Threat strategy is to pull about 10% worth of count on the final boss. So the question for me is where that extra count is going to come from, because we know it's not going to be on the final boss. It has to be somewhere else. Do they pull extra trash after the altar area? Do they just do an extra pull there? What's the
There's a
plan
lot of
gonna be?
skippable mobs along the way between the mini boss and the second boss, which you could just skip entirely and then also avoid some backtracking when you're activating the mini boss's like incense buff thing. Or you could just fight it, and I suspect that Auntie's Angels are going to fight it and Triple Threat are going to skip it, and I think that will explain the discrepancy in enemy forces count that we see right now. Auntie's Angels getting that boss killed off at the 5:29 mark. Down there at the bottom of our screen, we can see those boss splits. Let's see where Triple Threat are able to stop the clock here as Auntie's Angels moving in towards that mini-boss.
Looks like it's going to be about 40 seconds later, 38 seconds later for Triple Threat here, but they gained about 9% and change extra count. Auntie's Angels now already gathering up that next massive pull. A ton of skirmishers in here as well. Keep an eye on those shields on the skirmishers. Once those pop or get removed, they do a bunch of AoE burst damage to the group. If multiple of them pop at the same time, it could be a very easy death event, but we do see that counteracted here by a ton of personals being lit up across the board. Dark Pact for the Warlock, Scales for Desire, IBF used for Nezro, and it looks like they're going to be okay as that AoE damage has been counteracted by the personals. The pull's still not done yet, though, as we're still in combat with this pull. Lots of mobs still alive here.
I like the way they've been methodically moving forward. You can see those restless smashes, the echoes of where they used to be, showing the exact way that Auntie's Angels have been carefully moving this forward, and everybody dropping quite low here. So those reanimated warriors do need to get stopped on that reanimation cast, or else they will heal back up to 50%. Looks like they've managed to get all of those now taken care of. And let's see what Auntie's Angels decide to do next. In the meantime, it is Triple Threat also in combat with that mini-boss here. Pretty much the same point in the dungeon, but Auntie's Angels are saying, you know what? You guys can deal with the last few percent of these. We are moving forward. We are going to get this next pull started already.
The important thing I noticed is that we didn't see anyone from Auntie's Angels actually going to grab the incense sticks. They didn't really start the RP there, right? So that means whenever somebody does go back to do that, if that is their plan, which I would hope it is, they're going to have to run around the entire room, click those individually, then get the RP started. That's going to cost them extra time. Whereas on the side of Triple Threat, if they've already set that up, I haven't been paying attention, hopefully they have been setting that up, that's a lot of time saved for them. It can take about 15-20 seconds to run around the room, click those, get that RP started, and then move on to the second boss. So we'll have to see if that ends up costing them any extra time. This is where that extra count is coming from for Auntie's Angels, though. This is another massive pull. Lots of reanimated warriors, bound defender there, going to be spawning shields, causing them to make sure they're in a position here. This is actually a really bad spot for the Warlock's damage here. He's casting pretty much straight into that shield, but of course, it fortunately goes away. Triple Threat, though, they're going to be skipping past all of this as they get ready to gear up for that second boss.
Yeah, the Evoker is still back in the mini-boss room right now, finishing off activating that Spirit and then activating the Wernstone to join up with Zotzi up there. You can see Zotzi waiting, and there's that Wernstone into hopping on the motorcycle as well, getting in the sidecar, joining back up with the healer, and now they'll be charging on down the staircase here, grabbing a little bit more trash is Walllife on the Havoc Demon Hunter, tagging it from the top of the stairs, and then Teef going to be just charging forward and getting into the boss here, and this should be a huge opportunity for Triple Threat. to accelerate themselves in this dungeon. Meanwhile, Auntie's Angels also setting up a Word and Stone skip. For them, it's going to be their Evoker moving forward and their healer back in the mini-boss room that will be activating that Word and Stone in just a second here and rejoining the rest of the party.
But this is taking them forever. Divine Field's been up there spawning this RP for the past 30 seconds now, only now just joining the group. Fordaza's already pulled for triple threat. Auntie's Angels is still gathering this pull together. So it's about a 10-second advantage now for the triple threat. I don't think this percentage is going to matter for them. They're going to get their percentage cleaving down both of these last two bosses. That extra pull cost Auntie's Angels so much time.
Yeah, absolutely. Auntie's Angels are at least now in boss combat. We are going to have that Dark Glare available in 3 seconds here. That should help them accelerate a little bit closer towards the triple threat. And the Frost Death Knight damage, or sorry, the Unholy Death Knight damage rather, should be pretty substantial on pulls like this as well. That is something that triple threat do not have access to, but they have that Devourer, which is also doing a lot of damage. Both of the teams, the spec that they have different from each other is on top of the meters right now.
And I mean, Auntie's Angels with that Dark Glare have caught up a little bit in boss percentage here, but it's going to be an extremely close race to the finish for our two teams. It is essentially just two bosses with whatever trash they can find and pull on top of them that they have to cleave down. The cooldowns have completely run out for Auntie's Angels, though, as they dodge an Unmake Beam from Fordaza. HP bars dropping low as they clear out the Unstable Phantoms from the boss. We still have a Restless Gnarlden available, but they're cleaving down. But that Affliction Warlock is going to be hankering for some extra trash to cleave down. They do not want to be doing Pierce single target. Yonta's going to run off to the side and grab some more reanimated warriors so they can get back to casting those Pseudo Corruptions.
I think a Skirmisher pack from that other side, yep, is indeed also coming in here as well. So we've got 3-4 reanimated warriors. Oh my goodness, we have a death for Auntie's Angels. The Coalesced Death Orb collides with the Death Knight, and that now leads to Yant going down as well. A Hexer Shadow Bolt going to be the final cause of death, but a lot going wrong already for Auntie's Angels, and that is now going to be a full team wipe for them. 6 total deaths on the board. That is so catastrophic. Now, luckily, they did get the battle res off on Divine Field, and nobody else has released. So Divine will be able to cast that res, get everybody back here. They're not going to have to run all the way back, but all that trash they were in combat with has reset. Luckily, I think it was all the close trash. I think they killed all the trash that starts far away here, so they might be able to recover this situation, but you're up against Triple Threat. Triple Threat have 0 deaths on the board. Triple Threat have killed that boss already. Triple Threat are walking across the bridge here, and they might be able to stop this clock well before Auntie's Angels will get to say anything about it as a result of that wipe.
I mean, they still have one final dangerous pull, the crux of the dungeon for triple threat. These skirmishes are being pulled, both bound defenders being dragged up to the boss. The second Bloodlust has been saved for this particular moment. They still have a drummer that they're going to DPS through to make sure that they aren't taking that extra AoE damage once they pull into the boss. Gateway being used to get them up there a little bit more quickly, and Darkness being deployed to make sure they can avoid some of this damage. But Triple Threat is in a commanding position. The cooldowns are available across the board. Walllife has finished farming up that Void Metamorphosis, so it's going to be ready when they finally do engage the boss. Triple Threat are staring at the final thing standing between them in a swift 3-0 victory over Auntie's Angels.
Yeah, the boss is pulled now for the Triple Threat. So they've got all this trash gathered up and taking the boss actually towards the entrance here so that those defenders will get in more quickly. And the next Crush Souls cast here is going to be stacked up, hopefully, by them for some nice close totems for Cleave. Walllife actually bringing it a little bit farther away from the rest of those totems, but maybe that'll just sit out there and, it'll just get exploded as everything else dies, and down go that last totem. All right, just 2 defenders are the remaining trash that's alive here. The Triple Threat have cleaned up everything else, and when these 2 defenders go down, that is perfect enemy forces count for the Triple Threat.
Anything.
So they'll just get to this intermission phase, and they'll be able to absolutely nuke this boss.
Now, I was told from previous casters that if you phase the boss with the bound defender still alive, that they'll reset. So Triple Threat, they need to make sure they cleave that down and kill it before they get to the intermission phase, but it looks like they've done just that. Final set of totems also now being cleaved down. The boss will expel them away down the bridge for one final phase before Triple Threat get to reconvene on the boss with that massive 150% damage amp and send the boss home. Auntie's Angels doing everything they can in the final moments here, trying to give themselves a chance, but Triple Threat have left no room for Auntie's Angels to get back into this dungeon.
Triple Threat charging their way up the stairs there, taking that gateway as well for just that tiny bit more optimization, and now they have their full damage available here for the remaining health of the boss. With this damage amplification as well, they're just doing so much so quickly here. Every single collapsing star you can see will take a chunk off of Raktool's remaining life. Here comes that Void Ray, and watch this, it's going to be another collapsing star, and bang! There goes another few percent off the boss's HP. The Soul Expulsion does finally end here. It's still a little bit of health left on Raktool here, but it's not going to last very long at all. Triple Threat putting up the triple victory, the 3-0 in the finals.
Absolutely impressive runs here from the Triple Threat. They may have formed with players from Echo, Liquid, and Method, but they are solidifying their legacy on this new team, the Triple Threat, here in the MDI. The Triple Threat are your Group B MDI champions. And honestly, we have been so impressed by everything they have brought to the table this weekend. For a newer team, they've got familiar names, but they have really come in so strong. So as we look at this kind of return to form that we've seen, I mean, Zyro, how are they looking in this final map that got them this 3-0 victory?
Maybe I need Hydra.
I covered at the start of the map how I thought Auntie's Angels had an advantage in this dungeon. They were 8 seconds faster off the runs we saw previously this weekend. They had a 14:43. Triple Threat had a 14:51. Look at the
it's a dynamite
right
by 100 mage pally.
They were a full 30 seconds faster with arguably a weaker comp.
Have a peanut in chat.
There's so many good things in this dungeon over the Devourer Demon Hunter, but this was just lights out for them. I think Dratnos hit the nail on the head when it came to this series. Triple Threat, they played this series like they were mad that they lost in that upper finals, and it showed. They played lights out.
You know, sometimes that revenge is all the sweeter when you've had to really work for it, and they came back up and absolutely brought this home. Now, Tettles, in your replays, what can we see about this last map?
Okay, so the first thing that happened in this dungeon that was really weird was Auntie's Angels had a bit of an evoker moment where they forgot to lust the first pull, and then they pressed it with the Packers at 15%. It was like, oh my goodness. And they,
yeah, why did they do that?
20 seconds of bloodlust running to the next pull, which could not have felt good. And I thought that plus a little bit of routing differences was going to be the difference. So for Auntie's Angels, they killed the first boss 38 seconds earlier, but they ended up pulling Vordaza 20 seconds after, and a lot of it came off of this pull right here. For Auntie's Angels, they ended up needing to play this Bound Defender. They ended up needing to be able to play these Warriors, these Skirmishers, these Shades, all of this trash, where the Triple Threat, they grabbed a little bit more trash count in the very beginning, and then they did their mini-boss pull all in one singular pull, while Auntie's did like a bit of a slower chain. And for the Triple Threat here, they just skipped all of the trash, and then you saw Goop end up Wormstoning, Zotzi's on the 2-seater mounts, and so immediately there's no time lost for the Triple Threat. They were able to get into Vordaza at lightning speed. I think that the way that they routed through this dungeon was just really smartly done, and Zyro pointed it out earlier. They had the fastest run in the Mysaros Caverns on the weekend, and I think a lot of it is off of this kind of small things. Of course, for Auntie's Angels, whenever they ended up pulling... actually, something else I wanted to highlight. The Triple Threat also utilized the Spatial Paradox and the Chain Lightning to be able to grab the bats right into Vordaza here in the middle of the fight, and I think that was also just a little bit of a time save. And for Auntie's Angels, we saw it happen in real time. The wipe, Nezro ends up going down to the Coalesce Death, and then Gaunt eventually just gets killed off by casters and just a bunch of the melee swings from these warriors. And once you end up having a full wipe, the run was basically as good as done. But for the Triple Threat, we didn't know what version of them were we going to get. Were we going to get the one that was kind of choking during the upper finals? The answer was absolutely not. We got the one that we kind of expected from them all weekend, where they had really fast routes, they had really fast strategies, and they never played to intentionally lose a map with the Spec Variety Rule, instead opting to try to play their absolute best composition at every single moment, and they win 3-0 because of it.
I mean, it was a powerful sweep for them here at the end, and it was so impressive to see them come in and see them play all out through every series, even those ones that did not go entirely in their favor. And of course, all of this that has led us here to the Triple Threat being our champions and Auntie's Angels qualifying alongside them through to our Season 1 finals is a story that we can see play out in our bracket as well. So Dratnos, now that we are through Group B, what story does that bracket tell?
Yeah, I mean, what an upset that we had in the upper finals at the start of the day with Auntie's Angels 2-0ing Triple Threat, but oh my goodness, Triple Threat did not lose any other maps this weekend. They looked perfect asterisk except for that one series. So really impressive performance from them. I'm very excited to see how they stack up against our other teams when we get to the finals in June. Auntie's Angels also qualifying, though. Should be really fun to see them there.
It should be, honestly. I mean, I think both of these teams are going to bring some very exciting competition to the Season 1 finals and some unexpected plays, absolutely. But, you know, gosh, there were so many upsets today. Zyro, what series do you think caught you the most off guard?
Honestly, I think it was the Direwolves Physical God Comp matchup. I thought Direwolves should have been a lock to win that series, but Physical God Comp completely outperformed my expectations for them. I love to see that. Listen, if I get a prediction wrong, it means a team is playing better than I expect, and that is always something that you want to happen in the heat of competition. I love seeing people raise their level to something that I'm not expecting of them. That was awesome to watch. And then, of course, Triple Threat coming back from that 0-2 at the start of the day, like Dratno said, sweeping the remainder of the maps. That was awesome to see as well.
It was so good. Honestly, I feel like today, every single series, I was just going, oh, I cannot wait to see what they're going to show. And that's always such a good feeling. And I mean, Tettles, now we've seen our top two teams here from Group B, but how do you think they compare to Group A's Mandatory and Sun Spellbook?
Interestingly enough, I think that for Auntie's Angels, they have a lot of promise. Even though they ended up losing this series 0-3, I think that they have a lot of potential to be able to rebound given the global finals. And I think that it's also going to kind of, the Spec Variety rule doesn't persist into the finals, and I think that that's kind of an interesting decision point for Auntie's Angels, and what are they going to do about that? For the Triple Threat, the main path to victory for me from them is, we saw Mandatory, they basically went deathless in their weekend. The Triple Threat, really, really fast, gotta go deathless. I don't think that they can afford, especially in the finals, to ever have any of these, like, 15-second time losses.
Yeah, those, I mean, honestly, we've seen deaths just play a role over and over again, especially in lower bracket. But being something that even can cost those upper bracket runs, like with the Triple Threat at the start of the day. So I think you're right. I think that getting those clean plays in to be able to execute your fastest strats is definitely going to be something that's crucial and continues to be moving forward. But of course, Group B also gave us some interesting strats and additional kind of uses for specs. So, Dratnos, do you think there's anything new from this group that will be considered as we look forward at the Spec Variety rule moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Spec Variety rule, certainly. I think also the pathing through the dungeons as well. We've seen some evolution in the way that dungeons like Algathar were played. Sometimes riskily, sometimes introducing an element of risk, as we saw with Triple Threat happening in that upper finals, but also the way Seat of the Triumvirate is played, even Mysara Caverns. We've seen a lot of innovation of taking the building blocks that especially Mandatory showed in the dungeons last weekend and putting them together in new and potentially better ways.
We have indeed, and I mean, honestly, I think that how the teams learn from each weekend is exciting to just watch as it continues to evolve into this bigger picture. And of course, now we've
I think that was fun, but Group A, very strong teams were in Group A. This week, it wasn't bad. They are still doing interview, guys, if you want to watch. Let's go to keys. MT10 for first key, guys. But I will miss MDI. We have more MDI next week. Next week should be fun because there is Liquid and some other teams.
It's a great day to visit a dungeon. Tell me another story sometime. Don't forget to repair your gear.
No, mandatory is Group A. Rose, Group A already done last week.
It's not ready yet. I can't use that item yet.
Who's in Liquid? The people that's in Liquid. Bumi, Assign, Rave Disco, Keepers, TZV. Wow, I never heard of them, Rose. I'm not sure about Liquid team. Oh, there is a healer. Hooray! DPS spot, guys. For Magister's Terrace. Oh, also, please tell in Twitch. I don't always see the guild or communities also. Hey again. Can you please after you queue also say in Twitch and also pull me down also say in Twitch, please, because I don't always see in game communities chat. And also it showed people that I also get people from chat. Guys, do we have one DPS from chat? Yeah, so it's Magister's Terrace. Empty. Maybe we get the half. Do we have more DPS from chat? We are doing keys, guys. Daichi, are you playing? Gambler, are you playing? There is other new. Oh, let's get the priest then. Spike. Oh, cancelled. Then we get the DH. It's crazy. We got a DPS after 3 invites.
I have many lucky zoos you like.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the Cynosure of Twilight.
That also Tauren. The Resto Shaman.
Five, four, three, two, one.
The
Five,
way forward
four,
opens,
three,
and your
two,
fate
one.
entwines.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm, the Cynosure of Twilight.
Unauthorized entry.
Let the shaman last. Also, I think he will last. He was asking. Last next pool? Yeah. I just do it like this, so just.
You were warned, Umbric. The terrace is forever closed to you. Now leave before...
Of course he left a message for me. I'm afraid you'll have to incapacitate the guards.
A gift of power.
Plus 10 seems nothing after we watch plus 17 and more.
My power is trans.
You don't play your Warlock also?
How I've missed this library.
Why are you not playing your Warlock?
Unauthorized entry.
Oh yeah.
To think Rama could go this far to keep me out.
Doesn't matter though, just curious. Right.
Have a pleasant.
You'll go no further, Umbrick. These new defenses were specially made with you in mind.
I seem to be detained. The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spellwork. Destroy it.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I think I first started since now I forget, but it is in my about. For expansion I tried Traps. I played Traps a little bit, but I don't remember anymore that much. I was young back then and it was so expensive for me, so I didn't play Kata. And then I met my late boyfriend and he was like, play this game. Wow, I know that game. But yeah, I have this account since Warlords. The end of MOP, but I played only a little bit the end of MOP and then I started playing again when there is tokens in Warlords. When we started to be able to buy game time with gold. Fluffy Dale, how are you? Oh my god. The affix baited me.
Repulsing slam. Arcane expulsion. Refueling protocol.
Good, just tired. Life of a third shift worker. Oh. My god, so many shifts. Oh, third shift. Never mind. Meaning you get shift from night. Get some rest. Or are you gonna play WoW, Fluffy? Hey. What are you doing? Grinding Crimson Dessert. Oh. What kind of game is that? Oh. Do you have that shift every day, Fluffy? Single player RPG? Like FF?
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I use my algorithm for epics. So funny. Like, I can do that. I can use algorithm for epics. That's my shift every day. I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday. Must be rough, but must be you are used to it now.
Zaranel, stand down. I have permission from Lorthamar himself.
Liar! None shall lay hands on the Cynosure! The Cynosure remains here! Tirpidor!
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Mark for defeat!
Suppression
Speak no
zone.
more!
Hastening
I am
war.
unrelenting!
Unit marked.
Ball is
I'm only working third shift due to it's only job I can find. I'm looking for a day shift job now. Oh, good luck, Fluffy. Fluffy. Hope you get a fluffy job.
4, 3, 2,
But heavy in pay.
Unit marked.
What are you doing? I mean, what industry
Suppression
are you in?
Hastening war.
unyielding! Mark for
marked.
defeat!
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Uh-oh, silent.
5 silence.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I still got in so that I don't get silenced.
Help me remove the wards around the Cynosure.
Maybe should comment.
Saronel, the void has broken through!
Looking like a cutie frog today. I like the happy frog on the chair. Like that.
My power is transcendent.
Yeah, the happy frog. I think it's like the frog after doing something bad. Like trolling. That's his face. After trolling. After trolling a key. Yabi, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you. We have 2 out of 10 subs and 200 bits. Ooh. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the support. Thanks, Jabi.
My power is transcendent.
I'm a little bit lack of sleep, but I need to go back to my schedule tomorrow. Same schedule, 2 streams. MDI, it's almost like a dream. Good dream. Empowering true, no, not please. Get some sleep. It's hard to take a nap in between streams. But yeah, I tried to sleep while watching MDI last round. But I was worried that the match gonna be over before I wake up.
A gift of power.
Then I don't know what you would watch if I don't wake up. The Warcraft channel offline. But it was fun, Jabian. Next week gonna be more fun, I think. Because there's Liquid, Miscount, the team Duck something. Duck can talk. Oh, their name is cute. But sadly, there was a team with Frog Icon. But I think they lost. Actually, I need to check. I think they lost already, but they won first time. And then they lost in lower bracket.
Cosmic Sting.
A gift of power.
Neural Link. Astral Grasp. Cosmic Sting.
My power.
I overlap with the panic.
Transcendent. Share in it.
Coffee after this dungeon. I'll get second cup of coffee. Nope. I pulled too much.
My power is
We pulled these two boss like MDI.
share in it.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Get the shaman almost died. And also, it feels like there is we are lacking of CC. The DH has Chaos Nova.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the
We're
signature
lacking
to
us
the void.
lacking CC for affix.
What?
That's terrible with this comp. I mean,
Hulking Fragment.
that's supposed to be impossible to miss with this comp.
Devouring Entropy. Unstable Void Essence.
Ellie can blinding light, DH can stun, shaman can stun.
Hulking
I
Fragment.
tried to blinding sleep, but
Devouring Entropy. Unstable Void Essence. Hulking Fragment. Devouring Entropy. Unstable void essence. Hulking fragment. Devouring entropy. Unstable void essence. Hulking fragment. Devouring entropy. Unstable void essence. Hulking fragment.
Okay. It's
It
true.
is done. We have our way into the Void Storm. Let us inform Lorthamar. And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
You sit now. I don't like that. I'll be back also. I'm back. Let's go. I have coffee. Yummy, I'm gonna use more butterfly. Because of your bits. Come back. I have seed. What do you have? Are you gonna do that for push? Good luck, good luck. We can just use my key. Seed. Why are you laughing? Yeah. Mhm. Where is people? DPS and healer from chat for seed 10 guys. This guy 261 in seed.
Found any good treasure lately?
Gonna be a little bit rough. And seed. Let's go. There is a package. We can get them and get one big melee DPS in case the mage doesn't perform. Don't get me wrong, because the mage only... Oh, the mage 3500 IO on main. Might be okay. The pally what? Oh. Give a minute for people from chat. Guys, anybody from chat wants to join? If not, we get somebody here. There is Afterglow, there is Paladin. Wait, that's Patadine. Patadine. Pick a pup. I like that. I like the rhyme. Pick a pug. Get Patadine. Patadine doesn't accept. God, Patadine. Hey, is that Mori that I know? Uh, let me tell this guy. Mori, are you in community? I got you. You are in community, number 4. We don't have that much interrupt, just CC, okay?
An entity
Just CC,
from the
please.
void has emerged into our world. It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
I did a few race changes and couldn't remember. I remember that. We changed race. Instance full? Oh, just wait. The pal is still here. That's so weird. This pal is still here. Everybody come out. I think we just reset. The paladin, I removed him, sadly. But he didn't like get kicked from the dungeon. That's very terrible. I remember it was like that with raid, with mythic raid. And oh my god, that was terrible. So you can come in. Also, you there? Okay. My coffee is still hot.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dachi, when will you play?
5, 4, 3,
The mage, yeah.
1.
Wait. What happened to the mage's damage? Sorry, sad. Okay.
A gift of power.
roasting people. I'm just confused. He is a single target deal.
Decimate. No palm.
A
Using
gift
slam.
of power.
Kill slime, please.
Decimate. Void slash. Crashing void. Void slash. Decimate. No palm. Using slam.
Yeah, focus mods.
Decimate.
Champion, over here. Follow me. The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Hey, the mage has damage. Ooh. Does mage have gaze trinket? It doesn't. Does that really matters? Like very, very, very matter. Then if he doesn't have it, what we expect? He don't do damage?
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these.
He's pumping that pack, Dachi. Wow, thank you for the follow. Enza, what do you play? How did you find me? Time for dinner? When is dinner in WoW? Prevent salad. Nice.
My power is transcendent.
Enjoy the cheese. No, not time for sleep yet for me.
A gift of power.
Hey, Hydrax! How you doing? I'm sleepy, but we had MDI, so we this is our first key after MDI. Wait. Second key after MDI. So I need to hold on. I need to not sleep yet. Our pushing keys, Hydrax.
Void Bomb. Shadow Pound.
Last time I saw you in that 17 pit.
Void Bomb. Shadow Pounce.
Mid-range trap. There is one or I'll get it.
Overload. Shadow Pounce.
Don't have trap. Thank you. Pretty good. Got a couple of 17 done. Like 17's done last night. Pit and what dungeon, Hydrax?
Void Bomb.
I saw in YouTube you still have the 16, not yet 17. That pit that I was watching before I went back to sleep was smooth.
Overload.
It's crazy. You were still 22 minutes into last boss.
Shadow Pounce. Void Bomb.
It's crazy. Did you use MDI route? Crazy dude, thank you.
Shadow Pounce.
A gift of power.
Shadow Pounce. Overload.
No? Wait. What do you mean no?
Shadow Pounce. Void Bomb.
Thank you for removing
It wasn't 22? Oh, I didn't use MDI route.
Yes, this will do nice.
I think you need Og.
You'll find
Og.
near the entrance to the temple, feebly trying to break in. Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves.
When is Hydrax team with Og? Oh no. Oh my god, why? Last. I mean, it should be last boss. Not last boss, previous boss. And also, why we hold this one? Yeah, that's true. But I think we had Hermione. I was looking at chat. I don't know. I don't think I even know any alts lately. That's a tricky one to play. And I don't like that we have to check luck before we can see the good or the bad alt. What if this time if I invite alt, 4 out of 5 of them not performing, but I don't know. It's because it's easy. We only do plus 10 and 12. Maybe Provost wanna try out. Lately, I'm down a couple of people for most nights of pushing, so it slowed things down in general. Yeah, I see. Ooh. Trad?
I shall bring you to your twilight.
Mind Blast. Gates of the Abyss. Mind Blast. Mass Void Infusion. Mind Blast. Mind Blast. Gates of the Abyss. Umbral Tentacles.
A gift of power.
Mind Blast. Mind Blast. Repulse.
Yeah, that's fans.
Mind Blast. Gates of the Abyss. Mind Blast.
I mean, I missed the party chat. The pally also said
Mind Mind Blast. Mind Blast. Gates of the Abyss. Umbral Tentacles.
I mean, other than Bloodlust, I don't think I read chat that much. Game chat.
Mind Blast. Mind Blast.
A gift of power.
Repulse.
Maybe it would be nice if in-game chat, like in the middle, but don't cover the screen and disappear fast.
I sense great despair emanating from within. Lura.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
Such chaos. Such anguish. The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications.
I think we need 2 minutes.
Wait, though. This entity must die.
Oh my god. It's so annoying. I didn't realize we short percent.
Disintegrate.
I didn't pull one pack, but even pulled extra. Maybe I shouldn't skip one pack. We have not skipped.
Grim Chorus. Disintegrate.
A gift of power.
Symphony of the Eternal Night. Backlash. Dirge of Despair. Disintegrate. Grim Chorus.
A gift of power.
Disintegrate.
How did a being of the light?
We still have the arrow. Oh, it's gone.
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever shifting.
Let's pull this.
for now.
My bonus roll. You awake? I'm not awake. And I have coffee. But still not awake. Item. But that's fine. He never sky reach. We'll do my key. AA. Almost. Okay, thank you, Axel. Good job. Did you get your weapon?
I am the blade of the light.
Nice.
For Dalaran, the Sun Reapers will defend.
Mori, if you want to stay, you can. AA 10 next. Where is Puzzle Box? Puzzle Box Farmers.
It's a great day to visit a dungeon. Try not to slay too many dragons, okay? Don't forget to repair your gear.
Talk to you later. It's the same guys. There is another healer though. Sorry, Loa Light and Chisel. Loa Light and Chisel, are you in chat? I want to rotate people if it's pub. But if you are from chat, you can say a couple keys. There is a warrior that may be looking for puzzle box. Maybe take somebody that can... Oh! The other healer left. Oh, it's fated. Get them back. What I grow? Crazy dude, are you outside? Usually you play. We get a DH, guys. To buff the casters. Usually you are playing. Wow. Are you going outside? I mean, Walker looks good. There is no DH that I want. This guy 3400k out. Get the Dimolok, guys. Yes, Dimolok. More 3 ranges. Been out of it. I'll touch grass today. That's nice. Touching grass is always nice. I can upgrade a weapon.
I hunger for the opportunity to work together again. Come, let us forge a weapon worthy of your allies.
Big weapon. Big weapon, Kim Shin.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles.
Let's go. It's so funny. I have Troph Hunter bounty from Delve. I'm playing a game I bet you wouldn't think I would like. Sudoku? Wait, Tic-tac-toe or tic-tac-toe. I don't know. Hello, happy BOD. I'm worn out, been at park most of the day for picnic with my niece and her cousins. I literally touched grass today. Wait, Gray, your niece and her cousins. Didn't that your niece and your nephew then? I'm a ramen chef. Is that mobile camper? My niece and cousins on her mom's side. Oh, okay. What do you call them then? Distant niece. Oh, wait. Sorry. Distant nephew. Thank you for the lurk, HD. I was looking at my webcam and then suddenly it changed into cat. Oh my god. Welcome back. I guess niece and nephew since they call me uncle. They call you uncle. They call you sexy. I just call them by name, so never thought of what to call them. It's true. I'm just being descendant of Chinese, I guess. I'm kinda care about what do we call them. Because sometimes it can be complex.
5, 4, 3.
Sometimes we call them differently. Like grandfather and grandmother. For example, we have a lot of ways to call them.
Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation.
Bronze Dragonflight.
It can be Oma, Opa, or Nai Nai.
Wonderful. It has been quite some time
Hong
since
Kong.
the academy has been open.
Well, it seems like Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away.
So many.
Please,
So many different
them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
different way to call them. Oh my god.
We are just about... Wait!
Follow me.
Straws. There is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
There is too much nature.
Professor Max Dormer is almost ready for lessons. Do see if there is anything he needs assistance with.
Oh no. I overlap interrupt with CC. I try to grip them. I think I might just get one key down on my all my tools this week and to Del slot and call it a day. Before it's just too much fun at the moment. Oh, Diablo. Nice. What are you playing? I mean, I'm glad one other Blizzard game is kind of fun. I think people has a positive opinion. Like people that I know play them say they have fun. Oh my god. And just take bonus roll if it's bad fault. Yes, yes. Barbarian and Druid. Oh, Druid? They have Druid? So last time I watched Hammer Azor, and he has Anzu there. Is that the default? Anzu? Tried Pally unlocked, but they felt meh. I thought they have different classes, not Paladin, Warlock. I only know Necromancer, Barbarian. Something else. I didn't know they have classes like, wow, similar or same name as well. You can buy it in the shop at the moment. Wow, crossover. Ah, I see. Warlock and Pally are new. Oh, okay. Did they lost? I mean, not lost. Did they lack of creativity? Or maybe they just want to make that simple and just name it Warlock and Paladin. And we don't have to pay more for fancy name. Kinda. I can take this. Oh, I can take all of them. I wish. You know that one name that they get from outside? If they do that, can be very, very expensive. Oh yeah, by the way, I saw different logo of Twitch. I don't know if that's gonna be new logo of Twitch though. They were in Diablo before WoW, just coming back. Oh, I see, I see. Diablo 2? Or Diablo 3? Diablo 1? Okay. I only know Diablo 2 and 3. OMG. I thought Diablo 2, like, same, but Diablo 2 is kind of like, the different expansion of Diablo 1. I thought
My power
I got Frostborn on my Barbarian. Looks so good. That's cool. Did you get good stat? You have to forge and look for good stat, right? My late boyfriend was really crazy about Diablo. That's the transmog. I can make any sword look like it. Oh. I'll just use that advance. I got stunned just now. How much, Gray? I want the Murloc pet, but it's so expensive. I mean, we are at the point where there is decor $120 in store. Right? Hydrex? So, it's getting more and more expensive for cosmetics. I think it's only cosmetics. I think that's one factor about why this game can last so long. It's because no pay to win, I mean, they don't sell pay to win in store. Even though buying M plus and buying PvP pay to win with gold. But yeah. Just how many MMORPG that I played before, they have lots of stronger equipment in store. And they had a lot of bots. They had a lot of hackers. And people running around with the max gear. That they bought from store. That's the thing that made people don't want to play and made people stop. Lots of MMOs are like that, yeah. You can be pay to win a bit since you can buy tokens and pay guild with that gold to carry you through in-game content. Yeah, but after you get gear, it all depends on how you play again, Hydrex. It's not because the slight difference in gear makes you better. I mean, if you have the same skill, yes, gear matters a lot. Same 2% with same skill, one better gear maybe gonna do better in M+. But if it's not, then there is not much different in terms of the output damage. Oh no! I forgot my orb! I got it. Oh. I'm holding ball. But yeah, I know that's kinda pay to win.
Savage Peck.
But it's all
Deafening Screech.
I don't know if that guy happy with his gear. Then do it. I just don't find it so yeah, I had experience, but it's me guys. For the first time I bought raid because I have so many alts, right? And it was towards the end of the season, so it was cheap with gold. And then I was like, I'll just keep fighting. And then they kept spamming, please die, please die, please just die. I was like, that's not my type to die. But I guess that's what you need to do when you buy raid. With gold. Just sit down, just looking pretty and get your loot.
Germinate. First Fork.
I think raiding is boring. All you see is feet. Is the bosses? Are the bosses really that big?
Germinate.
I haven't raided at all, Jabi. This season.
Branch out.
Some are. The Paladin's boss was the only time I have enjoyed tanking. We have to be on our toes for that boss. Oh, I watched Bird Boss in Grandma's stream. Yeah, that looks fun.
My power is transcendent.
Don't need to.
Share in it.
I'm not sit down and then I got loot. I have to push my buttons, Rose. Good thing I have a best friend, this cat. So that my finger doesn't hurt. Push my buttons. Oh no, I'm staying here. Sorry, ranges. Out. Can release.
A gift of power.
Always run inside? Why? I mean, some people prefer to be outside here because it's so hectic inside. Because of spinners, you have more space.
Greetings, new.
Oh, I think more space outside.
Registered here.
But yeah, you can
Only
always.
for students. Head to the registrar at once. These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them.
Arcane
Learn
missiles.
from this.
Astral blast. Energy bomb. Arcane missiles.
Merit points for you.
Astral blast. Power vacuum.
You will not pass the semester.
Arcane
Think
missiles.
about what you have done.
Astral blast. Energy bomb. Arcane
Learn
missiles.
from this.
Astral blast. Power vacuum.
Go to the corner.
I don't get why people complain in a plus 10 that's 19 minutes on last boss.
Energy bomb. Arcane
Think
missiles.
about what you have done.
Astral blast. Power vacuum.
Go to the corner.
And why there is a word always in M+, like, is it math? Is this math? And 1 + 1 is 2?
Arcane missiles.
What you have done.
Astral blast. Power vacuum.
Go to the corner.
Should I roll? Maybe. My god, Grewin. No roll. I think I'm gonna try Skyreach. One, two, three, four, five, six. I don't need weapon. Hopefully I don't get weapon. I don't need helm. I don't need shoulders. Cloak will be okay. Oh god. I only need solar flare prism from Skyreach. That's kinda rough chance to get that. Low chance to get solar flare prism here. Thank you, Mori. Portable AC? How big is that? Take care, Mori. Thank you for coming. I know I shouldn't be sulky. We did that pretty good. All the keys were easy. We are gamers. But I just don't get it. If you want the tank to do like you want to do in a +10, just tank. Just tank yourself. Potatoes, you there? Like 70 lbs. 70 lbs. 31 kilograms. Wow, that's not very portable, Mori. But I guess by portable you can move it around. Move because they have wheels, maybe. Jami, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you, thank you. Oh. I want to do Nexus Point next. Jami, do you want to heal? I want to do this Nexus Point, but I'm saving this to do with potatoes. I don't know where he is. Maybe I switch. Oh, okay, Jami. Let me switch to my other account. I have MC. On who, Peanut? DH. Let me check my Guardian. Oh, they also have schedule for live maintenance on Wednesday. So on Tuesday, we have 4 hours maintenance. On Wednesday, from 9 a.m. PDT to 10 a.m. PDT, we have live maintenance. MT, MC. This guy, I don't know. Oh, I haven't even touched this. Can we do your MC10, Peanut? MC but +10. You don't have rape, Peanut? It's only weekends people go to rape. Jabiri in community. If not, please find the queue, Jabi. Oh, yeah, I saw you in community. I only raided 2 times for LTC. Haven't raided out at all this season. I want to raid, but There is pants. I think we wait. Maybe just take pants. Pants or crit first staff, guys. Maybe not crit first staff. I need more haste. Peanut, can you find a queue? I want to raid. I just don't care for the non-stop time commitment when others don't care and play bad, wasting my time. That's why you need to pick the guild. But I know. I understand that. We get Pally. Yeah, some people just come online when it's time for raid, and that's not enough. They need to realize that they need to do M plus so that the guild can progress faster. The faster the guild progress, the more gear for everybody. Where is Peanut? Not Peanut. Peanut, can you find the queue? And this is your key. You are not even in Hearty yet.
We are united in purpose. In unity.
I'm gonna buy the bonus roll with pattern.
I can't use that item yet.
Pattern don't crash. You are not showing on Bnet because this is my second account, Peanut. There is no Peanut beards here. Can you find Acidk or join community? If you cannot find Acidk, that means you block me. Which is I'm not gonna surprise. Peanut block me in game.
I hunger for the opportunity to work together again. Come, let us forge a weapon worthy of your allies.
Bully. Oh, there is crate. There is crate.
Oh, and it's you again. And if you come
Oh, feeding the nail hammer. I haven't done it. Let's get a luster, guys. Usually the crate is alliance. Are that alliance or? Oh my god. That's hard. Oh god. That's so annoying. I got hit by their net. Usually it's alliance. Guys, do we have DPS from chat that want to do this? DPS. Come Q. Up to you. Okay. Wait, because I need to buy you. You need to find the queue, crazy dude. Hi. How was the touching grass? Something. Wait, that's not touching grass. Getting your mythic gaze trinket is not touching grass. But don't you rate? I mean guild trade. No, then what about your guild? You just don't do guild trade?
Hashura Orakazul. I am blessed.
Yeah, but don't you have to do guild
I
trade?
have used the shadows to see inside the cavern. I have seen my people dead, alive, or both. I fear they be sacrificed for some dark
Okay.
purpose. Come, I will guide you. We're gonna rescue my people.
I don't usually add detect peanut. MC. I'll be back by you. I'm back. Let's go. Where is this? Dead. Oh my god. BRB not on screen. I should say, oh my god. Oh my god.
Five, four, three, two, one.
You don't see me. Peanut. May meta, Peanut.
Five, four, three.
I'm hungry now. As soon as I play with Peanut, I'm hungry.
I have seen my people dead, alive, or both.
Last here, please.
Another widow bag. Another bag of coin for Murujin.
Again, he be the one bringing my people here.
Graphics, please.
Keep out of his way.
I'm going. Where are you going? And at Thunder, did you see? Dad? Oh my god, that's hilarious. He got pulled by Vortex and he did nothing after that. Like he was confused. Read the NPC, please.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Over here. Inside the building, we are not MDIing.
Who'll be letting alive these little kittens go?
Clicking the ritual cauldron.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Nice timing, nice timing.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eye? A trespasser, an interloper, but you won't take my prey from me.
There is Hex.
My power is
You can just get Affix and then go here. Follow me. You have to follow certain path.
More heads for Dakota. Ready, Necrack? Where the blood flows. If I don't get ya, Necrack will.
Moron Morojin.
Aim for the heart.
Get ready to freeze.
Take them down, Necrack. The killing in for the kill. If it survive, you won't. Take them, Necrack.
I think you called Blink, President. Then, yes, I think Blink will freeze you. Even though you blink. Why are we killing the bird though? Can we kill Morojin? The bird will alive again if we kill Morojin and don't kill him. Wait. Can you turn me up?
Right into my trap. Necrack, no!
Bird revive. Reset.
Of power.
A good kill, Hashura. And I rescued all that was still alive. But why did Murojin bring them here? The kidnapping won't stop until
Can you
we
hear
get to the
me?
root of the evil. Follow me.
Oh, maybe I was yelling.
Not be natural.
I mean,
Flowing into it.
that deserves to get yelled when we kill that bird and then didn't kill Morojin fast enough.
This is not why they brought my king here.
I think we. Oh, never mind. We have less than 60 seconds.
A gift of power.
Last, please. This guy is out of range.
It'd be worse than we thought. How many of my people have died here?
With the instance, please. Oh, somebody. Okay. Can you come closer here?
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I forgot these warriors. I should have pulled with the pack before.
What's she doing? She's rending the souls, twisting them, feeding them to that
Follow me.
monster. There are souls still that we can save. You confront her, I gonna... What's this?
Infist if you need. Residu. Infist, please. Oh, don't come to us, please. Oh my god. Oh no.
My power is transcendent.
Yes. Or next time just stay away from party and just die. Or infist far from party. Please.
Your soul be forfeit. This affliction hit hard. Go, make them suffer. Ma'ako, ma'ako, ka, shada! I gonna poison your soul. You gonna be tormented from beyond the grave. Andakatas no shada. Kezulo namrakan. Nehide. Nehide.
Watch out. Okay, to the middle.
You cannot stand against a vile branch.
Nice job.
This affliction hit hard. Go, make them suffer. Ma'ako, ma'ako, ka, shada! I gonna poison your soul. Will still rise. She's dead, but her evil lives on. There still be many angry souls. I will keep them busy and keep them from feeding the monster. But the monster be up to you.
Uh-oh. It pulled extra. You guys just want me to pad. It's fine, it's fine. I'll pad. Oh, more bats. Let's go to boss. Go to boss. To the drummers, boy. First. Oh my god! This slam.
and unstable.
To the boss, everybody. We last second phase, okay? Where is the pally? Okay, the pally is here. My god, that scared me. Watch your feet. Nice. Wait until everybody here. Where's the pally? Last, please. Did you last early? What is the cooldown of your bloodlust, crazy dude? Ayo, fat finger. Fat finger you.
We with a bark all be sleeping a little safer. For now. We will always be looking over.
Hey, why haven't you killed Peanut?
Come back with me. The chief be having a reward for you.
Up to you, up to you, up to you. Wait, where is my bonus roll? Did I pass it? Oh yeah, Why Pedro? Different account. Operator, why not Pedro? Yes, yes. Drop to 10, please. Oh, there. Wait, what did I push portal by accident? What the heck? No, I click AA portal by accident. My god. I don't know what I clicked, but now I'm in AA. On the PS spot, guys. Nexus 10. Don't off me, guys. We have plus, right? This guy only have tank history. He's trying to sneak in.
Looks like you could all use some resources. There's a saying for this.
Oh wow.
Survival of the fittest.
There is a crate here. What the heck? There is crate here. What will we get? Crate PvP. But maybe we won't get conquest. Maybe we will get this expansion Dragonflight currency, maybe. But I want to see. I'm curious. Guys, if there is nobody from chat, I'll pick a pug. I'll get this warlock then. I need summon.
I need to get closer.
Oh yeah, I got honor and oh my god, we'll get this Shadow Priest then. We get the most of the DH 5% magic damage. Thank you for the summon. Yeah, we only got honor, not conquest from the chests from previous expansion area. That would be nice if we get a kind of like 10 conquest. Wait, there is water supply over here. It's okay, I'm going in. Guys, we are trying to get plus points. Plus points is individual subs. Tier 1 is 1 point, tier 2 3 points, and tier 2 3 points, and tier 3 6 points. Peanut almost kill me. We are at 44, guys. Wow, thank you for your support. Today is 17th May for you though. 18th May for me, which is I need like 3 subs points per day, so 3 times 18 is 54. So yeah, I'm kinda short 10, guys. If you can help, please help. But you don't have to. Just think about yourself first. Provide for yourself first. If you have extra money, please remember me. Do gift work? No. Sadly, gift doesn't work, Jabi. It has to be individual subs.
Give up this foolishness. We have already won. You put all of Silvermoon in danger. This isn't worth the risk. There seem to be a few pieces.
Oh no, this guy evade.
Going to stop Lafraxian.
What the heck? Let me get closer and see if he is snapped down. Well, he can't hit me. Well, he disorient me. Oh my god. Oh, Peanut, stun. Bad. I hit them from the top of this ramp, and then they evade. Oh my god. Go right, I mean left. Yeah, I'm taking it. Whose key is this? Crazy dude's key. Why Peanut said my key? My key, your head. No baby Murloc here. I'm feeling like this game. Kill these batteries.
A gift of power.
Crazy dude, I'm gonna pull right side. Can you interrupt far here? Thank you. Moving back. No room.
My power is transcendent.
Fix.
Share in it.
Battery.
A gift of power.
More of you mindless intruders!
Intruders. What are you hiding?
This is but another prototype!
I think Peanut tried to pinch me to the corner.
My
power output is peaking!
I thought I hit that. The thing is, there is also boss in the corner. Templar!
My power output is peaking!
Cooldown doesn't line up here.
Don't forget to send the
I
conduits.
was going to save in Karn. No, the save in Karn.
You will realize I was right, Illyria. Your judgment has been clouded by the void, as it always does.
My vision has never been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
My power is transcendent.
Watch out, Smudge. That's much. So fast. Useful one.
What a miserable display! You have all failed in your purpose!
My power is...
Is there no end to you intruders? Do us all a favor and die before I have to kill you myself!
Oh no, I'm feared and then disoriented. Oh my god.
Prove your worth, you pathetic lackeys!
Ya don't melt. I don't know too, Campfire. Different woman, different activity.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Minions, do not disappoint me again!
Minion. I think because they combine joint venture.
Must I do everything myself?
Yeah. On the light phase. On the damage amp.
Yet another battle. I am still wounded from the last one. There will be no end to your suffering. Minions, do not disappoint me again!
The priest touched me. If he didn't touch me,
Think of the lives that will be lost.
I would be dead.
All I thought would understand, Arator.
Click, 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 click. So that feels faster. I mean, spam click. Spam click.
Starting the bridge now.
Like your life depends on it. Just this. Say the pants. Depends. What? I was out of that. Peanut. I was outside of that clip then. It's the radius ridiculous. Oh my god, the animation though. The animation wasn't to where I was. Oh my god, this game. Yeah, I was outside of that. Rose, look at the clip. I was outside of that, right? Oh no, this. No, that time you didn't kill him. You didn't kill him fast. Oh my god, that's what I should say. Oh my god. I was thinking you killed him before he disorient me. Why not do that?
My power is trans.
Big damn, please.
Share in it.
You willingly choose to go against the light's will. You will see the light's wrath.
No, I don't want to fly, Rose. That's so very strange. After this, I need to turn in. This guy.
My power is...
800K. There, that was overlap with the other one. It occlusion of light or omission of red light.
Farewell, old friend.
It shouldn't be. Thank you, Jabe. I think I'll try to roll. No. Peanut curse! Peanut curse! No, Peanut said clove. That's very bad omen. There is no weapon here. How can I get a weapon when there is no weapon in the table? Oh. I didn't even get clove, Peanut. I got... Yeah, glove I don't need. Ooh. Oh well, I still need 3 items there. I'm gonna take a note. Yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah, I need to routine quests. Thank you so much. We don't get to use the frog hat today. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow no MDI though, so tomorrow full keys. Thanks, Blizzard. MDI into keys. Yeah, today. Yesterday, 2 days before, and today. What? Yeah, I don't have weapon in there, Resident. Alright. That's up to you what to call it.
I hunger for the opportunity to work.
Oh, Jabi, thank you so much. It's a full shiny bits. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Jabi.
Oh, what pleasure will you bring
More
me
snack. Thank you. I still need to do this quest, so once more before I can get upgrade for the gear. Yes. When you resub. Give stuff that doesn't give points, plus points. Sadly. It has to be 100 points. You resub, I get points, yes. It has to be, yeah, it has to be individual sub, new sub or recurring sub. The thing is, gifted subs helps me. But if I want the 60-40 cut, I have to have the points, plus points. Yeah, if I get 60-40 cuts, that will be very, very nice. Because as Indonesian, I also get a higher tax, guys, from Twitch. And I don't know about tax. But from Twitch, I already get charged and I pay my own tax here in Indonesia. Oh yeah. That 60-40 cut will be very nice. Thank you for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We do more keys tomorrow. Who to go to, guys? There is... this guy, he helps a lot of key streamers. And it's really nice to know him. I also play with him many times. Very nice person. The bugging PoV. Yeah, we are going to him, guys. He's pushing keys. Level 17 right now. Thank you, guys. Bye. Bye, chat. Bye, crazy dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wish you all good health, shiny blue skies, and happiness. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Bidobi. Night, Rose. Good night, Jabi. Thank you for the shiny bits. Thank you again. Thank you for the 2 subs. Bidobi and one other person. Also. Thank you, guys.